Hey guys, how are you all? Welcome to Let's Start Story on What If Ino Tries to Get Naruto to Forgive Her Part 1. So do 4 blue hearts comment, be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video and please share with your friends and watch till end. Also check out Patreon for I have upload Naruto X Rias and Akino uncensored spicy version, link in description. Two blonde shinobi stood staring at each other. They were both slightly out of breath from their intense kiss. Ino closed her eyes. She could feel her heart pounding through her chest. Didn't expected Naruto to kiss her like that. Hell, she hadn't even expected that she would kiss him back. Naruto, this is so fucked up. You're telling me? He agreed. Ino sat down on his bed. She ed her hands into her lap as she avoided his gaze. When the hell did it get like this? Since when did this get real? Naruto, this wasn't supposed to happen. Naruto sat next to her. He wondered just what he could say to her right now. He reached for her hand. Ino, did you want to kiss me? Did you really feel what I felt? Naruto was feeling so many different emotions. He found that he really enjoyed that kiss with the beautiful Kunoichi. He felt the urge to grab her and kiss her again. Naruto wanted to make this faux relationship real. Yeah, that was exactly what he wanted. Ino turned her attention elsewhere. What could she possibly say to him right now? Should she admit these growing feelings to him? Could she actually breathe light into the current situation? Naruto, I did want that kiss. She admitted. It felt, I can't even begin to describe to you how it felt. I've never actually felt anything like that before. Yeah, he understood. The two of them had decided that in no way, shape or form would they get involved for real. This whole thing was supposed to be for public appearance. Ino didn't know exactly when she started to actually feel real feelings for Naruto. But right now she knew that she felt them. She felt them and they were not going away. In honesty, it was starting to scare her. Ino. He whispered her name. Yeah, Naruto. What are we going to do now? The platinum blonde shook her head. It wasn't like she had any answers for him right now. She couldn't answer him when she didn't have any herself. I don't know. I honestly don't know. Flashback several months ago. The 17-year-old blonde-haired Kyuubi vessel was busy getting in some extra training. Right now he needed to clear his head. It was either this or go pig out on some ramen. Yeah, ramen is next, he thought with a smile. After his training he sat putting his supplies away. He had a lot on his mind right now. Most of his thoughts were focused on his pink-haired friend. He harbored these deep feelings for her, for a very long time. The more he thought about it though, he could see that he was getting nowhere. Maybe Sakura-chan and I will be nothing more than friends. Could he really just give up though? He had never given up on a single thing in his life before. Why should now be any different? This was only just another challenge to overcome, right? Hey Naruto. He heard his name. He looked up to see a flash of pink running towards him. Hey Sakura-chan. He waved. Hi. I was hoping to catch you before I left. Are you going somewhere? Yeah, I have a last-minute mission. I should be back in a week or so. Naruto nodded and uneasy silence passed through. Well, I'll see you later, okay Naruto. Sakura-chan, wait. She turned back to look at him with a curious expression on her face. Yeah, what's wrong? It was now or never should he go for it. Never mind, be careful on your mission. Right. She smiled. I will be careful, see you soon. He smiled for her, watching as she walked away. He didn't know why, but he just couldn't bring himself to say anything to her. Maybe I really should give up. Naruto felt his stomach grumble. Guess it's time for that ramen now. He made his way to Ichiraku's. The blonde was so wrapped up in his thoughts he wasn't paying much attention to where he was going. He soon collided with a second blonde. What the hell? A loud voice was heard. Naruto looked to see the one and only Ino Yamanaka. Gomen Ino, I didn't see you there. Let me help you up. He offered her his hand so he could help her. The blonde on the ground just took his hand. Yeah, just be careful next time. What were you in a daze or something? He didn't respond to her at first. She noticed the far-off look in those cerulean blue eyes. Oh boy, she sighed. I know that look. This wouldn't happen to have anything to do with forehead, would it? Naruto looked up, meeting Ino's knowing gaze. Guess it was really that obvious after all. He started. You don't have to say anything, Naruto. But geez, it's not natural seeing you so depressed. Hey, I know, let's go to Ichiraku's, that always seems to cheer you up. Ino led the way to the ramen stand. When she noticed had Naruto wasn't coming, she turned to face him. Are you coming or what? I mean, this is ramen we're talking about. You never refuse eating that. Naruto just put on a smile for the blonde kunoichi. Why? You're right, Ino-chan, let's get going, okay. Ino wasn't completely sure why she had even offered. If Naruto was depressed over Sakura, it really wasn't any of her business. She figured that it was implied because she didn't like seeing anyone down. Once at Ichiraku's, she noticed how he sat there. He mindlessly held his chopsticks in his hand. He wasn't even attempting to devour the noodles. She knew for sure that this was indeed serious. That's it. I can't take this. Naruto, you need to seriously get out of this depressed mood you're in. Moping around doesn't really suit you. You don't understand, Ino. I have a lot on my mind. Oh, I get it, alright. You're depressed over Sakura because you have this never-ending crush on her. Naruto, I respect your loyalty and all, but don't you think it's about time you let it go already? She really hadn't meant to sound so harsh at the time. She only wanted to be honest with him. The blonde male stared at her. Maybe you're right. Now Naruto, I know you don't listen to reason. And don't you dare argue with me. She stopped. Huh? What did you say? She turned her attention towards him. I said that maybe you're right. Well, I definitely wasn't expecting that. She thought. Damn right, I'm right. You know what, I'm feeling really generous right now. I'm going to help you. Naruto swallowed the lump in his throat. Ino and help in the same sentence. He wasn't sure if he felt good about any of this. Help me. Yeah, I mean, I'm glad you agree with me that you need to move on. But if you truly want forehead, I'll help you. We'll spend some time together. We'll pretend to be a couple just to get under her skin. You know it will piss her off for sure. Ino-chan want that be like me using you. The platinum blonde's eyebrow twitched. She then rolled her eyes. I don't think of it that way. Besides, it might be kind of fun to see the look on her face if she thinks that we're together. And on top of it all, if she really wants you, she'll come get you. Naruto took a minute to process everything that Ino had said. He didn't feel completely comfortable with this plan. She was right though, he didn't have anything to lose. Maybe spending some time with Ino would help him get over Sakura. One thing though before we agree to this relationship. What's that? You and I keep this strictly professional. I mean, you cannot fall in love with me under any circumstances. The same goes for me. Naruto took a moment to finally eat some of his ramen. This was going to be a lot to think about. Could they really go through with this? Plans like these were bound to have some type of consequences. Alright, no problem there. His voice now held its usual confident tone. Ino frowned at this. Was he suggesting that she wasn't worthy of his affections? Ino Yamanaka was more than enough woman for him. She was definitely sure of that. Oh, is that so? You saying I'm not good enough for you? Oh no, Ino-chan, that's not it at all. I do think that you're pretty. He told her honestly. There was silence for a moment. He was mainly afraid that he would say something to upset her. Well, I have to go. I'll see you around, Uzumaki. She called out to him. If we're going to do this, we are going to do this right. We have to make this whole thing completely believable. Right. He nodded. Don't sweat it, Ino, we can pull this off, no problem. It's not like we like each other that way. Yeah, this will be a piece of cake. On the plus side, if this works, you'll get forehead in the end. And if it doesn't work, well, at least you can say that you spent time with a beautiful girl like me. She smiled proudly. As expected of Ino-chan. He thought. Sure thing, Ino, whatever you say. Later. Bye. She nodded. Oh yeah, this should definitely be fun. Ino waited patiently for Naruto to meet her in front of the Yamanaka flower shop. 20 minutes had passed and he still hadn't shown up. She was doing her best to keep her cool. Where the hell is he? I told him to meet me at 4 o'clock. She had to suppress the urge to hit him a few good times for making her wait. Ino, I'm sorry I'm late. He quickly apologized as he ran up to meet her. Naruto, number 1 rule, you never keep a girl waiting. Geez, I said that I was sorry. Whatever. She sighed. Come on, let's go. She led the way with him following behind her. He had no idea where they were going. He figured that this was all Ino's idea, he would let her handle all the details. Where are we going, Ino? Just somewhere I like to go to think. We do have to strategize, of course. Strategize. She was treating this like it was a war or something. Ino, this isn't war or a mission. I mean, it's not like it's life or death. She glared at him as if he had somehow saw it the absolute worst thing in the world. Well, love is like war. It's just as serious. You've got to take this seriously, Naruto, even if it's only for show. I mean, we know that none of this is for real. But everyone else doesn't know that. Well, Ino sure is committed to things, he thought to himself. Ino stopped walking when they approached a field of flowers. Naruto couldn't say that he was surprised. It was full of flowers. This was probably like heaven to her. The blue-eyed Kunoichi sat down, motioning for him to sit with her. He sat down, leaning up against the tree. He had to admit this place was pretty relaxing. Everything from the flowers to the nearby lake. He imagined that at night this place would be absolutely stunning. Damn, Ino, this place is relaxing. I can totally fall asleep right here. He put his hands behind his head as he prepared to close his eyes. Look here, Shikamaru version 2.0. You don't have time to sleep right now. We've got planning to do. Ino, what's the big deal? All we have to do is go around pretending that we're a couple. What's so hard about that? He asked her. It took everything Ino had to keep herself from hitting him upside the head. She was beginning to see why Sakura had done it so frequently. Although the pink-haired girl had taken it too far sometimes. Ino didn't want to knock him into oblivion. She just wanted to hit him a few good times. To get those remaining brain cells up and running. Naruto, let's think about this for a minute. Have you and I ever shown any interest in one another at all over the years? No. He shook his head. Good boy. Now I know it hurts your head, but try to follow me, okay? If we've never shown any interest in each other before, what makes you think that anyone is going to believe us if we don't do this right? Naruto knew that of course Ino was right. They couldn't just fall in love overnight. Everyone would be able to see right through that. This was going to be a challenge, he was beginning to see that. He and Ino had to make this as convincing as possible. Yeah, you're probably right. Of course I'm right. Rule number 2, Naruto, the girl is always right no matter what. Well, what if she isn't? Trust me, if you want to survive and keep a girl happy, she's always right. Naruto sighed, throwing his arms over his head. How many rules are there? It's like you wrote a rulebook or something. Having a pretend girlfriend is hard work. Quote, oh yeah, well, wait until you get a real girlfriend. I'm sure that forehead isn't going to make it easy for you. Naruto suddenly became quiet. Ino noticed his silence. She raised an eyebrow to him. Now what's wrong? She questioned. It's just, what if this whole thing doesn't work out? What if we're really just wasting our time? Maybe we should forget the whole thing. You getting soft on me, Uzumaki? Since when did you start giving up on things? The blonde male sighed to himself. Ino, why do you want to help me? We aren't exactly best friends, you know. I told you this could prove to be interesting. Also, I know that you really like her. You've had a crush on her for what now, an eternity? She teased. That's not funny. I am trying to get over it. Yeah, I don't really know if I believe you completely on that. But if you are serious about getting over her, if you really think about it, aren't you using me too? She had a point, they both knew that. Hey, I thought that you said you weren't going to think of it like that. Yeah, I remember what I said. You and I are both getting something out of this. So why don't we just call it an adventure? We can at least have some fun, can't we? Ino-chan needs a hobby. She needs to get the hell out of that flower shop more. I think that it's making her kind of crazy. He thought. Sure, Ino-chan. He nodded. Great. So now that that's out of the way, we do have to think of something. We have to make it believable without overdoing it. Ino-chan, why don't I ask you out in front of everyone? That's a start. She thought about his suggestion. That's true, that would be a start. It would be even more believable if I turned you down and you pursued me a little. Ino was starting to feel enthusiastic about the whole pursuit aspect of things. She did like the attention. This whole plan would definitely bring attention to the both of them. Yeah, I guess that would be the best thing. I'm used to being rejected. Naruto spoke. Although Ino hadn't told him this to his face, she did find him attractive. After he first came back from his training trip, he was definitely something to look at. Time had surely been good to Naruto. Don't be so down on yourself. You know you've only been after one girl all this time. Who's to say that someone else wouldn't have said yes to you? You should have kept your options open. Ino reminded him. Yeah, that's true, I guess. Hey, he smiled. I've got an idea. She noticed the bright glint in his eyes. He had a plan of some sort. He was thinking crazy right now, she was sure of it. Naruto, you aren't going to do anything crazy, are you? No time to explain, Ino, I have to go. Just remember to be your usual bossy self and I'll see you tomorrow like planned. Bossy, she repeated. Yeah, you know the Ino charm that only you posses. I'll see you tomorrow. Okay. She could say no more as he was already gone. I'll just have to wait and see whatever he has planned. He'd better not do anything crazy or Kami help him. To say that Ino was concerned about whatever Naruto had planned was putting it lightly. She knew all too well how eager and unpredictable the blonde male was. I have a really bad feeling about this. She thought to herself. Hey Ino, where are you right now? You look like you're a million miles away. Sakura spoke. Yeah, she's right Ino, what's going on? Tenten asked. The blonde Kunoichi took a sip of her tea. She wasn't really sure how she should answer her. Ino-chan, is everything okay? Hinata wondered. The four girls had met up today to have some tea and spend their day together. She knew that today was better than any to put her plan with Naruto into action. There were witnesses around so they could all see this so-called relationship come to a start. Guys, I'm fine really. I just have some stuff on my mind, that's all. Oh. Tenten nodded knowingly. Boy trouble, huh? She nudged the younger girl in the shoulder. Come on Tenten, you know that Ino Pig is single. What boy trouble could she possibly have? The pink-haired teen teased gently. Ino glared daggers at her friend. So are you, forehead. The only peep. Lahir who would have boy problems are Tenten and Hinata. How are things with Lee and Kiba anyway? Lee and I are fine. The brunette said confidently. Why? Yeah. Kiba-kun and I are doing good. Hinata answered. Hear that, Sakura, you better get a move on if you want to catch up to these two. Sakura narrowed her eyes as she sipped her tea. Oh yeah, well, what about you? I don't exactly see your social calendar full. Ino stood up, placing some money on the table. I don't need a man to define me, she said proudly as she walked out of the tea house. Spoken like a true desperate single girl. Hey Ino Pig, wait up. The three girls followed after their friend. All Ino could really think about was what Naruto had said the day before. It was the only thing on her mind. Just what the hell is he planning? She wondered. Ino, hey, wait up. She waited for her friends to catch up to her. So what do you guys want to do now? Before anyone could say anything else, Konohamaru's voice was heard. Ino ne-chan, he shouted. The platinum blonde turned around to see the young boy running towards her. He was carrying a bouquet of orchids in his hand. Konohamaru-chan, what's going on? Hiya Ino-chan, I have something for you. He smiled his toothy grin as he handed her the beautiful bouquet. She blinked as she took the flowers from him. Thank you Konohamaru, who are they from? There's no card. Sakura noticed. I'm sorry Ino ne-chan, I was only told to give them to you. I got to run though, see ya. The three teens waited until the brown-haired boy was gone before turning their attention to Ino. They were definitely curious as to why she had those flowers. What's up? Ino asked. Looks like Ino Pig has an admirer. Sakura spoke in an amused tone. What? I do not. Konohamaru was probably just playing a trick or something. She decided that this was most likely the answer. Ino said no more to her friends as she started to walk away. They are pretty flowers, Ino-chan. The blue-haired girl told her. Yeah, I wonder who they're from. As the girls continued walking, they continued to share their theories on whom it could be. Ino's eye twitched, she couldn't take this another minute longer. Well, it definitely wasn't my Lee, he wouldn't dare disrespect me like that. Tenten said. Hey, maybe it was Shino. The pink-haired teen suggested because she knew it would piss Ino off. Bug boy, she shouted. Get real, you three. I'm telling you that it was probably a joke. She turned around facing her friends with a displeased look on her face. Okay Ino, geez, relax. Ino-chan. A very loud voice was heard. What the? Ino, Tenten, Sakura, and Hinata looked to see Naruto jumping from the roof of a building. He landed in front of the more than surprised blonde Kunoichi. Naruto? She questioned in disbelief. Sakura suddenly punched the blonde male in the head. He instantly fell to the ground. Ow Sakura-chan, he whined. What the hell were you thinking jumping from the roof like that, baka? Were you trying to freak us out? Not to mention you probably could have hurt yourself. Naruto-kun, are you okay? Hinata asked. He shook his head trying to regain himself after that nasty blow to the head. Hi, I'm fine. He nodded, giving her the thumbs up. He then turned his attention to Ino. He smiled for her. Ino-chan, did you like the flowers I sent for you? You sent them. Tenten and Sakura said together. Yay, Ino-chan. He dropped to his knee, taking her hand. Ino stood with her mouth open. She could form no words. She was in complete shock mode right now. How the hell could he pull something like this? And she had no time to even prepare for his little stunt. Ino-chan, you are so beautiful. Will you let me take you out? Tenten, Sakura, and Hinata each stood in shock, awe, and bewilderment. This wasn't seriously happening right now. None of this seemed to make any kind of sense. Ino pulled herself together, letting the shock disappear from her face. Naruto, she began. Come on, Ino-chan, you'll have a great time. It's not like you're busy anyway, you've got plenty of free time. She looked horrified at his insult. Ino pulled him up, dragging him away. We have to talk now in private, Yubaka. She growled. Ino-chan, not so rough, we haven't even had our first date yet. The platinum blonde hit him over the head and he saw nothing but stars. I'll be right back, she told her friends as she continued dragging Naruto along. Once she was sure that they weren't within earshot of anyone else, she let him go. Naruto, what in all hell were you thinking? What happened to being convincing? Don't you think that you went a little overboard? No way, wasn't it great, Ino? When have I ever been quiet about anything I've done? You got a point there. She agreed as she sat down beside him. Seriously though, how are we supposed to recover from this brilliant idea of yours? I'm glad that you thought it was brilliant too. He smiled confidently. I was being sarcastic, Naruto. Oh, he whispered as he scratched his hair. I knew that. Ino put her hand to her chin as she thought to herself. Naruto simply closed his eyes. He didn't feel like sitting around, waiting for her to come up with some sort of plan. Ino, just follow my lead, alright? Come up with anything you want to say. He started walking from behind the wall. He could see the other three kunoichi still standing in view. Naruto knew that he had to make this convincing. Come on, Ino-chan, how can you just say no to me like that? Ino thought for a moment before she spoke. Well, you haven't given me any good reason as to why I should say yes. She fired back with her hands on her hips. Didn't I promise you all the ramen that you could eat? What more can you possibly want? Ino only looked disgusted for a moment. Ramen is not the way to a girl's heart, you moron. She sighed. I'm out of here, but thanks for the flowers. Okay, Ino-chan, but I'm not going to give up. He shouted after her, giving her 2 thumbs up. Whatever you say. She continued on walking until she was standing with her friends again. Ino, what the hell was all that about? Sakura asked first. I don't know. She shrugged her shoulders. Don't ask me why he was acting so weird. I have no idea what the hell goes on in that crazy brain of his. No, the pink-haired female shook her head. I mean, what was that back there? Did we really just see Naruto of all people ask you out? It doesn't really make any sense. Ino paused. She knew that this would probably happen. She was trying to make Naruto understand, and that they needed to plan this out carefully. Ino knew that she had to salvage this mess somehow. Yeah, I mean, I thought that he liked Sakura still. Tenten said. Well, maybe he decided to try his luck with other girls. It doesn't seem that Forehead was willing to give him the time of day. So you can't really blame him for setting his sights on someone as beautiful as me. She spoke in a confident tone. Sakura put her hand up to her chin as she seemed to be in deep thought. No, she shook her head. No, that doesn't sound right. Ino's eyes turned white as she fell to the ground. How dare Sakura make a rude comment like that? Oh, Ino-chan, are you okay? Hinata questioned as she helped the blonde up. Hi, I'm fine. What was that, Forehead? Are you saying that I'm not good enough for Naruto? Well, if he's really all that great, maybe I'll just give him a chance. She looked at the expression on the other 3 teens' faces. It was hard to tell what each of them were thinking. But at the same time, she felt that she had control of the situation again. There, I think that takes care of that. She thought. I have to go. I'll see you guys around. Right later, Ino. They all waved. The blonde teen breathed a sigh of relief. She felt better that she had managed to at least fix a bit of the damage that Naruto had caused. Damn him for causing such a scene. Although she hated to say it, he had to admit that it was very sweet of him to give her flowers. And she could definitely say no boy had ever jumped off a roof for her. She couldn't help but to feel just a little flattered, even if it had all been for show. I knew that this wasn't going to be boring, but I wasn't expecting him to give me flowers, or for him to come falling down a roof. I need to talk to him, she decided. The night the blonde girl found herself outside of Naruto's window. She had to do some asking around to find out where he lived though, other than that it wasn't that much of a challenge. She peeked inside to see him fast asleep. She tapped on the window, he remained asleep. Damn, he looks like he sleeps like a rock. She tapped on his window hoping that he would hear her. Naruto only shifted in his sleep, not bothering to wake up. Naruto, you idiot, wake up. Ino tapped harder this time. Naruto turned around, opening his eyes. He turned his attention to the window. What the? He blinked, running the sleep out of his eyes. He was trying to make sure that he was really seeing Ino out there. He got up and opened the window. Ino. He yawned. What the hell are you doing out here? Ino came into his apartment, leaning herself up against the windowsill. I came to talk to you. She stopped when she saw the black nightcap that he was wearing. What the fuck is that on top of your head? She pointed. It's what I always sleep in. And here I thought that your fashion sense couldn't get any worse. You've managed to outdo yourself this time for real. Naruto found that he was too tired to reply back to her at that moment. Another yawn escaped him. Maybe I'm dreaming. Okay, dream version of Ino, I'm going to sleep now. You can see yourself out. She sighed heavily before hitting him in the back of his head. Damn, that felt real. He groaned in pain. Are you up now, you moron? Do you finally realize that this isn't a dream? She shouted. Naruto nodded as he sat down again. He could see that there would be no sleeping for him. Not as long as Ino was standing there. He thought that it would be best to just let her talk. It's more like a nightmare. He muttered. What was that? No. Thing, Ino-chan, what did you want to talk about? I just thought that I should let you know that I managed to fix some of the damage you caused earlier. I still don't know what the hell was going through your mind. You took it way too far. Sakura and the others were completely unconvinced by your display. Naruto smiled apologetically up at her. I'm sorry. He shrugged his shoulders. So what happened after I left? Well, after we had our little confrontation. Sakura was curious to say the least. I tried to suggest that you asked me out because you wanted to try your luck with other girls. You know, maybe play the field a little. Also, I might have mentioned how beautiful I am. She spoke in a slightly amused tone. Yeah, whatever you say. Naruto brushed off that last comment. Then what happened? Hold on, I'm getting to it. Come on, Ino-chan, you woke me up, at least finish the story sometime tonight. Ino pouted, resisting the urge to hit him upside the head repeatedly. Anyway, why, to make a long story short, I ended up telling them that I might consider giving you a chance. The spiky-headed blonde fell over, landing on the floor. Get up, you idiot. I saved our plan from being completely destroyed. Ino-chan, I don't get it. How did saying that save things? Don't you get it? I said that I might give you a chance. Now all you have to do is ask me out again, and after some persuasion I'll say yes. Then we can really start putting this relationship into action, got it? Naruto nodded as he realized everything that Ino had explained to him. Okay, Ino, I got it. Good, well, I'm going to go home now. You seem to understand what to do. I'll see you around. Naruto rose to his feet as Ino was leaving. Hey Ino, wait up. I'll walk you home. She blinked curiously, turning around to face him. No, really, you don't have to. She tried to convince him. Yeah, I know, but it's late. It's not that big of a deal, I'll walk you. Besides, if we want to be convincing, we have to spend some time together, don't we? He asked her as he put on his jacket. Yeah, you're right. Thank you though. Sure, no problem. He gave her a smile. There was an awkward silence as they walked to Ino's house. It was mainly because neither one of them knew what to say at that moment. After a while, Ino decided to speak up. Hey Naruto. Yeah, he asked, turning his attention towards her. Those flowers, they were beautiful. You didn't really have to give them to me. I'm glad that you liked them, Ino-chan. It was all a part of the plan. I guess I didn't screw up everything, huh? No, I guess not. Jew. Saint, promise me no more crazy ass stunts like that. Huh? He laughed. I promise nothing. Yeah, figures he would say something like that. She rolled her eyes. The two blondes came to a stop in front of Ino's house. Alright, Ino-chan, home sweet home, I guess. Yeah, thanks again Naruto, so I guess. Before Ino could say anything, someone's voice was heard. This caused the both of them to turn around. Ino, what are you doing with Naruto at this time of night? Ino held her mouth open as she tried to think of some sort of excuse. She needed something and she needed it quick. Naruto simply ran his fingers through his hair. Shikamaru, it's nothing really, Ino said. Yeah, Naruto nodded. It's not like we were planning some type of secret meeting or anything. He shouted out loud in a nervous tone. Shikamaru raised an eyebrow to the both of them. Ino quickly grabbed Naruto, putting her hand over his mouth. Idiot, she muttered in his ear. She then looked up at her black-haired teammate. She then smiled for him. Naruto was just walking me home. We had a mission together. She quickly lied. So you know Naruto here, always the gentleman. He offered to walk me home. Isn't that right, Naruto? Yeah, he mumbled due to the fact that she still had her hand over his mouth. Ino let him. Shikamaru stared between the two of them. Whatever. He sighed. Anyway, I have to get this stuff home to my mom. You know how much she nags. Yeah, Ino nodded. We'll see you around, Shika. Later, Shikamaru. Naruto spoke. If Shikamaru had any other suspicions, he did not voice them. He only continued on his way home. Once he was gone, the platinum blonde turned her attention to Naruto. Way to go, Naruto. You might as well have told him everything, and save us the trouble of our plan having been found out by everyone. Sorry, Ino-chan, I got nervous. Shikamaru is smart, so he most likely had his suspicions about seeing us together. He probably won't say anything though. He'll be back to watchin' his clouds and playing shogi in no time. Naruto just figured that he'd better leave now before there were any other surprises. Besides, there was some sleep that he needed to catch up on. Okay, well, good night, Ino-chan. He yawned. I'll see you around. Right, she agreed. Later, as Ino approached the door to her house, to her surprise it was instantly opened. An older blonde-haired woman appeared at the door. Naruto could tell that she was obviously Ino's mother. They looked too similar to not be of some sort of relation. Oh, Ino-chan, you're home. I thought that I heard your voice. She paused when she saw Naruto. Suddenly a smile appeared on her face. Oh, were you on a date? What? No, mom, I wasn't. Don't be so rude, invite your handsome friend in. But Ino started. Naruto blinked as he tried to think of something to say. He needed to get out of this and fast. Mrs. Yamanaka, thank you for the offer. But it's fine, you don't have to invite me in. I was just making sure Ino-chan got home safe. And now that she's here, I should probably be on my way. Good night. Before he could get any further, Mrs. Yamanaka grabbed a hold of his arm. Ino felt like slapping herself upside the head. Was this really his idea of getting out of here fast? Saying what he just said would only make her mother want him to come in more. Nonsense, you were very sweet in making sure that Ino got home safely. Come, I insist. Naruto could not protest as he was now being dragged into the house. Ino sighed heavily as she followed behind the two of them into the house. This probably won't end well, she whispered. You just have a seat and I'll go make us some tea and dango. Mrs. Yamanaka, would you like some help? The young man offered. The older blonde-haired woman turned to face Naruto. She looked almost stunned, as if she couldn't believe he had even offered. Or rather, it was as if she wasn't at all used to a young man being polite. Handsome and polite, well, he's definitely an upgrade from the last boy I met. Wouldn't you agree, Ino-chan? Yeah, sure, mom. So does this handsome, polite young man have a name? She questioned. It's Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki. All right, Naruto. She smiled. Don't you worry about helping me. You just sit in here and make yourself at home. Ino sat down across from Naruto at the table. She waited until her mother left before turning her attention onto him. Listen up, when my mother gets back you need to make up some sort of excuse. Any kind of excuse, I don't care what it is. Just tell her that you have to leave. Yeah, that's all good, Ino-chan, but what exactly am I supposed to say to her? She seems pretty persistent. He noticed. Ino was about to say something when footsteps were heard. She saw not only her mother but her father as well. Oh shit, she thought. Her father was bound to scare Naruto shitless. She sort of felt bad for him now. He wasn't even her boyfriend's and her father would definitely start giving him the third degree. According to Inoichi, all boys were considered guilty until proven innocent. And even after that they could only be trusted to a certain extent. Bottom line, no boy was good enough for his princess right now. I thought that I heard voices. Ino, princess, why don't you introduce me to your friend? Inoichi spoke, his eyes never leaving Naruto. Naruto gulped at the serious look in Mr. Yamanaka's eyes. Oh hell, please don't let him kill him. Don't let him kill me. Naruto thought. Sure daddy. Naruto Uzumaki, this is my father Inoichi Yamanaka. Naruto, say hi. He nodded. Hi, hello Yamanaka-san. He managed to get the words out. Naruto then bowed before the elder male. See honey, isn't he polite? Why don't you have a seat and we can all enjoy some tea and dango? Mrs. Yamanaka seemed cheerful. Inoichi simply nodded as he sat down at the table. Naruto felt more and more uncomfortable by the minute. He was sure that he hadn't felt such tension in a long time. Would you like some dango, Naruto? Ino's mother asked. Sure. He mumbled as he took some dango off the plate. Inoichi took a sip of his tea before looking over to where Naruto was sitting. So Naruto, what are your intentions with my daughter? Intentions? Yes, your plans. Was this a one-time thing? Or do you intend to date my daughter? Ino tried to get his attention by kicking the whisker-faced boy underneath the table. OWW. He exclaimed. Don't worry daddy. Naruto doesn't have any plans, period. Isn't that right, Naruto? In fact, we weren't even on a date at all, were we? She asked with a serious look in those aqua-colored orbs. Oh Ino-chan, don't be embarrassed. If you were on a date, it's perfectly okay. The older woman told her daughter. Well, Inoichi started. If it was a date, I do hope that you were nothing but a complete gentleman, Naruto, because if you weren't, there could very well be consequences. Naruto did not like look in Inoichi's eyes. That was it, he had to get out of there right now before he was suddenly a dead man. The blonde male immediately stood up. Yamanaka-san, I promise you on my love ramen that nothing inappropriate happened between Ino and me. I wouldn't treat her that way. And now I really have to go. I've got a busy day tomorrow, you know how it is. A shinobi's work is never done, you know. He laughed. Thank you Mrs. Yamanaka for the dango, good night. He bowed once more before heading to the door. Goodbye Naruto, hopefully we will get to see more of you. Yeah, he nodded. If Mr. Yamanaka doesn't kill me first. Wait up Naruto, I'll walk you out. Ino called after him. Inoichi waited until both Ino and Naruto were gone before he spoke again. Strange one, that boy, he seems okay, a little anxious though. Well dear, you can be very intimidating, what did you expect? His wife asked. I only want the best for our princess, you know that. I like him dear. He's very polite, he could very well be good for Ino. Perhaps you should give him a chance. Maybe, he thought. Ino grabbed a hold of Naruto, trying to stop him from taking off. She wanted to at least get the chance to apologize to him. Naruto, wait a moment. Oh hell no, when I see GNED on for this, I didn't ask for your father to offer to break every bone in my body and kill me. He shouted. I'm sorry. She nodded. My father is, well, he's just a little overprotective. But don't worry, he won't hurt you, hopefully. Hopefully. He repeated. The platinum blonde just shot him a smile. Don't worry, it's not like you're my boyfriend or anything. You'll most likely never have to talk to my father again. We're only doing this to convince other people that we're a couple, not him, she reminded the whisker-faced boy. All Naruto could think about was getting home and going to sleep. A part of him had hoped that this had all been a dream. Maybe I'm still at home sleeping, he thought hopefully. Nah, that's too much to hope for. Ino-chan, I'm going to go home, okay? I'm tired and I really need to sleep. Yeah, hey Naruto, I was thinking that we should give it to a few days time before you ask me out again. Alright, that's fine. Okay. Good night Naruto. Night. Ino waited until he was completely gone from sight before heading back inside. She had to admit that given the circumstances, Naruto handled himself well. He seemed to impress her mother, that's for sure. He D pretty good, at least he'll be prepared when he meets Forehead's parents. Her parents looked up when she entered the living room. They appeared to be in deep conversation. What's wrong? Ino wondered. Ino, your father and I have decided that we want you to invite Naruto over for dinner. She looked surprised. Mom, Daddy, Naruto and I. Oh, so he is your boyfriend. Mrs. Yamanaka smiled widely. I knew it. He'll be good for you, I can tell. No mom, you don't understand. Boyfriend or not, if you're going to be spending time with Naruto, I still want the chance to get to know him, okay Ino? Mr. Yamanaka's voice held a serious tone. Ino figured that there was no use in arguing with her parents. If they wanted Naruto over for dinner then they would have it. Fine daddy, if you insist, I'll ask and see when it's a good time for him to come over. Oh Ino-chan, is tea here any meal in particular that he likes? He'll eat whatever you prepare dear and he'll like it. Inoichi spoke. Ino didn't even have to think twice about what Naruto's favorite food was. She may not have been very close to him, but everyone knew that he was a ramen addict. Make ramen mom. Make ramen and lots of it. Now I'm going to bed if no one minds, it's been a long day. Ino marched up the stairs to her room. She could literally feel a headache coming on. She was starting to wonder if this so-called relationship would be stressful like this today. If so, then the blonde knew that she was going to have her work cut out for her. And now my parents want him over for dinner, just great. That'll be a night to remember. And probably not a good one at that. She closed her eyes preparing to go to sleep. Oh well, I'll deal with this another time. I'm way too tired to think. With that being said, the blonde teen found herself drifting off to sleep. Halfway across Konoha, her blonde counterpart had finally made his way to his apartment. Naruto plopped down on his bed, placing his hands behind his head. Damn, this was a long day. First I get in the head not just by Sakura-chan but by Ino too. Then Shikamaru finds us together, and now I think Mr. Yamanaka secretly wants to cause me have a slow painful death. Naruto sighed. This is either going to help me or send me to an early grave. Oh well, this is Ino's plan, I'm sure she's got it covered. At least I hope that she does. So this is it, huh? Naruto started as he stared down as his blonde counterpart. Yeah, it's now or never. I'll go in first and you come in later and ask me out, and we'll figure the rest of it out from there. Ino said. Naruto looked stunned as he opened his mouth wide. What? You mean you don't have any idea what you're doing? Ino, I thought that you had this whole thing planned out. Ino shrugged her shoulders, smiling sheepishly. Naruto sighed, hitting himself upside the head. I don't believe this. Sorry, it's not like we had time to sit and really plan this all out. Naruto said nothing as he resisted the urge to bang his head upside the wall in frustration. So there was still every chance that their plan could possibly fail. Then again, no plan was completely foolproof. There was always room for error. Fine, let's just get this over with. Right, she agreed. Oh, she stopped, turning to look at him. Naruto, whatever you do, don't screw up. Yeah, don't worry. I won't screw up. Ino raised an eyebrow to him in suspicion. Yeah, well, you should probably have some sort of signal to warn me, if you have something idiotic planned out. I need to be aware of these things. I'll cough really loudly if things go wrong. He decided. Ino seemed to agree to this, for she said nothing else to him. The platinum blonde entered the restaurant to see most of their friends. She saw Sakura, Hinata, Kiba, Neji, Lee, and Ten. Hey Ino, what's up? Come on and join us. We were just about to have lunch. Sakura said to her. Sure, okay. She agreed as she sat down beside Neji and Sakura. The two couples were sitting across from them. So how are our favorite couples doing today? Ino asked cheerfully. Hinata blushed as Kiba squeezed her hand underneath the table. We're good, you don't have to worry. Kiba nodded. I should hope so. I wouldn't want Hinata-sama to feel anything other than contentment when she's around you. Neji spoke in his usual calm manner. Kiba frowned as he resisted the urge to shout something at the stoic Hyuga. Neji ni-san, Kiba-kun treats me very well. You don't have to worry. She assured him. Good. He nodded. Ino could feel the tension in the room. Okay, well, let's order something, she said, trying to clear the tension away. Meanwhile, Naruto paced back and forth outside. Damn, what the hell can I say when I go in there? He thought. Yo Naruto. He heard his name. Blue-eyed male turned around to see both Choji and Shikamaru. Hey Shikamaru, Choji, what's going on? Nothing, Choji just wanted to grab something to eat. And since we just got back from a mission, I decided to tag along. What, it's not too troublesome for you, Shikamaru? Naruto laughed. Some things aren't always troublesome. But at the sound of the black-haired male's stomach, Naruto smiled knowingly. You're starving, huh? Yeah, he only nodded. So am I. Choji agreed. Let's go in already. The three teens entered the restaurant only to see that their friends were there as well. Ino looked up to see Naruto, Shikamaru, and Choji. She smiled to herself. This really couldn't get any more perfect if they had planned everything. Now that so many of their friends were here, they see. Old be convincing in front of all of them. Hey Naruto, Choji, Shikamaru, come over and join us, okay? The blonde Kunoichi shouted to them. Alright geez Ino, we can hear you no. Shikamaru sighed. Quote, yeah but now we're probably deaf in one or both of our ears. Naruto teased. I heard that Uzumaki. She frowned. As the three males went to sit down, Naruto decided to take some action in his plan with Ino. Hey Choji, do you mind if I sit next to Ino-chan? He asked. No, but why would you even want to? I didn't know that you two were that close. We aren't. Ino intervened, but if he wants to sit next to me I won't stop him. Sakura blinked in confusion. Something was up with those two for sure. They were both just acting way too weird. What's with you Naruto? I would have thought that you wanted to sit next to Sakura or something. Shikamaru asked his friend. It was no secret that everyone knew about Naruto's crush on Sakura. Nah, it's cool. I want to sit next to Ino-chan today, besides someone has to make sure that she eats. He laughed out loud. The aqua-colored-eyed teen hit him in the stomach. Shut up and sit, she told him. Sure thing. He nodded. Before long, barbecue pork, sushi, onigiri, and naturally ramen had been ordered for the entire table. Hey Choji, Shika, how was your mission? Ino asked them. It went well, Choji said through mouthfuls of pork. It was troublesome but we managed to handle things. Kiba had leaned over pecking Hinata's cheek. She blushed slightly at the contact. The blue-haired girl wasn't nearly as shy as she used to be, but naturally she still had some of her previous tendencies. Ah, that's really so cute. Ino cooed. Naruto coughed loudly, trying to let her know that he was ready to begin. She on the other hand assumed that he was about to do something stupid. What's the matter Naruto? Do you need some water? Here, drink. She forcefully grabbed him, pouring the ice-cold water down his throat. Damn you, he thought as he swallowed the water. He let out a breath. Gee Ino-chan, I didn't know that you cared so much. Does this mean that you'll take me up on that date? The table was silenced, just waiting for her answer. Ino blinked, realizing that he had started their plan. It was now up to come up with something. I already said no, didn't I? Yeah, I know, but I told you that I wasn't going to give up. Naruto stood up, placing both of his hands onto the table. Come on Ino-chan, let's go out. Ino stood up as well, staring into his cerulean blue orbs. No Naruto. You'll have fun, I promise. Listen to me Naruto, the answer is no, we aren't going anywhere. Naruto pouted, folding his arms. Why won't you listen to reason? You'll have fun with me, I promise. No, no, no times infinity. She shook her head, ponytail swinging and all. Yes, yes, yes times infinity, and 1 + 3 bowls of pork ramen. There, now you have to say yes to me. You can't dare go back on the ramen. He smiled. The platinum blonde sighed heavily. This was going on for way too long. It was time to put the finishing touches onto their plan. Alright, already fine. You can take me out if it will get you to shut up. Pick me up at Friday around 7 and don't you dare be late, do you hear me? Yes ma'am. He nodded eagerly. I'll be there, I got to go though, so I'll see you around guys. The blonde male said no more as he quickly jetted up out of the restaurant. Ino watched him leave, resisting the urge to go after him. Instead, Sakura had got up from the table first. I'm going to go talk to him, she decided. What the hell did we just see? Naruto asking Ino out. Kiba spoke. Yeah, well, strange things happen all the time, I guess. Choji said. Our friend is just bursting with the flames of youth. Lee's voice held its usual enthusiasm. Tay. Nten pulled her boyfriend back into his seat. Lee-kun, shut up, okay. She smiled as she kissed his cheek, causing a blush to rise to his cheeks. Ino on the other hand had not been paying attention to anything being said. In truth, she was curious as to what Naruto and Sakura were talking about. She wasn't really sure why she even cared though. It's none of my business, he'll tell me later anyway, she decided. Meanwhile, outside, Sakura had finally caught up to Naruto. Hey Naruto, can we talk for a moment? She wondered. Oh hey Sakura-chan, what's up? Well, everything's good with me, but what's going on with you? Why the sudden interest in Ino Pig? Ah, he paused. It's just going to be for one date. Are you jealous, Sakura-chan? He grinned. The pink-haired medic Nin paused at his question. She wasn't really sure on how to answer him. Well, it's okay if you are. Sakura didn't know if she was jealous or not. And even if she was, she wasn't about to admit it in front of Naruto. No, I'm not. I just wanted to see if you were okay. I still can't believe that you asked Ino out. Yeah, me either. He thought to himself. Yeah, well, it's just one date, that's all I have to get going. I'll see you, okay, Sakura-chan. She only blinked curiously, deciding to leave it alone for a while. When she entered the restaurant, she saw that Ino was gone as well. Hey, where did Ino go? She said something about going to prepare for the worst date of her life, and then she bailed. Kiba answered the green-eyed girl. Maybe it won't be so bad. Ten started. Hell, maybe they'll even like each other or something. There was another pause of silence before Choji and Kiba started busting out laughing. Ino falling for our number one, hyperactive knucklehead. Nah, I just can't see it. Well, why not? Why is it so hard to imagine? I mean, they actually have a lot in common. They're both loud, outspoken, it just may work. Sakura stood there with her finger to her chin as she appeared to be in deep thought. They said that they were going out on Friday, right? Hi, Sakura-chan. Hinata nodded. Well, let's follow them and see how it all turns out. I bet 50 Ryo that it's going to be a complete disaster. I'm with you, Sakura. Kiba nodded, placing his bet with the pink-haired girl. It's troublesome and I don't know why this is any of my business. But it could work, those two are similar. They may be able to make something out of this date. I agree too. Hinata spoke. I believe that Naruto-kun and Ino-chan's personalities are very similar. Sakura could see that everyone was picking sides. What do you say, Ten? You up for a friendly little bet? I think that you hang around Tsunade-sama too much. But hell yeah, I'm up for this little bet. 500 Ryo was it. Yep, 500 Ryo and the loser have to clean up the winner's apartments for a week. You're on. So it's me, Hinata, and Shikamaru versus you and Kiba. Don't forget about me. Choji spoke. I mean, I agree that those two are ally. But sometimes two of the same can end in disaster. Thanks, Choji. Sakura smiled. I will have no part in this silly little bet of yours. It's up to Ino and Naruto to decide how far they are going to go. Neji said. Lee-kun, what about you? What's your take on this? And I swear if you even mention anything at all about youth. Hey, he laughed. I'd prefer not to bet on anything but 10-10 ch. And you know that I am always on your side. She nodded because that was the answer that she had been looking for. There you have it. Neji's neutral, Hinata, Shikamaru, and Lee agree with me. While you, Choji, and Kiba think that it's going to be a disaster. You're kind of outnumbered, Sakura. You sure you still want to go through with this? The brown-haired girl asked. The green-eyed girl just smirked, looking very enthusiastic. There was no way in hell she was going to back down just because she was outnumbered. I'm game. It doesn't matter about the numbers or the odds. All that really matters is the outcome. Yeah, you definitely hang out with Tsunade-sama too much. The group of friends laughed at this. Although it was true, Sakura could very well be described as a young Tsunade or Tsunade version 2.0 if you will. Hell, even Tsunade Jr. would suffice. Okay, that's enough laughter. I think this will be fun though, and maybe we can find out why Naruto's acting so weird. The pink-haired girl said. So everything's finalized, are we all in? Kiba asked as he raised his glass. Everyone looked around the room, raising their glasses as well, some with sake, others with water. Yes, looks like we all agree. Sakura started. Here's to the bet. The bet. All the other voices shouted out with their glasses raised high in the air. Naruto had been on his way to his apartment when a voice stopped him dead in his tracks. So what did you and Sakura talk about? He exclaimed. The blonde male looked up to see Ino sitting in the tree above him. Ino, what the hell are you doing up there? She jumped down from her spot, landing in front of him. I knew that you would eventually come through here. I just wanted to know what you and Sakura talked about. Naruto stood in silence for a moment. He wasn't really sure what to make of any of this. Why did Ino care anyway? It wasn't like it was any of her business. She just wanted to know why I was taking you out on Friday. Interesting, Ino said before walking off. Naruto followed after her. What do you mean interesting? What's so interesting? All that growing up you did and you're still as dense as ever, huh? The fact that she even questioned why we're going out Friday means that she's interested. Hell, she might even be jealous for all we know. You really think so, Ino-chan? Yeah, she might be. It's hard to tell what goes on through that head of hers. So we just have to make sure that this date goes extremely well. So we can pretend to be a couple right away. That way it will make everyone believe us, especially forehead. Naruto only nodded, then gave her a warm bright smile. You got it. Ino, we can pull this off, believe it. Yeah, let's hope so. Anyway, pick me up around 7 on Friday. Don't worry about doing it. Hing serious, technically it's not a real date. I'm sure if that's what you want. There was a moment of silence. Naruto turned his attention elsewhere and Ino stared down at her fingernails. I feel like I should say something. He thought. I have to run. My mom wants me at the flower shop today. So I guess that I will see you on Friday then. Yeah, I guess so, see you later, Ino-chan. Later. She waved, leaving the blue-eyed male standing there. He waited until she was completely out of sight before leaving himself. That was awkward, he whispered. A part of Naruto had always wondered if there was even a point to any of this. Would he get Sakura in the end? Or would he get over his crush on the pink-haired female like Ino had suggested? Well, whatever happens, it's not like I'll fall for Ino or something. He laughed at the absurdity. No way will that happen. Halfway across town, another blonde had similar thoughts on her mind. Was this really all for nothing? Could he even get over his crush on Sakura? Ino wasn't completely sure why she had wanted to help at first. It did have something to do with the fact that she thought it would be fun to see Sakura's reaction. But now it was starting to become more than that. Spending time with Naruto had made her see that he was a good guy. And he deserved to have what he wanted. If he genuinely wants her, then it's up to me to step up my game. I'll help him as best as I can. She decided. Besides, it's not like I'll end up falling for him or something. She laughed at the sheer thought of it. No, that won't happen. Before anyone realized it, Friday had arrived. Naruto stood in the bathroom getting dressed for the big date. He decided on a black t-shirt and a pair of black pants. He looked in the mirror. It was certainly a change from his trademark orange. I bet Ino-chan will be surprised that I'm not wearing orange. Hey, he laughed. She might not even recognize me or something. He also decided against wearing his HEA.D band, choosing to leave his hair out and wilder than usual. Yes, Uzumaki Naruto was looking his best today and he was ready for his first non-official date. He may have been ready, but Yamanaka Ino on the other hand was not. She rummaged through her closet in search of something to wear. Damn it. I have no idea what to wear. When there was a knock at her door, she looked up and stopped what she was doing. Ino, honey, is everything alright in there? Yes, mom, I'm just looking for something to wear. I've got plans in a few hours. At this, her mother came into the room smiling for her daughter. Oh, I remember these times. I used to struggle to find outfits to wear on my dates with your father all the time. Yeah, but this is different, the younger blonde said as she went back to looking through her clothes. I got it. She picked up a black skirt, a pair of red shorts to go underneath, with a light red tank top, and decided on a black jacket to put over her. It'll look fine, honey. I'm sure Naruto won't care what you wear. What? Mom, how did you? Wait, who says that I had plans with Naruto? Call it mother's intuition if you want. But I suppose that he'll be coming to pick you up in a little while. You'd better get ready, dear. Sure. She nodded as she went to get ready for her date. Ino had to admit that she was curious. She wondered if Naruto had something planned. Knowing him, he might just surprise me with something. I just hope that whatever it is, it's not too crazy. The blonde kunoichi sat down and waited for Naruto to come pick her up. Why don't you wear your hair out, Ino, honey? You look so pretty with your hair down. Naruto will be blown away. But mom, I don't think. She wanted to say that it really didn't matter what she did with her hair. It wasn't as if Naruto would even care about how she wore her hair. Trust me, it'll be fine. I'm your mother, you can trust my judgment. Okay mom, whatever you say. Ino did as her mother suggested and released her hair from its ponytail. Her long blonde locks cascaded around her shoulders. You look beautiful, dear. Naruto won't know what hit him. Yeah, I hope he gets here soon. It's almost 7. The blonde male was making his way to the Yamanaka household. He felt a sudden nervousness run through him. He was mostly afraid of Mr. Yamanaka. What if he wanted to grill him with questions again, or worse, what if he tried to kill him? I'm too young to die, he thought. Yo Naruto. Good evening, Naruto-kun. He heard He looked to see Kiba and Hinata. Oh hey Hinata-chan, Kiba you two out on a date or something? Yes something like that, Kiba said as to not give away that they would be following him and Ino around tonight. Are you on your way to pick up Ino-chan? Hinata asked. Yep, he nodded. Oh I better run it's almost 7. I'll see you both around. Bye. The couple waved to the blonde-haired male and waited until he was gone. He won't even notice that we're tailing him. We can meet up with everyone else later. Kiba spoke out loud. But Kiba-kun shouldn't we have asked where he was taking Ino-chan? The brown-haired boy blinked. Oh shit. He cursed. Yeah probably oh well I guess. We'll find out soon enough and then tell the others. Naruto arrived at Ino's house to be greeted by Mrs. Yamanaka. Oh hello Naruto-kun come in Ino will be right down. Alright Mrs. Yamanaka. He nodded as he entered the house. Ino-chan get down here okay. Naruto is here. Naruto looked around in a somewhat nervous manner. My don't we look handsome tonight? She noticed. Oh thanks Mrs. Yamanaka, Mr. Yamanaka isn't around is he? You know somewhere waiting to kill me. He wanted to say. She chuckled lightly. Inoichi could be very intimidating when he wanted to be. No he had a last-minute mission he won't be home for days. The young man sighed in relief. He was saved for now anyway. Ino came down the stairs Naruto's eyes widened in surprise. Ino stopped as she saw the handsome boy standing in her living room. Ino-chan. His voice held a hint of surprise. Nah, Naruto. You're not wearing purple. He pointed to her. And you're not wearing that horrible orange. He frowned as she insulted his favorite color. Your hair it's not in a ponytail. You look really pretty like that. And wow he really cleans up nicely. He looks hot. She thought to herself. You look different Naruto but it's a good different. Are those flowers for me? She asked as she walked over to the blonde dressed in black. Yeah here. You didn't get them from our flower shop did you? That would have been tacky. I know I didn't get them from here. I picked them up myself. I'll put them in some water. Ino's mother interrupted. You two get going and have fun. Okay bye mom. I'll be back around 10 or so. Bye Mrs. Yamanaka have a good evening. Thank you Naruto-kun. She waved as the two shinobi left the house. It was quiet as they walked the street side by side. Ino couldn't stop King about how different he looked right now. She would be lying if she didn't say he looked damn good. Ino-chan are you alright? Yes I'm fine I guess I still can't believe that you're not wearing orange. Yeah, he laughed. And you aren't wearing purple that's a first. Ino was about to turn to the left but noticed that Naruto kept walking straight. Naruto Ichiraku's is this way. Yeah, I know that but we aren't going to Ichiraku's. I thought that we could go somewhere different. Is that okay? He was going to take them somewhere that didn't involve ramen. Was she dreaming? If so and someone needed to pinch her now so that she could wake up. A problem are you kidding this is great lead the way. Naruto smiled for her and continued to lead the way. Ino was surprised to see that. They were at a very nice restaurant by the name of Yuichiro's. It was definitely an upgrade from the ramen bar. Ino had to say that she was impressed. Wow he really is unpredictable. Sakura is going to be one really lucky girl. The blondes were seated at a table. Naruto even held out her chair for her as she sat down. She thought that this was very gentlemanlike of him. She also noticed that the table they were sitting was by the window. It gave them a great view of the flower gardens outside. I picked this place especially for you Ino-chan. There's no ramen. He pouted at this. And they have a nice view of some flowers here. Quote. Ino thought that it was incredibly sweet of him to do this. She hadn't been considering this a real date but somehow he was starting to make her feel like it was one. Naruto, she started. He looked up his cerulean blue orbs staring into her aqua-colored pools. Yeah what's up? You really didn't have to do any of this. Yeah but it's for appearances right. I had to impress you. He grinned. Well this is definitely impressive. Menus were placed in front of them. But the two blondes didn't know that there were several pairs of eyes watching from the safety of the bushes. Sakura, Tenten, Lee, Kiba, and Hinata were watching. They had a bet going on it was important that they be here for this. So what's happening so far? Sakura asked as she had just arrived. Nothing really they just sat down a few minutes ago. I don't believe it Naruto's not wearing orange. Sakura's eyes widened in surprise. Yeah I know. Kiba laughed. It's a miracle. So where's Shikamaru? The pink-haired girl asked Tenten, noticing that he was not there. Oh, you know, this was far too troublesome, so he stayed home. He wants to know what happens later though. Speak. Ing of which, where is Choji? He should be here too. He couldn't make it either, something about a mission he had to go on with his father. I guess it's just us then. It looks that way. Meanwhile inside the restaurant, Naruto and Ino were eating in silence. No one really knew what to say right now. It felt sort of awkward. Come on, say something, damn it. Ino thought. I don't know why Ino-chan isn't talking. She's always talking. The platinum blonde looked up, staring at Naruto for a moment. Naruto. What's up? You have a little bit of sauce on your cheek. I do, damn. I'll get it. Shish. He leaned over with a napkin and began to wipe his face. Naruto flinched at her soft touch. Hold still, alright. Hi, sorry Ino-chan. Ino stared down into those beautiful blue orbs of his. She couldn't believe she never noticed how intense and gorgeous they were. Was his eyes always this blue? She wondered as she let him go. Thanks a lot, Ino. Sure. Did you see that? Sakura pointed. They looked just like a couple. Tenten finished with a smirk. Lee could not control the happiness that he was feeling. He stood up with his fist clenched. Ino-chan and Naruto-kun are just beginning tea. Oh, feel the burning flames of their youth. He shouted. Shut up, Lee. Kiba, Tenten, and Sakura pulled the black-haired male back to the ground. Lee-kun, be quiet before we're spotted. The brunette warned her boyfriend. Inside the restaurant, Ino shuddered. What's wrong, are you cold? Naruto wondered. No, it's just a sort of feeling that I had. It felt strange. Naruto, do you feel like we're being watched or something? Naruto took a sip of his drink as he thought more about what Ino had asked. No, I didn't feel anything strange just now. Okay, well, maybe it was just me then. Naruto, when we avenue here, I think that you should hold my hand. He jumped back. I thought that you weren't considering this a real date. It's possible that we might run into one of our friends. We have to it look like we're enjoying ourselves. That's true, I guess. He nodded. Okay, I'll hold your hand. She sensed his reluctance. Don't worry, I don't have any diseases or anything. You'll be fine. Oh, I didn't mean to. He paused. Never mind, let's get going, okay? There's a special place that I want to show you. Alright. As they were leaving, Naruto immediately reached for Ino's hand. I don't believe it. Kiba started. Tenten couldn't contain the smile on her face. She had this in the bag for sure. She didn't even feel the need to follow them around anymore. Sakura, you should probably pay up that 500 ryo now and save yourself the embarrassment. Come on, Lee, let's go, I think that we've seen enough. Before Sakura could respond, the black-haired boy sneezed. Achoo. Lee wiped his nose. Did you hear that? Ino spoke. Yeah. Naruto nodded. It came from over there. Oh shit. Kiba and Sakura cursed. Just then the two of them and Hinata jumped back, leaving the couple sitting there. Tenten was starting to panic. She then grabbed Lee, pulling him towards here. Lee-kun, kiss me now. Ino lead the way towards the bushes, looking over them to see the couple in a lip lock. Naruto fall. Owed behind her, his eyes widened as he saw who it was. Tenten-chan, Lee. Oh, hello Naruto-kun, Ino-chan. Lee smiled. What are you two doing out here behind the bushes? The platinum blonde asked. Tenten wrapped her arms around Lee, smiling for the two blondes. So if I want to kiss my boyfriend behind some bushes, then what's wrong with that? Yeah, it's not like we were committing a crime. No, sighed as she reached for Naruto's hand. She figured that they should leave now before things got any stranger. You guys are sick. You're just sick. Ino shouted at them. Come on Naruto, let's go. Alright. Good night you guys. Sakura, Kiba, and Hinata waited until they were gone from sight before coming back. Tenten had half the mind to curse them out for leaving in that way. At least I know who I can count on when things get a little tough. The brunette spoke. Sorry, it was Lee's fault anyway, he sneezed. Sakura grinned apologetically. Tenten just rolled her eyes, deciding not to say anything. We'll just have to wait and ask the two of them how they felt about it. But don't think that you've won just yet, Tenten. Sakura yawned. It's getting late, we should probably call it a night. Yes Sakura, I think that we pretty much lost this bet. They didn't kill each other, argue or anything at all like that. Hell, they were even holding hands. Kiba told the pink-haired medic Nin. No, I guess I just expected their personalities to clash or something. It's okay Sakura-chan, you didn't expect to lose, that's all. Tenten laughed as she put her hand on the younger girl's shoulder. Whatever. She sighed. I'm going home, I'll see you guys later. She waved. Later. Kiba nodded. Bye Sakura-chan. Hinata spoke. Bye Sakura, and don't forget when you clean my apartment that includes my weapons. All of my weapons, she added with a smile. Okay Tenten, I got it. She laughed at her friend before disappearing into the night. Ino found that Naruto had taken her to the top of the Hokage monument. He had yet to let go of her hand. She assumed that it was because he had become used to it in that short amount of time. Naruto, you can let go now, it's okay. Oh yeah, I'm sorry, I forgot. He slowly let her hand go, the warmth fading quickly. So what are we doing here besides the fact that it's a great view of Konoha from up here? Well, you remember when you took to your favorite place. This is my favorite place, I like to come up here and think sometimes. He remembered my flower field. She thought. Yeah, I can see why, you do want to become Hokage after all. Yeah, he nodded. Come on, sit, it's still early, I don't have to take you home just yet, right? Nope. She shook her head as she sat beside him. Naruto laid down, putting his hands behind his head as he gazed up at the sky. I like watching the stars. When I was little I used to try to reach out and touch them. Naruto laughed. Yeah, Ino nodded. I think that all kids are like that. Maybe I just always set my goals kind of high. I used to imagine that I was up there with them. You know what's higher than the stars? He looked suddenly serious. I'm sorry Ino-chan, I'm not making much sense, am I? You're making perfect sense to me. Naruto, I'm sure that you'll make a great Hokage one day. The blonde boy sat up, locking eyes with her. You really think so? Yeah, I do. Call it woman's intuition. She laughed. Okay, well that's good enough for me. He grinned, giving her the thumbs up. There was silence for a moment as Ino turned her gaze elsewhere. Naruto, let's not waste any more time. I think that we've done a damn good job of convincing people that we could be a couple. So are you ready to start acting like one as soon as possible? Yeah, he nodded. I'm more than ready Ino-chan. She gave him a bright smile and put out her hand for him to shake. Then let the games begin, Uzumaki. He smiled back, shaking her hand. You're on, Yamanaka. Ino sat down on the bench with her eyes closed as she sat thinking. It was really such a nice, peaceful, relaxing afternoon. She found that she could just sit here all day if she had allowed it. Her peace was soon interrupted by the sound of several pairs of feet making their way over to her. So how did it go? Sakura asked. Yeah, how did your big date with Naruto go? Was it just the best time that you ever had? Tenten said. Or was it a complete nightmare? A pair of bright aqua-colored eyes opened. She focused her attention onto her friends. How rude did they have to be right now? Didn't they realize that they were disturbing her relaxation? What's wrong with you guys? Why the hell are you asking so many questions? We're just curious, you didn't seem too thrilled about the date, you know. Kiba spoke. So what's up, Ino Pig, did you enjoy yourself or what? Ino could have sworn that she saw a hint of desperation in those jade green pools. Please say that you had a lousy time. Sakura thought to herself. She didn't want to lose the bet to Tenten. She hoped that her 500 ryo could be saved. Ino leaned back against the bench. She could feel everyone's eyes on her. They were just waiting for her to give them an answer. Well, Ino started. Well, what happened? Speak already. It went well. I actually had a good time. Naruto was a complete gentleman. He was very sweet. Sakura sighed and Tenten cheered loudly. Looks like we won, huh guys? She turned her attention to Lee, Hinata, and the lazy Nara. Pay up Sakura. The pink-haired medic Nin held her head down in defeat. Ino paused while she processed the events in front of her. It sounded like they all had a bet going on. What the hell? You mean you guys had a bet going on? Yep. Choji nodded. Sakura, Kiba and I betted that it would be a disaster. On the other hand, Hinata, Lee, and Shikamaru placed their bets with me that it would go well. Tenten admitted. Ino sat in awe at her friends. Did they have so little to do with their OWN lives that they placed bets on something so ridiculous? The blonde had expected the attention, but she really hadn't thought it would get this far. So is that why you and Lee were hiding in the bushes? You were spying on us. You guys really are sick, all of you. She added. Okay, we've already established that, so give us some details. We didn't see everything. There's not a lot to say. He picked me up, brought me some flowers. We ate at this really nice restaurant, and after we sat up on the Hokage monument for a while just watching the stars. That sounds really nice, Ino-chan. Hinata said. Yeah, Ino nodded. The platinum blonde could only think of one thing that upset the night. She didn't know why it happened, the only thing she knew was that it wasn't Naruto's fault in the slightest. Only it did leave her wondering. Flashback. Naruto was walking Ino back home when a middle-aged man had bumped into her. It caused her to fall back. She would have fallen if Naruto hadn't caught her before she hit the ground. Are you okay, Ino-chan? He questioned with his arms wrapped around her waist. Yeah, I'm okay, no thanks to this jerk. Apologize to her, Naruto told the man. The man blinked. He looked as if he had been drinking or something. Oh, I'm sorry, sweetness, but if you don't mind my asking, what are you doing with this monster? He pointed to Naruto. Monster, Ino repeated. Yeah, are you saying that you don't know about him? He's a beast. Naruto frowned slightly. He then took Ino's hand within his. Let's go, okay, Ino-chan. You should probably go get sober, you stink of alcohol. Ino gave the man one last look before she and Naruto walked away. All she could really think about was what he had just said. Once they were away from the drunken male, Naruto slowly let her hand go. I'm sorry he knocked you down. Quote, yeah, that's alright, don't worry about it. But Naruto, what was that back there? Why did he call you a monster? You may have been a knucklehead, but you're not a monster. Naruto immediately stopped walking. His back was turned to her as he stood frozen for a moment. He soon turned to look at her, shooting her a brave smile. Don't worry about that. Come on, let's get you home. End of flashback. I still wonder what that was all about. What's up, Ino? Why do you look like you're so far away right now? I was only thinking, that's all. Anyway, Naruto and I had a good time. In fact, we're going out again. Tenten's face seemed to light up at this little revelation. I knew that you two would be able to get along. Sakura, how do you want to pay me that 500 ryo? Will you be paying in small installments, or can I expect you to pay up front in full? You'll get your money. Sakura nearly growled. You should have never made that bet, forehead. I bet this was all your idea anyway. None of you should have. Actually, it was up to Naruto and me to decide if we would enjoy ourselves. You had a good time though, we got that. Let it go, Sakura, you've lost. Shikamaru tried to warn her. Yeah, I know. Here, Tenten. She reached into her purse, taking out the 500 ryo. Thanks, Sakura, let me know if you ever want to lose again. Oh no, there will be no more betting on my personal life. It's rude, not to mention it makes you guys look like you have absolutely no life whatsoever. I'm going to go though and see if I can find Naruto. We do have another date coming up. And with that, she left her friends alone to ponder everything. You guys, what do you make of all of that? Choji asked. What can we make of it? She said that she had fun. Ino wouldn't lie about having a good time, but Sakura started. You still want to ask Naruto, huh? Kiba asked. Yeah, it doesn't hurt to get a second opinion. Maybe I just might get my 500 ryo back. She thought hopefully. Sakura, I think it's a negative on that one. Yeah, you're probably right. Anyway, let's go find him, he should be around here somewhere. Meanwhile, Naruto stood on the streets of Konoha in a slight panic. There he was, so close to the Yamanaka's flower shop and so far away from Ichiraku's. If I make a run for it, maybe I can avoid seeing Mr. Yamanaka. He took a deep breath and ran off past the flower shop. I'm home free. Naruto. A deep voice was heard. Oh fuck. He cursed mentally. Naruto stopped, turning around to see none other than Inoichi Yamanaka. Hello Yamanaka-san. He nodded. What's this I hear about you taking Ino out on a date? Well, I hope that you were nothing but a complete gentleman's son. He put his hand onto the young man's shoulder. Naruto swallowed hard, staring up into those intense eyes. Yeah, of course. And it wasn't really a date. It was. So you were only using my daughter? What, no sir. Daddy. Ino's voice was heard. She was now making her way over to the two of them. Ino-chan, you're home. I was just having a friendly chat with Naruto here about your date. Somehow Ino didn't buy that. Naruto seemed scared shitless once again. Daddy, don't scare him, okay? We had a great time, right Naruto-kun? Yeah, he only nodded. In fact, we're going out again, aren't we? Sure, if you don't mind, Mr. Yamanaka. The taller male stood with his arms folded. He stared between his daughter and the second blonde. Very well, I suppose I couldn't stop you even if I tried, huh, princess? Ino smiled for her father. You got it. Ino nodded. Ino talked to Naruto about what we spoke about. Alright. I have to go now, I'll see you in a few days. Alright, bye daddy. Bye. Goodbye Naruto. Goodbye Yamanaka-san. Once her was gone from sight, Ino walked over to him. She wanted to make sure that he was okay after his encounter with her dad. Are you alright? Oh yeah, I'm fine. There's no problem here. He sighed. Why Ino, I think that we're going to have to plan this better, you know, since your father is trying to kill me. He exclaimed. The blue-eyed female chuckled lightly at the hilarious expression on his face. Naruto looked down at her, blinking curiously. What's so funny? It's nothing, I'm sorry about my father. She apologized. It's fine, but what did he mean? What do we have to talk about? Ino remembered that she was supposed to invite him over for dinner. It wasn't as if she had completely forgotten. She just chose not to bring it up to him. She also hoped that maybe her father would have forgotten. But that was hoping for too much. Oh, that you don't have to worry about it right now. Alright, whatever you say. His stomach started grumbling. It made him remember that he had been on his way to Ichiraku's. I guess you're starving off to Ichiraku's, it is then, right? You got it. He smiled. I haven't had any ramen for days since our non-date. Days. Ino repeated. I really didn't think that you could go that long without your ramen fix. Ha, very funny Ino-chan. There was silence as the two blondes stared at one another. Ino turned her attention elsewhere and Naruto did too. He same running his fingers through his blonde locks. Ino wasn't sure why she had felt suddenly strange around him. Perhaps it was because her mind was still on the events of their date. She honestly had a pretty good time with him. Hey, I'm going to go, alright, that ramen is calling. Yeah, I'll see you around then. Naruto waved goodbye and headed towards Ichiraku's. He didn't get far when he heard Ino call out to him. Hey Naruto, wait. Quote. Yeah. He turned back to meet her gaze. I just wanted to say that I had a pretty good time, thanks. Sure, I'm glad that you had fun, Ino-chan. Naruto, there you are. The blonde male looked to see Sakura followed by the rest of their friends. Sakura-chan, what's up? Hey, I'm glad that I ran into you. I was wondering how your date with Ino went. Yeah, tell us, Naruto. Sakura here seems to be under the impression that your date was a complete disaster. Tenten smiled rather smugly. Naruto blinked again. Ino sighed and started to make her way closer to the group of friends. Naruto, you won't believe this, but our idiotic friends had a bet going on about our date. Really? Wow, you guys are lame. Ino-chan and I had a great time, didn't we? He grinned. Yeah, that's what I tried to tell them. Sakura's just upset because she's out 500 ryo. Sakura nodded but then put a warm smile on her face. Well, I'm glad that you two had fun. Naruto, Ino said that you two are going out again. Yeah, we are. That's nice. I'm just glad that you guys didn't kill each other. Sakura spoke. Naruto could see that he would not be getting his ramen anytime soon. Damn, what's a guy have to do to get a meal around here? He thought. Ino couldn't help but notice the look on Naruto's face. She then put her hand to his shoulder. This contact caused him to look at her. Hey Naruto, we better get going. Going, he repeated. Yeah, didn't you say something about going to Ichiraku's? Let's go, I bet you're starving. Hi. Let's go then, Ino-chan. We'll see you guys later. We'd invite you, but it's sort of just for the two of us, you know. Ino winked. She then linked arms with Naruto. Alright, see you guys. Tenten waved. She waited until they were gone before talking again. They look so cute together. I'd say that we'll be seeing them together real soon. What? You don't mean that you think that they're going to start dating or something? Sakura exclaimed. Maybe they are going out again. I guess that we should just need to leave this one alone. Unless you want to have another bet, Sakura-chan. Kiba put his hand onto the pink-haired girl's shoulder. Sakura, I'm advising you against placing any more bets. You'd lose. He warned her. Yeah, don't worry. I don't think I'll be placing any more bets on anything. Tenten is right, we should leave this alone. Besides, there's no way that those two would ever become a couple. Weeks later. It began like any other day. Nothing was out of the ordinary. The streets of Konoha were busy as always with people walking to and fro. The only thing that seemed to attract any attention was the two blondes sitting underneath a tree. Naruto had his arm wrapped around Ino's waist. She laughed and leaned into him. Do you see that? Sakura asked. Yep. Tenten nodded. They look really happy. Hinata spoke. Ino looked up slightly when she saw her friends standing there. She quickly pulled Naruto towards her. Naruto, what do you think? Do we look happy enough or do we have to turn this up a notch? I think that we look happy enough, Ino-chan. He whispered, pushing her hair out of her face. Well, it can't hurt to heat things up a bit. Forehead is standing right there. Ino squeezed his hand, pressing her lips to his cheek. Sakura's eyes widened in surprise. I don't believe this. Tell me that. Those two don't look like a couple right now. Tenten whispered to her. Naruto wrapped his right arm around her shoulder, bringing her closer to him. Are they watching? Naruto whispered in her ear. Yep. She nodded. The blonde male paused as he was now inhaling the blue-eyed girl's perfume. She smelled extremely good to him, like vanilla and flowers. Figures that she would smell like flowers. He thought. But she smells really good. He shook his head, trying to get rid of those thoughts. He definitely shouldn't be thinking thoughts like that about Ino. They were just partners in a crazy mixed-up plan, friends at best. Naruto-kun, you always seem to make me smile these days. Good, I'm glad, Ino-chan. I'm going to go and get ready for our date tonight. Alright, pick me up around 8, okay? She smiled for him. Wow, Ino is a good actor. Before Naruto could leave, Sakura, followed by Tenten and Hinata, came over to them. Okay, you two, what gives? The pink-haired girl asked first. What do you mean, forehead? Let's not sugarcoat anything. Are you guys seeing each other or what? Tenten immediately got to the point. Naruto and Ino stared at one another for a moment. Both of them smiled. Well, Naruto-kun, what do you think? Is it any of their business? I don't know, Ino-chan, but why do we have to hide it? We're having a good time, right? Ino stood up, placing her arms around Naruto's shoulders. Why are you bothered by Naruto and me, Sakura? She stopped. No, I'm not. She spoke. Naruto felt a little down by Sakura's words. He was hoping that she'd be a little jealous overall off this. Good, I'm glad, forehead, because you better get used to seeing us like this. Naruto and I will be spending more time together. She then reached for his hand, squeezing it slightly. Because after all, he is my new boyfriend. I don't believe this. Congratulations, Naruto-kun, Ino-chan. Hinata smiled. Yeah, you guys make a great couple. I figured that this would happen eventually. Tenten told them. Naruto nodded, giving the three girls a warm, bright smile. Yeah, I don't know how it happened either, but we're together now. That's right. Ino grinned, running her fingers through his spiky blonde locks. Well, I have to get going, Ino-chan, will you be okay? I know that I promised to walk you home, but I really have to get going. I know, it's fine. See you around, okay? Ino then hugged her boyfriend. As he was leaving, Ino remembered that she had yet to tell him about dinner with her parents. What better time than to tell him now in front of their friends? It made their relationship seem more believable too. Oh, Naruto-kun, don't forget we're having dinner with my parents soon. Naruto stopped dead in his tracks, eyes turning white. He turned around, facing the platinum blonde. What did you say? We're having dinner with my parents. They do want to get to know you better. So what time would be good for you, huh, Naruto-kun? Dinner with the Yamanakas, dinner with Mr. Yamanaka, oh fucking Kami. And all Naruto saw was stars as he fell to the ground with thoughts of his impending doom on his mind. Naruto. Naruto-kun. Naruto, wake up, are you okay? The four kunoichi stared down at the blonde male on the ground. They noticed the rise and fall of his chest. It told them that he was still breathing, and hadn't died from the shock. Tenten tapped him with her foot, hoping to get some sort of reaction out of him. Instead, he remained on the ground, making no sudden movements. Damn, Ino, way to go. Look at what you did to him. Sakura said. What? Ino shrugged her shoulders. I think he took it well. So, like, what do we do with him? Tenten wondered. They couldn't just very well leave him there. Ino decided to take matters into her own hands. She sighed heavily and then lowered herself to his level. I'll handle this. Naruto-kun, Ichiraku's is going to go out of business if you don't get your ass up right now. Ino whispered in his ear. Almost immediately a pair of cerulean blue orbs opened. Ino smirked. She knew he would react to that statement. Naruto sat up, focusing his attention onto the four girls. Ino-chan, Sakura-chan, Hinata, Tenten, what happened? You just blacked out. Sakura reminded him. He sat with his hand to his chin, as he tried to remember the earlier events before this moment. His eyes widened when he finally remembered. Hen turned his focus onto the platinum blonde. Ino-chan, do we have to have dinner with your parents? Ino frowned, but she understood his reluctance. It wasn't as if her father was going to make it easy for him. In fact, she was almost positive that dinner was going to be very intense, and no doubt uncomfortable for him. She almost felt bad for what might happen. My mother likes him, that should soften things up a lot. Ino thought. But Naruto, you've got to spend time with Ino-pig's parents, especially if you two are going to be dating. Sakura still couldn't believe that those words came out of her mouth. It felt all kinds of wrong to her. Ino and Naruto together in the same sentence just didn't seem right. Forehead is right. Ino nodded. Naruto-kun, please don't disappoint me. Do it for me, okay? Her eyes shining hopefully. And to make matters worse, she had added in the puppy dog pout. Naruto stared at her, it looked like she was on the verge of tears. He wasn't sure, of course, Uti definitely didn't want to see her cry. Naruto then put on a warm smile for her. Okay, Ino-chan, I don't want to disappoint you. Great, she smiled. So, what day will be good for you? I want to let my parents know ahead of time. He thought to himself. What day would be a good day to look death in the eye? Did it really matter? Any day would be a good day to have his final meal, only why did his final meal have to be with Mr. Yamanaka? Naruto decided that as long as he avoided pissing Ino's father off, he would definitely live longer. How about Saturday? Naruto suggested. That's fine. It'll be okay, Naruto. Tenten put her hand to his shoulder. When Lee met my parents, yeah, I bet you guys had an extremely youthful time. And a youthful dinner with very youthful conversations. Ino laughed. Tenten frowned, resisting the urge to slap the younger girl into the next world. Although, it was no secret that Lee could never control his excitement over things. Actually, no, Lee was a complete gentleman. He didn't mention anything at all about youth, because I asked him not to. It's all about compromise in relationships, but I'm sure that you two will figure that out. Tenten said that Naruto and Ino exchanged looks with one another. They couldn't very well say that this relationship wasn't real. They needed to keep up appearances. She stood up, helping him up as well. Their fingers becoming intertwined for a minute until they both let go. Yeah, well, Mr. Yamanaka isn't exactly all smiles and cheerful, you know. He's more like, I'm going to kick your ass if you look at my daughter the wrong way. He's like, don't even breathe the same air as her. Naruto paused, grinning at her. I'm sorry, Ino-chan. She wasn't in the least bit offended. She understood why Naruto had said what he said. Her father was known to be a bit on the protective side. That's alright, I understand. Come on, Naruto, walk me home. Sure thing. Bye, Sakura-chan, Hinata, Tenten. Ino head that she could reassure him that dinner was going to go smoothly. Only she knew that there wasn't much she could say to ease his mind. Whatever was going to happen on Saturday would happen regardless. Hey, I'm sorry about springing the whole dinner thing on you like that. Ino apologized. Yeah, you could have given me some warning. Well, at least now they really believe that we're together. That was the goal, right? Yeah, but Sakura-chan didn't seem to care very much. It's hard to tell with her. Like I said, she could just be hiding her jealousy. Maybe. Naruto whispered. Don't be so down. She spoke as she put her hand to his spiky blonde head. I'm sure everything will work out. Ino wanted to be optimistic about the situation. Hopefully things would turn out the way that Naruto wanted. She really didn't want this all to be for nothing. Hold my hand, okay? Everyone thinks that we're a couple now. So we definitely have to keep up appearances. Hi, Ino-chan, you're right. If it weren't for that, I'd say that you really like holding my hand. He laughed. The platinum blonde froze. Why had his words affected her for that moment? Ino soon regained her composure. Huh, yeah, right. You're lucky that I'm even allowing you to hold my hand. Yeah, he grinned. It figures you would say something like that. Naruto immediately let her hand go when they approached her house. Last thing he wanted was to have Inoichi see this little display. He could just imagine the look on the older man's face. All hell would definitely break loose. Naruto, it's okay, my father isn't around. Yeah, he laughed nervously. Well, for all I know he could be lurking in the shadows, just waiting for the chance to strike. Ino raised an eyebrow to him. Now you sound paranoid. Cut it out. Hey, excuse me for trying to live. Quote, my mom likes you a lot. Isn't that all the confidence you need to get through dinner? Mrs. Yamanaka was nice. He liked Ino's mother a lot. She seemed like a calm, reasonable person. He could handle dinner a lot better since she would be around. Hey, how about just you, me, and your mom have dinner? That sounds perfect to me. Naruto. We eat, we talk for a while, and then you can leave. It's not that complicated. I guess I'm a little nervous. He admitted. I've never had dinner with a girl and her parents before. Think of it as practice for when you and Sakura start going out. At least you'll know what to expect. Naruto wondered why Ino had seemed so confident about his dating Sakura. Who really knew what would happen after this whole ordeal was over? It wasn't like she had any actual proof that this would be the outcome. What if in the end he and Sakura only remained friends? Must be a girl thing. He assumed. Oh, hello there Naruto-kun. How are you? He heard. Hi Mrs. Yamanaka, I'm doing okay. Hey, do you need help with those groceries? Naruto offered. Oh, no, that's okay. I've got them, but thanks for asking. What brings you by? He was walking me home mom. Ino interrupted. Guess what? Naruto said that he'd come over for dinner on Saturday. A warm smile crept up onto the older blonde's face. She was glad to see that her daughter had finally asked him over for dinner. Well, it's certainly about time that she asked you to join us. I was beginning to wonder if she ever would. She gently teased her daughter. Hey, Ino laughed. I might have forgotten. That's okay, he knows now. So I'll be seeing you on Saturday, right Naruto-kun? Yeah, and don't worry much about Inoichi. He's a real softie on the inside. Yeah right, and Ba-chan isn't really an alcoholic. Naruto thought to himself. Okay Mrs. Yamanaka, I understand. Alright, well I better get these groceries inside. Take care, Naruto-kun. You too Mrs. Yamanaka. Once the older woman was gone, it left Naruto and Ino alone once more. The blue-eyed girl turned to look at Naruto. He was standing there scratching his hair. See, my mom really likes you. So don't worry so much. Yeah, you're right Ino-chan. He gave her a smile. It probably won't be so bad. It'll be fine. Okay, as long as you're sure. Take care until Saturday, if I don't see you before then. Quote, you too Naruto. She waved goodbye to him. Ino watched until he was completely gone from sight. Hopefully things will go well. Naruto found himself outside of Ichiraku's. He decided that now was a better time than any to H Avenue a bowl of ramen. Of course, if you were Naruto there was always a reason to have ramen. Hey Naruto. A voice called out to him. He turned around to see Sakura running up to him. Hey, Sakura-chan, what's going on? Nothing, she answered. Do you mind if I join you? He knew that this wasn't considered a date in the slightest. But a chance to be near the pink-haired girl was still something that he couldn't pass up. No, I don't mind at all. The former teammates sat down, and ordered 2 bowls of pork ramen. Say, Naruto, I was actually hoping that I'd run into you. Really? What for? You're okay, aren't you? He immediately worried. Sakura smiled at his predictable behavior. He was always concerned for his friends. I'm fine, there's nothing to worry about. I promise. That's good. He smiled back. Besides, you're the one acting so weird lately. I still can't believe that you and Ino Pig are dating now. Naruto swallowed his ramen. He knew that he had to say something to her. He could not sit here without addressing her comment. Yeah, I guess things just sort of happened. I like her. It wasn't as if he had told a complete lie. He did find the platinum blonde attractive. Besides, spending all this time with her had given him the chance to get to know her a bit better. At that moment though, Naruto didn't know if he meant he liked her as a friend, or if he was starting to like her more than that. He simply wasn't sure. Sakura was silent, as she ate her ramen. Was she jealous? She wasn't sure if that was what she was feeling. It was definitely more than a possibility. If anything at all, she was curious. For as long as she had known Naruto had liked her, it was all just very strange. Sakura couldn't exactly put words to it. But something was up. Naruto, never mind. Once he finished his bowl, naturally he had ordered another. There was an awkward silence between the two. Naruto was curious as to why Sakura wasn't saying anything. Sakura-chan, you aren't talking. Didn't you want to talk? Sakura turned to him. She put her hand to his shoulder. Yeah, I just wanted to tell you that I want you to be happy. But don't spend all your time with Ino Pig, okay? She smiled. I need you too, you know. Naruto gave her a warm smile. He then stood up, placing his hand onto her shoulder. Don't worry, Sakura-chan. I'm always here for you, alright? I know. She nodded. But don't let Ino hear you say that. She just might kick your ass if she found out. Sakura laughed. Yeah, maybe. No, but seriously, I just don't want to lose you completely, you know. Naruto simply nodded. Yeah, I understand, Sakura-chan. It was nice eating with you, but I'm going to go, alright? Try not to worry about a thing. I promise. Take care, Naruto. You too, Sakura-chan. So, she never exactly said that she was jealous in any way, shape or form. Naruto really didn't know what to make of the situation. Right now he could only say that he was confused. I guess that I'll just have to see how this whole thing plays out. That night the spiky-headed blonde tossed and turned in his sleep. He hadn't had a restless night in a very long time. He soon found himself in a dream. Naruto's dream. The blonde male stood there with the pink-haired girl in his arms. He had just finished explaining the details of his plan to her. Naruto, I still can't believe that you did all of this for me. Yeah, he nodded. So, now that you know, what does this mean for Sakura-chan? She let him go. Sakura smiled for him. I think that we should be together. Come on, Naruto, let's go. She gripped his hand and started to lead the way. Wait, a voice was heard. Huh. Naruto froze. He knew that voice all too well. It was a voice that he had grown very accustomed to. He turned around. Oh, Ino-chan. He saw the platinum blonde standing there. She looked completely out of breath, like she had been running to catch up to them. Naruto, wait. You can't go with her. He blinked curiously, turning his full attention onto her. He could tell by the look in her eyes that she was serious. Naruto. Sakura spoke. She pulled his arm, trying to get his attention. Come on, let's go, okay, forget about Ino Pig. Sakura tried pulling him along, but stopped when she felt that he wasn't coming with her. She turned to see what the problem was. And there she saw Ino holding onto his other arm. No, Ino shouted. Forehead, you don't get a chance with him, not anymore. Naruto, come with me, okay? I can make you way happier than she ever could. No, don't listen to her, Naruto. Come with me. The two girls began pulling him in both directions. The blonde male was starting to become dizzy from the constant pulling. He didn't know which way to go. Or who to go with for that matter. Let me go, both of you. He spoke. No, I'm only protecting what's mine. They both said at the same time. Sakura-chan, Ino-chan, I can't be with both of you. Or can I? He smiled. Just then two fists went flying and punched the young man in the face. No, the hell you can't. They screamed at him. Right, I understand. He mumbled. I was just kidding. Very good, Uzumaki. Now that you realize that, I guess you better choose. Ino told him. For once I agree with Ino Pig. Choose. Naruto started. Choose now. Sakura said. Right now, Naruto. Ino spoke. With that the blonde teen awoke from his dream. He sat up in bed, his bangs falling over in his eyes. A slight sigh escaped him. What a weird dream, he whispered. The blue-eyed teen threw on a t-shirt and his jacket. He had a good feeling that he would not be getting to sleep anytime soon. He decided to go out for a walk. All he could really think about was the events of his dream. He walked the streets of Konoha with his hands in his pockets. Man, I really can't believe that dream. He couldn't have feelings for Ino, could he? No, that was impossible. She happened to be his friend. And she definitely didn't see him as anything more than a friend, he was positive of this. Come on, Naruto. Snap out of it. It was only a stupid dream. There's no reason to dwell on it. It was a cool night. The breeze felt extremely good to him. The air seemed to calm him. Once he felt relaxed enough, he decided to head back home. There was no real good reason for him to stay out here. He might as well try getting back to sleep. Naruto, what are you doing out at this time? Iruka-sensei. He looked up to see his former teacher. Wait, what are you doing out here? Isn't it way past your bedtime? Naruto teased. Iruka laughed and put his hand to Naruto's head, messing up his already spiky blonde hair. Very funny, Naruto. I could be saying the same thing about you. Yeah, Naruto smiled. But seriously, what are you doing out this late? I was at the academy drawing up my lesson plan for tomorrow, and I sort of lost track of time, I guess. Naruto nodded in understanding. So no hot date, huh? Naruto nudged him in the shoulder. No, I'm afraid not, just school work. When Naruto grew silent, Iruka blinked in confusion. He wondered what was troubling the young man. Naruto, is there something wrong? Huh? No, of course not. Iruka smiled knowingly at his former student. Come on, let's sit and talk. He then led the way to a nearby bench. Naruto didn't speak right away. Iruka stretched his arms out, leaning back against the bench. It's a shame that it's so late, otherwise I could treat you to a bowl of ramen. Yeah, well, maybe next time, huh, Iruka-sensei. He spoke in a hopeful tone. We'll see, Naruto. Now tell me what's on your mind. Naruto took a deep breath, gathering up all his thoughts. If there was anyone that he could talk to, it would be Iruka. He had always been there for him no matter what. Iruka-sensei, I kind of need some advice. Okay, well, I'll be happy to help in any way that I can. What's going on? Alright, let's say that old man Tuki had a brand new flavor of ramen out. I'm talking, like an undiscovered type of ramen. And I was thinking of trying it. But, what if I can't bring myself to try it because I'm still stuck on pork ramen? What do I do, Iruka-sensei? He shouted in a slight panic. It was the only way he could think of to describe his situation. He had never been in this sort of predicament, so it was only natural that he would panic. Iruka only held a bewildered expression on his face. Naruto, why couldn't you just enjoy both kinds of ramen? I don't understand. It was clear that Iruka had an idea that wasn't talking about ramen at all, or rather he was talking about his feelings for Sakura, and his possible feelings for Ino. No, Iruka-sensei, that's not going to work. I can't have both. Naruto, since when have you said no to ramen? No matter what the flavor is. Oh, the brown-haired male paused. It was as if a light finally clicked on in his brain. Naruto, this doesn't have anything to do with ramen at all, does it? No, it doesn't. It's more like a girl problem. Well, if it makes you that uncomfortable, we'll continue talking in your terms. Why are you afraid to try the new flavor of ramen? Are you afraid that you may end up liking it more than you first thought? Iruka asked. Maybe, but I don't know if I even like the new flavor. I think that I'm still into the old flavor. I don't know what to do, Iruka-sensei. Perhaps, you should give the new flavor. He stopped again. Alright, this is too weird. Naruto, it's perfectly fine to try new things, and open your eyes to a different experience. Who knows, if you give this girl a real chance, you might be pleasantly surprised. Naruto looked at his hands for a moment, while processing what Iruka had just said to him. Yeah, even if I did give it a shot, I doubt that she would return my feelings. Give it some time, Naruto. You don't have to make a decision about either girl right now. So, you think just sit and see how things turn out. I'm just telling you that you don't have to rush into anything. I'm sure that the answer will come to you, when you're ready. Now I'm going to head home. Good night, Naruto. Good night, Iruka-sensei. Oh, and tell Shizune Nichan that I said hello. Naruto laughed. A slight blush rose to the brown-haired male's face. That is none of your business. And Shizune-san and I are just friends. Yeah, okay, Iruka-sensei. I'll see you around. Bye. The blonde male waited a while before heading home himself. His only thoughts were on the conversation he had with his former teacher. Perhaps, he only needed to spend more time with the platinum blonde, to find out if he really did have feelings for her. Maybe Iruka-sensei is right. I should try the new flavor. I mean, give Ino-chan a real shot. Yeah, maybe I will. He decided. Saturday came quicker than the blonde-haired male had expected. He found that he wasn't as nervous as he was before. It wasn't like he planned to make Mr. Yamanaka upset in any way. Besides, he can't kill me with Ino and her mother around. There would be too many witnesses. Naruto dressed casual, wearing black pants and a blue shirt. He placed his Chunin vest on top of the shirt. There was nothing wrong with looking presentable in front of Mr. Yamanaka. He then tied his Hittite on his forehead. He thought he looked decent enough. Alright, I'm ready. I better get going. In truth, he was actually hoping to be a little early. He was debating on whether or not he should tell Ino about the dream. She most likely would laugh at him and say that he was being ridiculous. Stop being an idiot. It was only a dream. He heard Ino's voice in his mind. Yeah, she'd probably say something like that. The more he thought about it, it was pointless to talk to her. For all he knew, the dream could have been just a silly little dream. Not every dream had to mean something. If this was the case, why was his mind telling him otherwise? Why did it feel like it was more than just a simple dream? Hey, Naruto-kun, I hear that congratulations are in order. A black-haired male spoke. This caused the blonde to look up at his friend. Hey there, bushy brow. What do you mean congratulations? Congratulations to you and Ino-chan on your newfound relationship. Everyone's talking about it. Oh. Naruto smiled sheepishly. Yeah, so everyone's talking, huh? Yes. Lee nodded. But Tenten-chan and I weren't surprised in the least. We are very excited for the two of you. Perhaps we can double date in the near future. Naruto could only imagine what kind of date that would turn out to be. He could imagine the look of horror on Ino's face, while Lee continued to talk about youth. Naruto chuckled to himself at the thought. I don't know. I would have to check with Ino-chan first. Right. Lee understood. I'm going to get going though. Lee, I'll talk to you soon, alright? Yes. I'm already running a little late to pick up Tenten-chan. I should be going as well. Stay youthful. Will do. Naruto nodded. The friends said goodbye to one another, and both boys went their separate ways. Naruto decided he would Saint likely not tell her about the double date invitation. Then again, with the way she had sprung this dinner on him, why shouldn't he get a little payback? When he finally arrived at the Yamanaka's house, he was greeted by Ino herself. Hi Ino-chan. He smiled for her. Ino stood there staring at him. She moved to the side so that he could enter the house. Ino leaned up against the doorway, and waited for him to come in. Hey Ino-chan, what's going on? He noticed her hair was down again and she had a blue butterfly clip in it. She was wearing a blue skirt, and a white top. You look nice, He paused. The platinum blonde was still silent. Naruto knew for sure that something had to be wrong. Since when did she not respond to a compliment? Naruto scratched his hair and then pointed to her. Okay, what's up? You were never this quiet, ever. He added. Ino frowned and was about to hit him upside the head. Unfortunately, her mother had intervened. She sighed knowing that she would not be able to hit him now. Good evening Naruto-kun, it's great to see you. Please come in. Sure. He nodded, giving Ino another look before entering the house. You'll have to forgive Ino-chan. She caught a nasty cold and lost her voice. Oh. He nodded in understanding. Sorry about that Ino-chan. Ino nodded. But, hey Mrs. Yamanaka, at least the house will be quiet for a few days, huh? He teased. The older blonde woman let out a laugh. She soon regained herself, when she caught the displeased look on her daughter's face. That's not very nice, you know. Come on, have a seat. I'm going to go check on dinner. Inoichi should be here soon. Mrs. Yamanaka, is there anything I can do to help? Naruto asked. There he goes, being Mr. Helpful again. Ino thought. Well, you can help Ino-chan set the table. I'll be right back. The moment her mother left, Ino walked over to him and hit him upside his head. Ow. Damn it, Ino, what the hell? The look of sheer annoyance on her face made him remember why she hit him. Oh. He grinned apologetically. I was just kidding, mostly. Whatever. Ino sighed. Follow me. She motioned for him to come with her into the kitchen, to retrieve the plates. Naruto was immediately greeted by the wonderful aroma that was coming from the room. Wow, it smells awesome in here, Mrs. Yamanaka. Oh. She looked up. Thank you Naruto, everything should be done shortly. After you two set the table, Ino-chan. Why don't you show him around the shop? Sure mom. The blonde male helped carry the plates back to the table, so that he and Ino could set everything up. As she was placing the chopsticks down, her fingers accidentally brushed up against his. She looked up to meet his gaze. They stared at each other for a moment. Oh, sorry Ino-chan. No problem. She slowly pulled her hand back. Only she could still feel that warm feeling there. That warm feeling caused by his fingers. As soon as the table had been set up, the platinum blonde led the way to their flower shop. Naruto walked behind her with his hands behind his head. He stared at her with a curious expression on his face. The whole time he kept thinking how unfortunate it was that she had lost her voice. They could have been having some sort of conversation if she were able to communicate with him. Ino, on the other hand, didn't know why she was even showing him the shop. Would he even care about flowers? Somehow she doubted it. This would probably be a waste of time. Naruto stood in awe at all the many different types of flowers. Wow, Ino-chan, so many flowers. Yeah, you got it. Which ones are those? He pointed to a red flower. Ino wanted to be able to tell him what they were and the meaning behind it. But, naturally at this moment she couldn't. Those are red carnations, Naruto-kun. Ino's mother spoke. Would you like to know what it means? Sure. It means, my heart aches for you, or that you have an admiration for someone. Oh. He nodded. Ino-chan, help me water these white carnations. And those chrysanthemums. Oh, and after that would you mind helping me finish arranging this bouquet? No problem. Ino shook her head. Hey, I can help water these two, Mrs. Yamanaka. I'm not an expert like you or Ino-chan. But I have some plants at home. Oh, do you like to garden, Naruto-kun? Hey. He smiled. Sometimes. Naruto admitted. Well, that's very good, Naruto. It can give you and Ino-chan something to do together. Why don't you water those gardenias over there? The older blonde passed him the water pail. Sure thing. Ino watched with interest, as the blue-eyed Ale handled the flowers with utmost care. It came as a surprise to her. He just didn't strike her as a person who would take an interest in gardening. He always seems to surprise me. Oh, I'd better get dinner on the table. Your father should be home by now. Ino-chan, you can handle the rest of this bouquet, right? Of course. You know that I can do this in my sleep. Ino smiled confidently. Good, thanks a lot. Mrs. Yamanaka exited the room, leaving Naruto and Ino alone once more. Okay, well, that takes care of that. Naruto whispered since he had finished watering the gardenias. He went to look for something else to do, but became distracted when he saw what Ino was doing. She was standing there finishing up the bouquet that her mother started. She looked completely at home and relaxed. This was Ino's domain. She was a natural at this sort of thing. She seemed so focused, as she added another flower to the beautifully mixed bouquet. Of course Ino is good at this sort of thing. She's probably been doing this sort of thing ever since she was a kid. Naruto walked over to her, watching closely. Wow, Ino-chan, you did a really nice job. Thank you. She nodded. He looked at her. A sigh escaped him, which caused her to turn to look at him. The blue-eyed male then looked up. There was a bright glint in his eyes. It's so hard not being able to hear your voice, Ino-chan. I got so used to hearing it. He laughed. He stopped talking. Never mind, let's get back to the table. I don't know about you, but I'm starving. Ino followed behind Naruto this time. He led the way back to the dining area. Once there, they were greeted by Mr. Yamanaka. He was already seated at the table. He had his hands folded underneath his chin. His gaze already focused on Naruto. Oh, hey there, Mr. Yamanaka. Ino noticed that Naruto didn't stutter or seem nervous. He had either gotten an extra dose of courage over the last few days, or he was simply pretending not to be scared. Hello, Naruto. It's good of you to finally join us. I asked Ino to invite you over a while ago. Really? He questioned while looking over to the platinum blonde. Alright, yeah, so I let it slip my mind. Just sit. Ino grabbed a hold of his shoulders and pushed him in the seat. Now Ino-chan, you shouldn't treat a guest that way. Mrs. Yamanaka spoke. Yeah, Ino-chan, you shouldn't treat a guest that way. It's impolite. Naruto smirked. Ino simply rolled her eyes at his remark. Oh, Naruto, I made something especially for you. Ino-chan told me how much you liked ramen. The older blonde-haired woman ate a bowl of hot steamy ramen in front of him. A huge smile exploded onto his face. He was extremely grateful to Ino right now. Thanks a lot, Mrs. Yamanaka. No problem. She smiled. Ino closed her eyes, expecting to hear the young man immediately diving into the bowl of noodles. She expected to hear the loud slurping sound. To her relief, she found that he was eating like a normal person. He was probably too afraid of her father to not show decent table manners. Mrs. Yamanaka, this is really good. It's almost as good as Aikir. He tried to finish his sentence, but Ino put her hand over his mouth. He should never go insulting a woman's cooking. It was something that should not be done. Idiot. Yes, thank you, I could never get it to taste quite as good as Chuki-san. But that's no surprise, after all he is the expert. Mrs. Yamanaka sat down and dinner was finally underway. For a while there wasn't any conversation. Everyone seemed to find the food on their plates extremely interesting. Things are a bit too quiet, Naruto thought. Naruto noticed that Ino wasn't eating anything. Was it possible that she was dieting again? He hoped not. She didn't even need to diet in the first place. He started. So, Naruto. Inoichi spoke. This caused the blonde boy to turn to look at the older male. Yes, Mr. Yamanaka. I was curious to learn more about you. What are your plans? Your goals for the future? He waited for a moment before answering Inoichi. Well, sir, my main goal has always been to become Hokage. I've always wanted to prove to everyone that I was worth something, you know. And, also I want to protect this village, Mr. Yamanaka. He stopped. All eyes were now on him. It's like, when you have something precious to you, you only want to protect it. Inoichi looked at the young man for a moment. He could tell by Naruto's tone of voice, and the look in his eyes, that he was very serious. Well, at least he has goals in life, that's a good thing. Inoichi thought. Quote, I understand perfectly well what you mean. It's a very good dream to have Naruto-kun. Ino's mother nodded. Thanks. I have another question, Naruto. Inoichi spoke again. Ask away, sir. Where does my daughter fit into all of this? I only want what's best for her. You wouldn't have any plans to just use her and then drop her when she doesn't hold your interest anymore, do you? I would hate or something terrible to befall you if you did. There was an intense look in those blue eyes. Naruto simply swallowed the lump of nervousness in his throat. He knew that he couldn't show his fear now. He turned his full attention onto Inoichi. Sir, I have no intentions on hurting Ino-chan in any way. I promise you that you have nothing to worry about. So, nothing terrible should happen to me, right? He laughed. Speaking of Ino-chan, why isn't she eating? He finally asked his question. I'm not sure. I even made her some soup to help with that cold of hers. But she didn't want it. Mrs. Yamanaka answered. That's no good, Ino-chan. He shook his head. You have to eat. Mrs. Yamanaka, if you don't mind, could I go and get the soup that you made for Ino? Sure, it's in the kitchen. Kai had to admit that he was curious as to what Naruto had planned. He was actually glad to see that he hadn't scared Naruto too much. He was glad to see how confident the young man seemed. Inoichi didn't want some punk dating his daughter. That was for sure. Either he's really good at pretending he's not scared, or that young man has grown some balls over the last few days. Inoichi thought. Ino just sat there thinking about how Naruto had just spoken to her. He actually had some concern for her. She could hear it in his voice. It actually gave her a good feeling to know that. No, Ino, don't think like that. He's not into you that way. He was just being a good friend. Naruto came back with a bowl of soup for the platinum blonde. He sat down, pulling his seat closer to her. Ino raised an eyebrow to him in question. What is he going to do? Naruto took the spoon, and smiled warmly. Okay, Ino-chan, open up, you're going to eat all right. He's not planning on feeding me, is he? I'll even blow it for you if it's too hot. I don't care if I have to feed you myself, just to make sure that you eat. The blue-eyed girl blinked. She really couldn't believe him. He was showing such confidence in front of her father. By offering to feed her. It was refreshing to hear him talk like this. But, it was also overwhelming at the same time. He's been so polite, like a real gentleman. My mother likes him. He actually showed an interest in something that's always been important to me. And now he wants to feed me. I can't take this. Ino rose from her seat, and ran up the stairs. Naruto blinked in confusion. He wondered if maybe he had done something wrong. Don't worry about Ino-chan. She'll be alright, her mother promised. Yeah, hey Mr. Yamanaka, Mrs. Yamanaka, thank you for inviting me over for dinner. I should probably get going. Tell Ino-chan I said good night, okay. The young man stood up from the table. He started for the door, but stopped when Inoichi called out to him. Naruto, wait a moment. Yes sir. I wanted to tell you that I'm sorry for being so harsh with you before. I was simply concerned for Ino-chan's best interest. You can understand that, right? Oh yeah, I understand sir. So, then you aren't going to come and kill me in my sleep. He laughed. Certainly not Naruto. Inoichi is a real softie once you get to know him. Inoichi walked over to the young man. He put his hand onto his shoulder. Listen son, I want you to know something else. I do not blame you because of the Kyuubi. Naruto's eyes widened upon hearing Inoichi's words. In truth, a part of him had wondered what Ino's parents had thought about that. That's right dear, we do not judge you because of something that's not your fault. Mrs. Yamanaka spoke. Inoichi nodded in agreement. He still wore his serious expression, but Naruto found that there was nothing to be concerned about anymore. There is something that I believe you should do. What's that Mr. Yamanaka? I believe that if you're going to be spending time with Ino-chan, you should tell her about the Kyuubi. It's completely up to you. But, I think that she has a right to know. There was silence for a moment. Naruto knew that Inoichi had a point. He should probably tell Ino all about the Kyuubi. They were friends, and he did feel that he could trust her with that bit of information. Okay Mr. Yamanaka. He nodded. I understand. I'm going to go now, have a good evening. He shook his head. You have a good evening as well, Naruto. Meanwhile Ino sat in her room staring out of her bedroom window. She wasn't sure why she had run off like that. The only thing that she knew was that she couldn't sit there for a minute longer. Hey, she thought. He was actually going to feed me that soup. What the hell was he thinking? She looked down to see Naruto walking away from her house. She wanted to be able to shout something at him, anything at all so that he could look up at her. She sighed knowing that right now she couldn't. Soon the blonde male came to a stop. He turned around and looked up at her from downstairs. He smiled for her. Good night Ino-chan, he told her before heading back to his own apartment. A small smile rose to Ino's face as well. Good night Naruto. Weeks later. Ow, Ino-chan please not so rough. Be quiet Naruto-kun. I can touch you in any way that I want to. You're all mine now, remember. Sakura, Hinata, and Tenten paused as they heard the two loudest voices of Konoha. The village's most talked about new couple. The new inseparable duo of Naruto and Ino. You really couldn't see one without the other these days. Yeah I know, I belong to you, I got it. But you're going to hurt it, if you keep touching it like that. The pink-haired female's eyes widened to the size of saucers. Just what in hell kind of kinky stuff was going on over there by those trees? What exactly was she touching? Tenten seemed less moved, while Hinata turned a healthy shade of crimson. Naruto, quit being a baby. It can't possibly be that sensitive can it? But Ino-chan it really hurts. Sakura ran over to the two blondes, followed by Tenten and Hinata. She had to get to the bottom of whatever was going on. Okay. She pointed. Just what in Kami-sama is happening over here? Ino looked up slightly confused. She had her hand onto the young man's shoulder. She didn't say to be touching anything inappropriate. Naruto's appearance was definitely less appealing. He had a slightly black eye, and his arm was wrapped up in a sling. What happened to you Naruto? Oh this. He smiled. Did Ino pig beat you up or something? Ino frowned at her pink-haired friend and rival. She then took her hand and gently started to stroke Naruto's cheek. Unlike you forehead, I'm not a boyfriend beater right? Baby, Sakura thought. Hi Ino-chan. Tenten walked over to the opposite side of the blonde male. She touched his arm. I'm so sorry about this Naruto. Does it still hurt a lot? What happened Tenten? Well, it's quite a story actually. Ooh I want to tell it. Ino interrupted. No let me tell it okay Tenten-chan. Naruto said. What? Ino pouted. But, Naruto-kun I want to tell the story. But Ino-chan, I'm the one that looks like this. I think that I should tell the events of last night. Let me tell it, please baby. Ino spoke in a heavily seductive tone. The blue-eyed girl went back to stroking his cheek. Sakura repressed the urge to throw up, while watching this little display. Naruto could feel his body temperature rising by the second. Why did she have to touch him like this? He closed his eyes and swallowed hard. Ino-chan, please let me tell the story. You're no fun. I wanted to tell the tale of doom, hopelessness, fear, and betrayal. Betrayal. Sakura questioned. Yep. Ino nodded. It's quite a story like Tenten said. The brown-haired Kunoichi had her hand set on her hip. She didn't care which one of those blonde loudmouths told the story. As long as someone started to tell it soon. This was getting to be frustrating. Will one of you just tell the damn story already? Before I do. Gee, Tenten angry much. Ino teased. Alright. Naruto cleared his throat, preparing to get into storytelling mode. This is a story about. You know. Ino interrupted. She started to run her fingers through his spiky blonde locks. You're not really good at telling stories. I think that I should tell it. Ino. What? Please be quiet. So I can tell Sakura-chan, and Hinata what happened, and why I look like this. Quote. I already told you that I wanted to tell. I want to. No, I want to. Sakura and Hinata both sighed. They could both see that this was going to take a while. They ended up having a seat. This could take a while. Ah, this is so cute, your first fight as a couple. Tenten spoke. Upon hearing this, the two blondes stopped arguing and looked up. What? Don't worry, we fight a lot. Ino said. Yeah, this is nothing new. Naruto agreed. Although, we definitely know how to make up, don't we, baby? Yeah, definitely. Sakura ended up groaning in frustration. Not that watching the two of them argue wasn't entertaining. She just really wanted to hear this story sometime in the near future. Come on, you two, someone just say what happened already. Okay. Here goes. So this is what happened. Ino stood at the counter of the flower shop. She was bored out of her mind at this moment. She opened up a magazine and started to skim through it. This was as entertaining as it was going to get. When she heard the door open, she instantly planted a smile on her face. She needed to still be joyous for the customers. Welcome to Yamanaka's flower shop. Oh, she paused. She was now face to face with the whisker-faced boy. She was actually a little surprised to see him here. They had no plans as far as she knew. Hey Naruto, what's up? Hi Ino-chan. Come on, let's go, get ready. He told her. Huh. She held a confused expression on her face. What the hell was he talking about, go and get ready? Who was he to order her around? Get ready for what? Don't you see that I'm watching the shop? We're going out tonight. I already asked your parents, and they said that it was okay. Ino sighed to herself. He seemed intent on taking her wherever it was. Alright, just give me a moment. No, you look fine. Come on, let's go. You aren't even going to give me a. No. He cut her off again. You look okay, I guess, let's go. Naruto suddenly grabbed her hand and led the way out of the shop. Ino was soon able to pull away from him. The least she could do was lock the shop up. At least let me lock up first. Alright, fine. Naruto stood there while she locked the door. Ino raised an eyebrow to him. She wondered why he seemed to be so on edge. Hey, what's wrong? Didn't you get your ramen fixed today? You seem a little, I don't know, crazed. Naruto let out a laugh. He ran his hand through his spiky blonde locks. Ino couldn't help but notice how cute he looked again. His hair was wild and messy, due to the fact that he wasn't wearing his Hitai-8. No, I'm not crazed, Ino-chan. We just have somewhere that we need to be. Come on. Ino said nothing and followed behind her blonde counterpart. She had no idea what he had planned right now. She figured that she would just go along with it. She wanted to ask where they were going, only she decided against it. Before long she found that they were outside of a restaurant. Naruto. Ino shouted. If you wanted to take me out to dinner, all you had to do was say so. Hey. He laughed. This dinner is actually kind of special. How come? She wondered. Just come in and you will see. He opened the door for her. Ino stood looking around for a moment. She didn't see anything special about this place. It seemed like a typical restaurant to her. Naruto, what's so special? I don't get it. Naruto-kun, Ino-chan, we are over here. I's voice was heard from across the room. Ino's eyes widened. She didn't just hear that voice. No, that was completely impossible. She looked frozen, like time had gone still for her. Naruto. She started. Come on Ino, Naruto. Before we order without you. Tenten said. Naruto. Ino repeated. Yes Ino-chan. Naruto, this isn't a double date, yeah. Naruto nodded. Oh, no. Okay, so why? Oh, you guys had a double date with Tenten and Lee. That still doesn't explain why Naruto looks like that. He looks like he had the living daylights knocked out of him. Sakura said. Ino now had her arm wrapped around Naruto's shoulder. She made sure not to apply too much pressure to his arm. The boy was still in pain after all. Well, forehead, if you let us finish the story, you can find out why he looks like that. Okay. Please continue. Quote. Right. Ino nodded. Ino immediately wiped the look of horror off of her face. She couldn't let her friend see her like this. She took a breath, pulling hers. Elf together before walking over to Tenten and Lee. Hey you guys, Naruto and I will be right back. We need to have a quick chat. Come on. She instantly pulled Naruto away to another part of the restaurant. Ino let him go once she saw that they weren't within earshot of their friends. Naruto, what the fuck? Now Ino-chan, there's no need to have such a potty mouth. Do I need to get the soap and water? Seriously, why didn't you warn me about this? Oh, like you warned me about the dinner with your parents. Ino paused. Naruto was taking revenge for that dinner with her parents. She didn't think he would stoop this low. So this is revenge. Come on Naruto, I really can't stand to have a youthful dinner right now. Naruto chuckled. He then placed his hand onto her shoulder. Now you sound like Lee. Cut it out. Meanwhile Lee and Tenten watched the two blondes across the room. Lee blinked in confusion. He simply didn't get what the problem was. Tenten-chan, what do you think is going on over there? Huh, how should I know? You can never be sure with those two. After a few choice words, and a nasty hit over the head, Naruto and Ino took their seats across from the other couple. Naruto rubbed his head. It looked like a nasty bruise. Sorry about that guys. You know how it is when your boyfriend is an idiot. Ino apologized. Tenten put her hand to her chin, and pretended to think. Nope, I don't know what that's like. Oh, yeah, Ino started. Well at least my guy doesn't go around shouting about youth every 5 minutes. Take that back. Tenten pointed to her. Ladies please calm down. Are you ready to order? A waitress intervened. She wanted to stop this before it got physical. After the two kunoichi calmed down, the food was finally ordered. Ino figured that she might as well enjoy some good food. Something had to be worth coming out this evening. Hey Tenten then looked over to the blonde-haired female. Yeah, I'm sorry for earlier. It's okay. It's not a big deal. From there, the two girls were talking and laughing. It was as if they had never even argued in the first place. Naruto and Lee held bewildered expressions on their faces. Hey, Naruto laughed. Girls. Yes. Lee nodded. It is very strange. Hey you brats. What's going on over here? A voice was heard. The 14 looked up to be greeted by Anko Mitarashi. The purple-haired woman stared down at them with a mischievous look in her eyes. Oh no, not you. Naruto sighed. Hey, that's no way to greet me. Hi Anko-sensei. Ino spoke up. Hey, so what's up? You four on a date or something? She wondered. Yeah, Naruto answered. Are you here with someone? Oh wait, it's very doubtful. Anko frowned at the whisker-faced boy. She immediately pulled out a kunai. Can it boy, or I will slice you where the sun don't shine. Naruto gulped. Ino reached over, putting her hand across Naruto's mouth. She smiled up at the purple-haired woman. She had to save Naruto from getting his ass handed to him by Anko. Naruto-kun didn't mean it, Anko-sensei. Please don't slice him where the sun doesn't shine. Fine, she agreed. I'm going to have dinner now. I'll see you punks later. Just as Anko left, the waitress placed everyone's dishes on the table. Please enjoy. Naruto didn't need to be told twice. He instantly dug into his ramen. Ino had to admit that the food was very good. She decided then and there that the food was the best part of the evening. Damn, these dumplings are amazing. She looked across from her to see Lee and Tenten feeding each other. It would have been cute. But at this moment she was trying to eat. Ew, gross. Ino thought. Naruto obviously had the same thoughts, only he of course ended up saying something. The boy could never learn to keep his mouth shut. Come on you guys. That's gross. Tenten laughed. Sorry, it's a couple thing. Yeah, Ino quickly agreed. Naruto, baby, here eat. She took some of the fish off of her plate. The young woman turned his face to hers. She waited a moment before shoving the fish into his mouth. Whoa, damn that's spicy. He grabbed a drink from the table and quickly downed its contents. He felt like he was on fire or something. He then turned his attention onto Ino. Ino, are you trying to kill me? I'm sorry. Hold it. Sakura interrupted the story. It was now Ino's turn to groan in frustration. They were never going to finish the story at this rate. What is it now, forehead? All you guys had was dinner. I still don't see what happened to Naruto. Did Mr. Yamanaka really hurt you or something? Naruto just let out a laugh. Ino could only frown at Sakura's question. My daddy has never actually went through on one of his threats. Well, she paused. At least not that I know of anyway. Naruto swallowed hard. So, did this mean that there was every chance that Inoichi would still kill him? No. He shook those thoughts out of his head. Yamanaka-san is cool now. He won't kill me. At least, I hope he won't. Quote. Well, Sakura asked Naruto. She was clearly anticipating an answer. No, Mr. Yamanaka didn't do this to me. Yeah, so forehead sit back down, shut the hell up, and let Naruto finish the story. Inohime, do you want to finish the story? No, you can finish sweetie. Are you sure? Yep. Ino smiled, squeezing his hand within hers. Okay. Naruto smiled. Let's wrap this story up. Naruto wiped the tear out of his eye. That fish was all kinds of spicy. Ino patted his back in a gentle manner. I'm really sorry, okay Naruto. It's fine. I'm alright Ino-chan. You guys are so cute together. Tenten smiled. Lee sat there drinking his soda, or at least the thing that he believed to be soda. This soda tastes funny. Oh well, he thought. He had his second glass and couldn't help but feel strange. Tenten noticed the dazed look in her boyfriend's eyes. Oh, no, what's wrong? Ino wondered. Lee stood up, nearly bringing the whole table down with him. What the hell, Lee? The platinum blonde questioned. Ooh, my head. He slurred. Tenten jumped up from her seat. She grabbed her food as well. There was no sense in leaving good food to danger. Ino, Naruto don't panic. Quote. Don't panic. Ino repeated. I really don't like the sound of that. Oh shit. Naruto cursed. Lee is drunk. A waiter came over to the 14s. Is there a problem? He put his hand onto the boy in green spandex's shoulder. Lee turned around, punching the man in the face. Move it Ino-chan, or we're next. But my dinner. Take it to go. Lee is crazy strong when he's drunk. The next thing Ino, Naruto, and Tenten heard was the sound of tables being turned over. Oh, know who gave this boy alcohol? I knew I recognized him. A waitress spoke. I knew I remembered that green spandex. Everyone stay back. Ino watched in shock and horror, as Lee continued to attack, punch, and kick things. That boy is out of his mind. She pulled Tenten down to the ground. The two of them hid underneath the table. Ino turned her friend towards her. Tenten, what the fuck? Control your crazy ass boyfriend. I can't. She shrugged her shoulders. He'll eventually tire himself out. And how long could that take? The two girls turned around when they heard movements. They saw Naruto sitting behind them. He looked scared as well. Naruto, what the hell are you doing here? No fair. If you two are hiding, then so am I. Get your own spot, idiot. Ino told him before pushing him from underneath the table. Lee was now busy kicking a wall that he thought was a person. Aha! You cannot defeat the green beast of Konoha. Naruto stood up from the ground, coming face to face with Anko. Naruto, what the hell is his problem? He's drunk. You are going to help us with him, right? Anko let out a laugh. Sorry, kid, this is not my area of expertise. Oh, are you going to finish that? She picked up the dango off the plate and walked away. Anko-sensei. Ino shouted. You aren't seriously going to leave us with Lee alone, are you? Yep, bye. She waved. Lee's ears perked up when he heard his name. Someone else wishes to challenge me. Oh shit, Ino whispered. Lee was now running over to them at full speed. Lee-kun, no, Tenten shouted. Naruto saw that Lee was heading straight for Ino. He couldn't let that happen. Ino-chan, his mind thought. The blonde male jumped in the way of Lee's fist, taking the hit for Ino. Naruto. She went wide-eyed. All she could do was watch as Naruto took hit after hit. And, he was doing all of this for her. She also noticed that Naruto wasn't even trying to hit Lee back. He was really such an amazing friend. Naruto, she thought. It was then that she got an idea. If she used her mind control jutsu, she could stop Lee from hurting Naruto. Yes, it was definitely worth a try. Shinra, she started. Only before she could finish her jutsu, Lee kicked Naruto so hard that he went flying clear across the room. He hit a whole bunch of chairs and tables along the way. The two girls flinched when they heard a cracking sound. Ouch, Tenten whispered. Yeah, Ino agreed. I'm going to go get Gai-sensei. You make sure that Naruto is okay. Right. Ino nodded before running over to her boyfriend. She bent down to his level. Naruto, are you okay? The young man had a dazed look in his eyes. Wow, he mumbled. So beautiful. And with that he closed his eyes, passing out, all the while Ino could not control the blush on her face. Beautiful, huh, she thought. Well, there you have it. That's the story. Lee totally lost his mind. And beat the hell out of my poor, innocent Naru-kun. Ino said with sadness. She hugged him. Ino-chan, please the arm. Oh yeah, she smiled. Sorry. So, how is this a story about doom, hopelessness, fear, and betrayal? Ino looked at Sakura as if she had asked the dumbest question in the entire universe. Forehead, weren't you listening? The story had all those elements. Doom. Because we were all doomed the moment Lee had a drink. Fear, because he was scary as all hell. Hopelessness because, well, the situation looked hopeless from the beginning. And lastly, betrayal because Anko-sensei totally betrayed us by leaving. Ino explained. Yeah, Tenten nodded. When I see that purple-haired, dango stealing. She paused. It's okay Tenten-chan, calm down. Hat can you really expect from that crazy woman? Naruto told her. That's true. Everyone agreed. Naruto let a sigh escape him. He closed his eyes for a moment. Ino continued to massage his shoulder for him. He knew that she was doing this simply for show, but it would be a lie if he said that it didn't feel nice. Hello. Lee hiccuped. How are all of you on this extremely youthful day? Instantly blue eyes popped open. He stared at Lee with a panicked expression. Lee had just hiccuped. Was he drunk again? In an instant Naruto was on his feet. Oh hell no. Come on Ino-chan, let's get the hell out of here. He's drunk again. Huh. Lee seemed confused. It's okay Lee-kun. Don't worry about it. Tenten smiled for him. Fuck no Tenten. I am not getting hurt again. Ino, he turned to his girlfriend. It's okay Naruto. Lee just has the hiccups. He isn't drunk. Oh good. Naruto sighed in relief. Lee only seemed more confused than ever. But he shrugged his confusion off. Suddenly, as if a light off in his head, he turned towards his girlfriend. Oh yeah, Tenten-chan, I've come to say goodbye. Goodbye. Tenten questioned in shock. Ooh, things are about to get real juicy Naruto-kun. Ino whispered in his ear. Naruto nodded. Sakura and Hinata sat there paying attention too. Were they all about to witness the official Lee and Tenten break up? Was that the thing that would be happening today? Ino couldn't wait for the fireworks. Yes, goodbye. Lee repeated. What the hell do you mean by goodbye? I gave you the best year and a half of my life. Do you realize who I could have chosen instead of you? Hey calm down. No, she shook her head. I will not calm down. I have the right to be angry. Listen here Rock Lee. She pointed to him. You picked the wrong kunoichi to break up with. Oh, no Ten's going to lose it. Ino spoke. Lee opened his mouth to say something. Only he couldn't because of Tenten's rant. The young woman kept going on and on. There seemed to be no end in sight. And furthermore Mr. Youthful. Lee silenced her by putting his finger to her lips. Tenten-chan, you are not behaving very youthful today. I am not breaking up with you. I was just saying goodbye. Because I'm leaving for a mission. Oh. Tenten calmed down drastically. Well, if that's the case I'm going to miss you Lee-kun. She reached up and hugged her boyfriend. Ino was slightly disappointed. She had expected some big fireworks. Unfortunately, nothing had really happened, except for a big misunderstanding. After a long tearful goodbye, a kiss, and a youthful moment Lee was on his way. Well, now that little ordeal is over. There had to be something good about the evening. Sakura wondered. Tenten, Naruto, and Ino thought about it for a moment. They looked at each other and nodded. It was like they were all thinking the same exact thing. The food. They all agreed. Oh, yeah the food was amazing. Ino smiled. Yeah, I'm telling you that food was to die for. Yeah, but we'll never get to have it again. We were banned from the restaurant, remember? So we can't ever go back. Naruto reminded them. Oh, that's right. They sighed in disappointment. It was all thanks to Lee, they would never be able to go back to that restaurant again. They probably wouldn't even be able to walk past the place without receiving looks. Damn you Lee, they all thought. Well, I'm going to help Naruto get home. You know, with his bad arm and everything. We'll see you guys later. Oh, and Tenten stay youthful. Ino teased the brunette. Very funny Ino Datbeo. Hey, Naruto exclaimed. That's not funny. Yeah it kind of was. Sakura laughed. Bye you guys. Bye. The couple waved. For a while they walked insolence side by side. Ino did admit that they were convincing in front of their friends just now. She was more sure than ever that they could pull this off. Hey, she started. Hi, Ino-chan, your arm, she started. Does it hurt a lot still? In truth he wasn't even really in that much pain. Kyuubi of course had something to do with that. Only, he wasn't quite sure if he was ready to tell her about it. Yeah it's killing me. He lied. Yeah. She nodded. Lee gave you quite the thrashing huh? Yeah. He grinned. Lee was always strong you know, but when he's drunk he's like a million times worse. Ino probably would have never believed it. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes. I never got to thank you. For what? He wondered. For getting in the way, and taking all those hits for me. You really didn't have to. What kind of guy would I be if I let you get hurt? Ino went to say something else, but stopped herself. She also wanted to talk about when he called her beautiful. The moment right before he passed out. She was probably a little nervous about bringing it up. What if he hadn't meant it? What if he had forgotten all about it? He was most likely confused or something. Oh, hey it's you guys. Enko's voice was heard. Enko-sensei. Damn kid, you look a little banged up. I'm guessing you didn't survive last night. No thanks to you. Naruto reminded her. Hey, she shrugged her shoulders. I told you that wasn't really my thing. Oh, but stealing other people's food is. You owe us some money. Enko let out a guilty laugh. There was no way in hell she was going to be paying them out of her pockets. No way you brats. I'm not paying you anything. Oh yeah, well wait until Ibiki-sensei finds out. Or better yet I'll tell Tsunade-sama. She won't be too thrilled when she learns at you left 4 defenseless teens alone. In a highly dangerous situation at that. Ino told her. Hardly. She laughed. You two are not defenseless. But I rather not have Tsunade-sama on my ass about this nonsense. I'm sure you would spin this story to your advantage. So, here. She went into her pocket and took out some ryo. Enko muttered something about, stupid, blonde children, before walking away. Ino laughed. That was really cool, Ino-chan. Yeah, I'm actually surprised that she went for it. She probably was bored of us, and couldn't wait to get out of here, or something. Yeah, probably. Naruto agreed. Oh shit, I have to be at the shop again today. I'm sorry Naruto, I wanted to make sure that you got home okay. You know with your bad arm. Naruto really appreciated the platinum blonde's concern. I'll be fine, trust me, he tried to reassure her. Ino slowly nodded. Although, she had to admit that she was rather worried about her whisker-faced friend. Are you sure? Yeah, alright. But be careful okay. Your arm should be better soon though. Thanks I will Ino-chan. Take care okay. I will. She smiled for him. If you need anything. I know. He nodded. Okay, bye. She waved to him. Naruto stared after her until she was gone from sight. A sigh escaped the young man. I want to tell you about Kyuubi, Ino-chan. It's just that I'm not ready yet. With that, the young man turned around and headed to his own apartment, with thoughts of Ino and the Kyuubi on his mind. Uzumaki Naruto let out an uneasy sigh. This was it. Today was the day that he would tell his friend about the Kyuubi. He was more than just a little nervous. He was worried about how Ino would react to his news. Was it possible that she might end up hating him? Would she want to end their friendship over this? Naruto stood on the bridge where the former Team 7 used to wait for their sensei. He had asked the platinum blonde to meet him here. She was actually running a little late. He hoped that everything was okay with her. Naruto was soon pacing back and forth, in a very nervous manner. It wasn't too late to back out. No one said that he had to tell her about Kyuubi today. But then he remembered Inoichi's words. Ino had a right to know, especially since they had been spending a lot of time together. Hey Naruto. He heard her voice. He stopped pacing, and turned around. Ino stopped right in front of him. Hey, I'm sorry that I'm late. What's up? Why did you want to meet me? The blonde male nervously shoved his hands into his pockets. He gathered up his courage. This was now or never. Do or die. There was no holding back any longer. Ino-chan, I have something I want to tell you. Okay. She nodded. Go for it. I should have probably told you this before. I'm sorry that I didn't. Ino simply blinked in confusion. She saw that he was having a hard time. She only wanted him to say whatever it was that was on his mind. Naruto, it's okay. Just tell me. Right. Well, do you remember the attack on Konoha, 17 years ago? The one made by Kyuubi. Did you ever hear anything about it? Ino nodded. She had remembered her parents discussing it when she was younger. She wondered why he was suddenly bringing it up now. What did that have to do with him? Yeah, the fox demon that the Yondaime killed, right? No, the fourth didn't kill Kyuubi. Naruto stopped. Ino put her hand to his shoulder. She didn't know of any other way to help him tell her what was going on. Naruto, how do you know about all of this? It's not really something that we were told about, you know. Yeah, I know. I'll tell you. I know that the fourth didn't kill Kyuubi, because it was sealed inside a newborn. He paused again. Naruto looked down and stared into Ino's eyes. She was clearly waiting for him to speak again. That newborn was me. I have Kyuubi inside of me. I'm a Jinchuriki. Ino froze. Naruto stared into those aqua-colored orbs. She had a look of fear in her eyes. He had never seen her look like this before. She slowly stepped away from him. You're a freak. Her words were painful to him. It was the way she uttered the word, freak. He hated the way she called him that so easily. Ino-chan, No, you're a freak. She repeated. I can't believe that you have that thing inside of you. And to think that I let you touch me. I let you hold my hand. How could I ever let a monster like you anywhere near me? Each word she spoke felt like a stab to the chest. Her voice was filled with venom. He had never actually heard her speak like this. Not even to Sakura, whenever they had their little rivalry going on. But Ino, I'm not a monster. I'm still the same Naruto. You know, the one you always call idiot. He tried to smile. Your friend. Ino wasn't having any of it. She didn't want to hear any of his explanations. To her, he was not the same Naruto she once knew. He was a monster, a freak, someone she didn't want to be around. Don't try to get me to feel sorry for you. You creep. I'm out of here. Don't ever talk to me again. Goodbye. He watched her walk away. Naruto tried to run after her. He had to stop her from leaving. He needed her to understand that he wasn't a monster, or a freak. He was someone that she could count on. He was her friend. When he caught up to her, he grabbed her arm. Ino-chan, please wait. Get the hell off of me, you goddamn monster. She turned around and slapped him across the face. Naruto put his hand to his cheek. It had turned bright red. Ino had no sort of remorse in her eyes. Naruto only saw hate and disgust. Never come near me again. With that she was gone from sight. Naruto never imagined that she would take the news so badly. Ino, he whispered sadly. Naruto woke up from his nightmare. He stared down at the seal on his stomach. That nightmare was still haunting him. He couldn't even begin to think of anything else. Ino-chan wouldn't react like that, would she? He wondered. He didn't want to even imagine that happening for real. It was then that he decided not to tell her. He would hold off on telling her for a while. The young man had truly lost his nerve. At this moment, he simply didn't have the heart to tell her. For the rest of the night, he found that sleep did not come for him. He found that no matter how hard he tried he couldn't get back to sleep. The dream would not leave his thoughts. He wasn't sure how the platinum blonde was going to react. Sure, she was loud, pushy, and sometimes overbearing. Yet the blue-eyed girl had a caring side. And he found that she could be very understanding. Knowing this did nothing to ease his nervousness. I guess telling Ino-chan about Kyuubi will have to wait a little while longer. Over the past few days, a pink-haired female had the opportunity to do some serious thinking. Watching Ino and Naruto together was something that she was still trying to get used to. She found that she was spending less time with her blonde-haired friend. If he wasn't on missions, he was spending all of his free time with Ino. She missed him, but of course she wasn't jealous. At least, that was what she was trying to tell herself. I'm not jealous. I'm not jealous. Sakura was sitting at a nearby bench thinking, when Tenten saw her. Tenten walked over to her pink-haired friend. She noticed that the young woman was clearly spacing out. The brunette waved her hand in front of her. There was no response. She then started to shake Sakura. There was still no response. Sakura. The younger girl didn't acknowledge the brunette. Tenten was becoming visibly upset. Just what the hell was she thinking about, that had her so spaced out? It was as if Sakura was in another world. Konoha to Haruno. Sakura, where the hell are you right now? Sakura didn't even blink. She was too deep in her thoughts to be bothered by Tenten. The older Kunoichi knew that she had to do something. She needed to bring the green-eyed girl out of her current state. Oh my god. Is that Naruto cheating on Ino with Temari from Suna? Huh. Sakura instantly snapped out of it. Oh, hey Tenten, what's up? You tell me. The brown-eyed girl sat down next to her. You seem a little out of it. I'm fine. She lied. I was just doing a little thinking. Yeah, I can see that. Unknowing to the two girls, Ino was sitting behind some bushes listening in. She was actually going to ask Sakura what the problem was, but Tenten had gotten to her first. So here the platinum blonde sat, eavesdropping on their conversation. She felt a little bad for doing this. Mainly because it made her seem like she had absolutely no life. Geez, what am I even doing here? This is so pathetic. As she was getting up to leave, she heard the two girls talking again. So what's on your mind? Tenten asked. I was just thinking about Naruto and Ino. She heard her name. There was no way she was leaving right now. She had to stay to hear this. What about them? They are so cute, aren't they? I don't know. Something just doesn't seem right with them. I can't explain. Oh shit. Ino thought. This couldn't be a good thing. If Sakura was thinking thoughts like this, then she and Naruto simply weren't convincing enough. I don't get it. They seem like they're good for each other. You're probably a bit jealous. Tenten smiled. Sakura's cheeks flushed red. No, that wasn't it. She admitted when she first found out that they were together. She was a little more than surprised. But it was to be expected. They were the very last people she saw making a love connection. She really didn't see that one coming. To make a long story short, she simply couldn't believe it. Although she had witnessed them holding hands, touching, and calling each other names like, sweetie, or, baby. A part of her still didn't really believe it. Or maybe she just didn't want to believe it. Was she really jealous? Maybe on some level she was. She did however feel that Naruto had been taken away from her. Ino sat there anticipating Sakura's answer. If it was what she had hoped, she could go find Naruto, and tell him the good news. They would be able to end this little charade. Come on forehead. Just admit that you're jealous already. Sakura started. I am not jealous. Yeah, right, whatever you say Sakura. You are so jealous. I can tell. No I'm not. Look, think about it Tenten. Don't you think that their relationship happened a little too fast? They had one date, the next thing they are suddenly into each other. And haven't you noticed that they never kiss? Ino swallowed the lump in her throat. So this was what the whole thing was about. Sakura had a point. In front of their friends, she and Naruto had never once kissed. The most they ever did was hug, hold hands, and call each other little pet names. She couldn't believe that she had forgotten that little detail. Couples kissed, it was a well-known fact. She had surely seen Lee and Tenten, and Hinata and Kiba enough to understand that. She didn't want their entire plan blown to pieces, because of something as simple as a kiss. Besides, it wouldn't mean anything to either of them. She was positive that Naruto still wanted Sakura. She knew that much for sure. And she was simply Naruto's friend, nothing more, nothing less. She could kiss her friend with no strings attached. If this was all true, why did she feel nervous about it? So what? Tenten said. Couples don't have to always show PDA. Who says that they have to be all over each other? Ino stood up from her position on the ground. She didn't want to hear the rest of this. Instead she went off in search of her blonde friend. Sakura turned around. She stared at the bushes with a curious expression. What's up? Tenten questioned. It's nothing. I told you it's just weird. I can't really explain it but something is up. Ino searched everywhere for her whisker-faced friend. He wasn't at Ichiraku's, he wasn't training, no one had seen him. It wasn't as if he had vanished off the face of the earth. Naruto, where the hell are you? She wondered. Oi Ino, you okay? Shikamaru asked. Huh, oh hey Shika. I didn't see you laying there. You haven't seen Naruto anywhere, have you? A yawn escaped the dark-haired male. He looked up to meet his gaze. She seemed a little on edge. He was starting to wonder why that was. Naruto. No, I can't say that I've seen him. Alright. She nodded. Thanks, I'm going to go find him. She started to leave, but Shikamaru called out to her once more. Ino, I know it's not really any of my business. But are you and Naruto okay? I don't know, you seem a little panicked for some reason. We're fine. Ino smiled. There's nothing to worry about. I'll see you around, okay Shika, bye. She waved. Shikamaru only shrugged his shoulders. If Ino said everything was fine, then it had to be true. He would have to leave any suspicions or questions alone for the moment. I guess that she's okay then. The platinum blonde finally decided to check Naruto's house. He had to be in his apartment. She knocked on the door. There was no answer at first. Naruto, open up. She only knocked harder. He had yet to come to the door. A sigh escaped her. What was he doing in there that was so important? Could he seriously not hear her practically banging on his door? Naruto. She shouted. It was then that realization came to her. Perhaps he wasn't even home. It would explain why he wasn't coming to the door. Only, if he wasn't home, where the hell was he? I better go then. Just then a taller, spiky-headed blonde came to the door. He was dressed in nothing except his boxers, and a sleeveless t-shirt. A blush rose to Ino's face, yet it quickly faded. Ino-chan. He yawned. What are you doing here? Get back inside. You hardly have any clothes on. She pushed him back inside his apartment. What's up? What are you doing here? He asked again. Naruto moved the many ramen cups out of the way, so that Ino could have a seat. The blue-eyed female sat down and he did as well. She stared at the young man's arms. He had a well-toned body, she could tell. She found herself wishing that the shirt was completely off. She wanted to see just how well-toned he really was. No. She shook her head. Don't think like that. Ino took a breath. She needed to get her thoughts together. She thanked Kami that Naruto couldn't read her thoughts right now. Ino-chan. His voice held concern. Are you okay? Hi. She nodded. We've got to talk. I have some news. For one thing, Sakura is totally jealous. What? He scratched his head in confusion. She is, trust me. I heard her talking with Tenten. Even if she's not admitting it, she definitely is. Ino seemed to be completely confident in this little bit of information. Naruto, on the other hand, wasn't sure what to make of things. Ino. No. Listen, we're making progress. It may be at a slow pace, but we are making progress. There's something else though. Naruto blinked. He wasn't sure how to interpret Ino's tone of voice. She also appeared to be a little reluctant about sharing the next part of her news. Ino-chan, what is it? Well, to seal the deal we're going to have to show a little more public affection. We're going to have to. She paused. We're going to have to kiss. As soon as he heard this, Naruto fell from his spot on the bed. He hit the floor hard. Ino simply shook her head. Get up, you idiot. But Ino-chan, we can't do that. I know. She agreed. We have to. If Sakura sees it, it's bound to have some sort of impact on her. Besides, couples do kiss. She caught the look of worry on the blonde boy's face. I know what you're thinking. It'll be okay, Naruto. It's just a quick kiss. We both know that it won't mean anything. You do want forehead, don't you? A sigh escaped Naruto. He stood up, and made his way over to the window. Ino stared at him. She waited patiently for some sort of response. Ino-chan, what if this is really a waste of our time? I'm not sure if this is a good idea anymore. Maybe we should just give it up. Ino almost didn't believe the words that were coming out of his mouth. This wasn't possible. Uzumaki Naruto was quitting. Sure, he had always been a bit reluctant since the beginning. He had always had his doubts about the whole plan. But she thought that he was all for it by now. And she didn't come all this way to give up now. She wasn't ready to call this whole thing quits. Uzumaki. She called out to him in a stern voice. We didn't come all this way to give up now. We just have to push a little harder. You and I can do this. Listen, I really want to help you. At first this was just a stupid game to me. I wanted to tick Sakura off. But now, Naruto turned around to meet Ino's gaze. She was being serious, he could tell by the look in her eyes. She also had a very serious expression on her face. Ino, let me finish, okay? I want you to have the things that you want. Although, I did tell you that you needed to get over her. Forehead has always been one of those things. She's always been the girl of your dreams. So, if I can help, I want to. So, she smiled. We're in this to the very end, got it? There was something in her voice that made him not want to disappoint her. She seemed determined. He ended up giving her a half smile. Sure. Good. Now don't worry so much about that kiss. It's only for show, remember? Yeah, and I would hate for all of our progress to be ruined. We've come too far to end this thing now, especially since it's just something as simple as a kiss. I'm going to go now. I'll see you. Bye, Ino-chan. Bye. She waved. The platinum blonde exited his house. She leaned up against the door for a moment. Ino took a breath. That takes care of that. I can't believe that he almost gave up. We've worked too hard to give up. With that, Ino left his apartment and headed home. All she could really think about was the conversation with Sakura and Tenten. Why couldn't the pink-haired girl accept what she and Naruto had already produced? Now they had to actually kiss. This might prove to be difficult. Ino saw that they had a challenge ahead of them. Things should work out fine. Yeah, as long as I remain optimistic. It should work out okay. Naruto watched until the platinum blonde was out of sight. To say he was nervous about this kiss was an understatement. He was downright panicked. He was more than just a little worried about it. Then again, there was no real reason to panic. Like Ino said, it wouldn't mean anything. Yeah, Naruto laughed. It's only a little kiss. It won't mean anything, he told himself. One day the couple sat together holding hands, like they usually did. Ino figured that today was better than any other, to get this kiss over with. Unknowing to Naruto, Sakura had been nearby. Tenten was standing next to her. Sakura, what the hell are you doing? She asked. Shish, I'm watching them. Oh yeah, and you're definitely not jealous. Sakura, do you see yourself? Look at what you're doing. You're sitting here spying on them from the bushes. Sakura chose to ignore Tenten's comments. Although, she really did have a point. This was more than just a little ridiculous. This was downright crazy. Naruto felt the nervousness running through him. He was almost a complete wreck. He was sweating, and he felt like his throat was about to close in. Ino turned to look at him. She slowly loosened her grip on his hand. Your palms are really sweaty. Are you alright? She gently placed her hand to his forehead. He didn't have a fever. So he definitely wasn't sick. It was then that she came to one conclusion. Are you nervous? Yeah, kind of, he admitted. Don't be. It's not a big deal like I said. It's going to be okay. Yeah, Ino suddenly wrapped her arms around his shoulders. Naruto blinked in confusion. Why was she doing this? None of their friends were around. She was now firmly pressed up against his chest. He let out a muffled groan. Ino-chan, what are you? Shish, she's watching us. Who? Sakura. I see that pink head of hers. Who does she think she's fooling? Ino spoke in an amused tone. Ino pulled away slightly. She wrapped her arms around his neck. Aqua orbs staring into his confused cerulean blue pools. He didn't like that look in her eyes. She had something planned, he could tell. Naruto, are you ready? Ready for what? Ino rolled her eyes at his comment. It figured he would say something like that. Never mind, just come here. She then pressed her lips to his for a quick kiss. Sakura's eyes nearly fell out of their sockets. What the, do you see that? They can't be, what? She repeated. Well, what do you expect, they are a couple. Tenten reminded her. Naruto never relaxed into her kiss. Ino frowned slightly. It was so tense and uncomfortable. The very least he could have done was kiss her back. Naruto, what the hell are you doing? Ino thought. I don't believe this. Sakura whispered. Ew, gross, get a room you two. Kiba's voice was heard. The two blondes immediately looked up to see the feral boy. He had a grin on his face. Shut the hell up, Kiba. Ino shouted. If I want to kiss my man, I'm damn well going to. Besides, we didn't say anything when you gave Hinata-chan that hickey the other day. A slight blush rose to the brown-haired boy's face. It quickly faded. Yes, Naruto-kun and Ino-chan are just enjoying a youthful moment together. Tenten sighed heavily. She then made her way over to her boyfriend. She had to get him to shut up. Lee-kun, shut up. Oh, hello Tenten-chan. Where did you come from? Yeah where did you come from? Ino asked with a suspicious look on her face. Enten swallowed the lump of nervousness in her throat. She didn't want Ino to know that she was with Sakura. She really didn't want any part of that mess. I was just walking by when I heard Lee. We have a date right now, remember Lee? Huh, he was definitely confused. She stepped on his foot and pulled him closer to her. We have a date don't we? She repeated. Oh yes we do, lead the way Tenten-chan. He smiled weakly. Ino just let out a laugh. She stroked Naruto's cheek. She could see right through Tenten's quick lie. Well, she did get points for thinking quickly though. If IK knew that we were going to have an audience, I would have invited them over a lot sooner Naruto-kun. Yay Ino-chan. He gave her a smile. Whatever. Kiba laughed. I didn't mean to crash your makeout session. I'll be on my way. See you guys. He waved. Bye Kiba, they said together. Ino was trying to decide on whether or not she should confront Sakura. The pink-haired girl had to still be nearby. She highly doubted that Sakura had left just yet. Ino closed her eyes, and then opened them again. She was now staring in the direction where Sakura was sitting. Sakura, you can come out now. Shit. Sakura cursed. She pulled herself together before coming out from her hiding spot. Hey, you two. Did you enjoy the show? Or do we have to give you a repeat of it? No thanks. I got more than an eyeful. Good. I'm glad that you saw. Now you see just what you don't have, huh? Now you see what you're missing don't you? What? Ino pig eye. It's perfectly okay you know. I'm not mad because you're jealous. I think it's kind of cute actually. Sakura held her mouth open. She tried to find some words to say, only she found that she had none at this moment. I was the only thing that she could say. What's the matter forehead? Are you speechless? Sakura closed her mouth for a moment. She needed to come up with something to say back to Ino. She couldn't let Ino get the last words in. Shut up Ino pig. Why don't you and Naruto go back to sucking face? I have to go. Oh, Sakura, next time ask first before you watch us. Whatever. She shouted and then stormed off. Ino wait. Until she was completely gone from sight before talking. She didn't want their conversation to be overheard. She turned to face her blonde-haired friend. Naruto was already staring at her. Tell me that you saw that. She was so jealous. It was written all over her face. Maybe. Naruto spoke. Naruto she was, trust me. We're doing good. Naruto only nodded. He then stood up. Ino watched him with a curious expression. She hoped that she didn't say anything to upset him. Hey, what's wrong Naruto? It's nothing. He lied. I'm going to go. I'm sorry about that kiss. Don't be. It didn't mean anything. It was nothing like I said. So, if that's why you're leaving right now. She started. It isn't. Naruto quickly cut her off. I'm just going to go. Okay then. I'll see you. And next tea. I will get forehead to really admit that she's jealous. She's so stubborn, I swear. Okay Ino-chan. Bye. Bye. Ino sat there for a little while longer. She put her hand to her lips. She could hardly call that a real kiss. He didn't even kiss her back. There was no feeling, except for discomfort. No. It was nothing, it meant nothing. I'm fine, she whispered to no one. With that the blue-eyed girl got up and went home. The only thing on her mind now was Naruto, and that almost kiss that happened between them. That night Naruto was laying in bed with his arms behind his head. He stared into the ceiling. All he could think about was almost kissing Ino. He wasn't considering it a real kiss either. The only thing that happened was her lips being pressed up against his. He had never kissed her back. Naruto wondered why he couldn't reciprocate that kiss. He turned when he heard a light tapping at his window sill. He saw the platinum blonde out there. She had a smile on her face. It was late, what was she doing out there? She had to be okay, she was smiling after all. So he knew that she was in a good mood. Hey Naruto-kun, open up okay. He went to the window. She entered and stared back into his eyes. He looked more than just a little surprised to see her. Hey Ino-chan, what are you doing here? Shish. She put her finger to his lips. She walked closer to him. The blue-eyed GIRL wrapped her arms around his shoulders. He stood there frozen for a moment. He almost felt the urge to wrap his arms around her waist. But, decided against it. Naruto, I didn't get my kiss. You never kissed me back. You didn't give me the opportunity to really feel your lips against mine. The taller blonde's cheeks turned red. He felt his heart race, his pulse quickened. Ino was really close to him right now. He could literally feel her heartbeat. Why did she have to be this close to him right now? Her chest was pressed firmly up against his. He could feel each and every outline of her body. It was now causing certain sensations to run through him. He felt his lower half stiffen. Naruto turned red with embarrassment. If Ino had felt it, which he was sure she had. She didn't say anything about it. Ah, Ino-chan, he started. She now had her hand onto his face. She smiled up at him. There was a look of want in her blue eyes. She came here for a kiss, and she clearly wasn't leaving until she got that kiss. I want my kiss, Naruto-kun. Don't deny me this time. Let me really feel how well you can kiss a girl. Don't disappoint me. She leaned forward, pressing her lips to his. It too. A moment before he relaxed into the kiss. After a few moments he eased his way into her kiss. Naruto wrapped his arms around her waist, deepening their kiss. Something that has started out so innocent and light, was now turning into something much more heated and passionate. He felt his heart pounding through his chest, with each passing moment. Naruto ended their kiss by pulling away. Ino also felt her pulse quicken. She hadn't expected it to be that good. Wow, Naruto. Who knew that you actually could kiss? Naruto instantly woke up. There was sweat pouring from his forehead. It was a dream. It all just been one big dream. None of it was real. Although to him it had felt very real. He literally felt her lips on his. Oh boy. Naruto sighed. I need to get a grip. Naruto thought about something. Maybe it wasn't a bad idea to get out of Konoha for a little while. He could definitely use a vacation. A little trip that wasn't a mission for once. Naruto nodded his head. Yeah, that's a good idea. I'll get out of Konoha for a little while. The next afternoon, a pink-haired girl was walking the streets of Konoha. She walked slowly with her shoulders slumped over. She was tired out of her mind. She had a terrible nightmare of Naruto and Ino getting married. The next thing she saw was a whole bunch of annoying, loud, blonde children. She shuddered at the very thought. That couldn't possibly happen. Sure, they had kissed, but marriage and children, that was out of the question. No, I can't be godmother to the spawn of Naruto and Ino pig. She stopped walking and looked towards the gates. She saw two heads of blonde hair. Speak of the devils. There was Naruto and Ino together, like usual. So she wasn't really surprised to see them together. But this time they were leaving the village. And they weren't holding hands. Hell, they weren't even standing all that close to each other. Naruto was clearly leading the way, with Ino following behind him. Sakura raised an eyebrow in question. They were too far away for her to call out to them. She knew that right now she couldn't ask any questions. She watched until both blondes were gone from sight. There is something definitely up with those two. Oh well, I guess I will confront them about it when they get back. Naruto, Ino, what's really going on with you both? The blue-eyed male put his hand to Ino's cheek. He stared down at her for a moment. There was a look of want and desire in his eyes. Those cerulean blue orbs seemed to be screaming, I want you. The platinum blonde stared wide-eyed at him. Why was he looking at her like this? Surely he couldn't be looking at her this way. Naruto gently stroked her cheek. Naruto, what are you doing? Ino-chan, I want you. I want you more than anything. He whispered to her. He put his arms around her waist, bringing her closer to him. She could feel her heartbeat through her chest. Her cheeks flushed red at his warm touch. Why was he causing these feelings to stir up inside of her? Couldn't he see what he was doing to her right now? But I thought that you wanted forehead. No. He shook his head. I want to be with you and only you. He leaned down, capturing her lips in a soft, passionate kiss. Ino tried to resist his kiss. This was wrong, wasn't it? It shouldn't be happening. He was only her friend, nothing more, nothing less. Only she soon found herself giving in and kissing him back. Ino-chan. She was suddenly pulled out of her thoughts by a loud clapping sound. It was Naruto trying to get her attention. Hey Ino-chan, what's up? Where are you right now? Naruto asked. Ino shook her head, getting rid of the remainder of her thoughts. She looked up to meet Naruto's concerned gaze. She couldn't very well tell him what she was thinking. I'm fine. Sorry that I was spacing out on you. Yeah, he nodded. Are you okay? I'm fine. She tried to reassure him. He did not really believe her, but decided not to comment any further. If Ino said that she was fine, he would just have to take her word for it. Whatever she had been thinking about must have been pretty good, since she couldn't seem to pull herself out of her own thoughts. I wonder what she was thinking about. Naruto decided that it was really none of his business, and let go of any questions he might have had for her. Let's rest here for a while, okay? Ino said to him. Sure. Ino sat down underneath a nearby tree, her blonde counterpart sat on a nearby rock. She gazed up into the sky. There wasn't a cloud in sight. It was really such a beautiful day. She felt that she should definitely enjoy it. It's a really nice day today, huh? The platinum blonde told him. Yeah, Naruto agreed. It'll probably rain at some point though. She blinked, and stared up into those cerulean blue orbs. What makes you say that? She wondered. Huh. He then looked at her. Oh, you can just sense it. Hey Ino-chan, when you're ready to get going let me know. Hey, why are you going to the land of waves anyway? Ino had been in such a rush to go with the blue-eyed boy, she had forgotten to ask him why he was leaving Konoha. The only thing that she knew was that she was bored out of her mind. And she had wanted something to do. Flashback. Ino had been watching the shop, when she noticed a familiar head of spiky blonde hair outside. She saw Naruto with his bag on his back. It meant that he was leaving the village. She ran to the door of the shop. Oi, Naruto, where are you going? She was curious. Naruto turned around to see Ino, he smiled for her. Hey there Ino-chan, I'm going to the land of waves. You're going to go alone? Yes, so I better go. I'll see you when I get back Ino. He started to walk off. Ino stood there just thinking for a moment. Here she was, bored out of her mind. Was it really such a bad idea if she tagged along? It gave her something to do, that was for sure. Hey Naruto, wait. Give me a moment to get ready, okay? I want to go with you. Naruto blinked in confusion. Ino-chan, you. No. She cut him off. I really want to go, alright. I'll be right back, just wait for me. All Naruto could do was nod, because she was already gone. Okay. End. I'm going to the land of waves to visit a family over there. Oh. She blinked. So it's a social thing. Yeah, it's been a while since I last saw them. I just wanted to see how they were doing, you know. Yeah, she nodded in understanding. Whatever, it beats standing around in the flower shop all day. Ino got up from her comfortable position on the ground. She stretched her arms, a long sigh escaping her. Alright, well I guess we can keep moving then. Good. Naruto nodded. He led the way with Ino following behind him. She was actually curious to see what would happen on this little trip with Naruto. It might be interesting. I've already been surprised by him. Hey Ino-chan, you've never been to the land of the waves, huh? No, I never have. She admitted. Heard that it was a pretty poor country though. Yeah, Naruto nodded. It was, but they progressed a lot since the bridge was built. Well that's a good thing. I bet you'll be pretty excited to see your friends again, huh? Yeah, you'll like them. They're all really nice people. The blonde male paused, as he had now hit the ground hard, due to the fact that he wasn't paying attention and tripped over a rock. Damn, he cursed. Are you alright? Geez, you're clumsy. Come here, give me your hand. Naruto reached for Ino's hand, and she helped him up from the ground. Hey, Ino smiled. It looks like I'm already saving your ass. Yeah right. Naruto smirked. I don't need you to save me Ino-chan. Yeah, we'll see about that. We've still got plenty of time in the day. You never know what might happen. Naruto raised an eyebrow to his traveling companion. Was it him, or did it sound like she actually wanted something to go wrong, just so she could end up being his rescuer? Hey, it sounds like you want something to happen. There's nothing wrong with a little excitement. The platinum blonde told him. Yeah I guess, but we're just going to visit some friends of mine. It's not a mission or anything Ino. You probably thought it was right. Well, yeah I did sort of think that it was a mission. But hey, I don't mind if it's just a social thing. I really did want to come with you. Ino paused when she realized what she said, and just exactly how she said it. Naruto only blinked. Ino-chan. Never mind that. Let's get going, okay. She spoke cheerfully and started to lead the way. Ino. You're going the wrong way. Ino quickly stopped walking. Of course she had no idea where the hell she was going. Stupid move, Ino. She muttered under her breath. Hey, Ino laughed. I'll just follow your lead then. Yeah, that's probably a good idea, Ino. You don't want to get lost or something, your father would never let me hear the end of it. Naruto could just imagine the look on Inoichi's face. If he came back to Konoha without Ino. Although, he had been able to get through an entire dinner with Mr. Yamanaka, he would be a dead man for sure if that happened. Naruto's daydream. Naruto imagined himself standing in front of Mr. Yamanaka. Hi Yamanaka-san. He smiled nervously. He nodded with his arms folded. He then looked around for any sign of his daughter. He was positive that she said she would be leaving with Naruto. He saw that the blonde male was back, but just where in the world was his princess? Naruto. Where is Ino? I assumed that she would be with you. About Ino-chan. She kind of, got lost. Hey. He laughed, running his fingers through his hair. Inoichi did not look amused in the slightest. Clearly, he had missed the joke. What do you mean she's lost? Naruto, answer me. This is all we could find of her, Mr. Yamanaka. Naruto held out Ino's hair clip. Inoichi's eyes widened as he took the hair clip from the young man. He gripped the hair clip in his hand. Uzumaki. I just have one question to ask you, before I torture you slowly, pull out all your insides, and use your body as a scarecrow. How the hell do you lose a whole person? Naruto started. Too slow. Inoichi reached in his pocket for a kunai. End of daydream. Naruto, damn it Naruto, are you listening? What? Geez, now who's the one spacing out? What were you thinking about anyway? Oh, just thinking about what I'd say to your father if you got lost on this trip. My father would totally hunt you down, break you into tiny pieces. And probably dispose your body somewhere that even Tsunade-sama couldn't find you. Whatever is left of you anyway. Why? Yeah, he gulped. You're probably right, Ino-chan. Or, I could probably make up some story about how you ran off with some rogue nin, and got married or something. Oh, and that you had no intention of ever coming back to Konoha. Ino simply rolled her eyes at his comment. Oh yeah, that's very good Naruto, just brilliant. My father would never buy that story. Well, then, what would you like me to tell him, huh? I don't know, but something else other than me marrying a rogue nin. I'm sure that you can be much more creative than that. Okay, I got it, we ran into a bunch of Westerners. And they were like training for the circus or something. When they suddenly spotted you. They had never seen someone as loud or as blonde as you so. Ino looked offended. She gripped her fist, holding in all of her rage. Uzumaki. She questioned through clenched teeth. Hi, Ino-chan. There are a few problems with your story. It's totally stupid. Why would the circus only kidnap me, when you're just as loud as me? Oh, and are you forgetting that you are a blonde too? You moron. Hey. He laughed. I just got you to admit that you're loud. Ino's cheeks flushed red from embarrassment. Naruto was right, he had managed to get the blonde to admit how loud she was. Shut up. She snapped. If anyone is loud, it's you. You got me beat, hands down. Nah, you're louder. Oh yeah, Ino shouted. Yeah, well you are the loudest times infinity. No. Naruto shook his head. You are definitely the loudest times infinity and one, plus not 3 but 4 bowls of pork ramen. You're the loudest kunoichi in all of Konoha. Ino sighed heavily. She took her fist and punched him in the head. Ow. He cried out. Watch it Naruto. I'm sorry. He apologized. I didn't realize that you were so sensitive. What the hell are we doing? Re-arguing about something that's so pointless. Yeah, you're right. He nodded his head in agreement. Besides, we both know that you are the loudest. She mumbled under her breath. Naruto pretended not to hear her. He decided that there was no point in going back and forth with Ino. Truthfully, they were both equally loud individuals. He knew it, she knew it, the bottom line was that they both knew it. There really was no point in dwelling on it, and arguing any further. Damn, I think that I liked it better when you lost your voice. At least you were quiet then Ino-chan. He turned to give her a smile. There he goes with that damn smile of his. Wait, why am I even noticing his smile? It's not that big of a deal, right? She wondered. She had to admit that he had a very nice smile. His smile seemed to brighten up his entire face. Come on Ino, stop thinking about his smile. That should be the last thing on your mind. Before long Ino put those sort of thoughts aside. When they came to the bridge, she immediately noticed what the words said. The Great Naruto Bridge. She read. She turned to look at her spiky-headed blonde companion. She held her mouth open in slight shock. Okay. You are the only Naruto that I know. And I doubt that there's another one running around here. So, do you want to tell me what the hell you did to get a bridge named after you? Ino asked him. Hey. Naruto laughed. I guess old man Tazuna named the bridge after me. Let's get going okay. Naruto started walking away. Ino stared at the words one more time, before walking after him. So, you aren't going to tell me the story then. It has to be a big deal if you have a bridge named after you. It's an old story. It happened a long time ago, back when me, Sakura-chan, and, he paused. When Team 7 helped this old man named Tazuna. There was this creep named Zabuza. He was basically a huge threat to the construction of the bridge, and the people were terrified of him. He really slowed down things for Tazuna. So, we had to help you know. To make a long story short, we defeated Zabuza, and helped old man Tazuna out. Hey, I didn't think that he would actually name the bridge after me. It sounds like you guys did a lot of cool things in your genin days. Choji, Shika, and I never went up against a known criminal when we were younger. Naruto nodded. Maybe so, but you guys have amazing teamwork. I guess it's because your father started the whole Ino-Shika Cho thing before you guys, right? He wondered. Yeah, you have a point. Ino agreed. Naruto came to a stop. He seemed focused on the ground for some reason. Ino raised an eyebrow to him. Hey, what's wrong? She wondered. I was just thinking about the fight we had here with Haku. I always sort of felt bad for him. He really didn't deserve to die. Ino could see the evident sadness in his eyes. It was written all over the young man's face. Who's Haku? He was Zabuza's right-hand man. He was completely loyal to him. And did pretty much whatever he wanted. He wasn't that much older than me when he died. I thought that if we had lived in a different time, he and I could have been friends. Ino put her hand to Naruto's shoulder. She hated to see him down like this, although she could definitely understand why. I'm sure that Haku is in a good place now. Yeah, Naruto smiled bravely. Let's get going okay. Sure. The companions continued on in an almost deathly silence. There was very little conversation between the two of them. Ino assumed that it was because this place held a lot of memories for him here. He was only 12 when it happened. It had to have a big impact on him. She would often steal glances at him every now and then. Ino felt that there wasn't really much she could say to him. Perhaps maybe in this case silence was golden. She should probably leave him to his own thoughts for now. Ino-chan, I'm sorry for getting all quiet on you. He soon apologized. Don't apologize, it's really okay. You probably have a lot on your mind, right? She asked in a knowing tone. Yeah, I guess I do. Out of the way, coming through. A boy's voice was heard. Ino and Naruto turned around. To see a young dark-haired boy running at full speed. He went crashing into the two blonde, causing Naruto to fall down on the ground. Damn it, what's the big idea? Naruto asked the boy with his fist raised. The boy then turned around. He was greeted by that unruly blonde hair, cerulean blue orbs, and those all too familiar whisker marks. Naruto ni-chan. Huh, you know him? Ino asked while helping her friend off of the ground. Yeah, the boy nodded. Naruto ni-chan, don't tell me that you forgot all about me. Naruto studied the young boy's face. He was definitely for sure a few years younger than them. And although he looked different, much more mature. Naruto knew those big dark eyes anywhere. Hey Inari. He smiled for his friend. Oh good. He sighed in relief. I was about to get worried there for a second, you know. Seeing as how you're closer to middle age now. The dark-haired boy teased. Very funny Inari, I never forget. Naruto said proudly. Okay, I get it. So, ni-chan, who's the pretty girl? He pointed to Ino. A slight blush rose to Ino's cheeks. A compliment was always appreciated, no matter who it was from. Naruto pretended to look around. Nope, no pretty girls around here, that's just Ino. He laughed. What? Ino exploded. She quickly punched him aside the head. Inari laughed upon seeing the fresh lump on Naruto's head. Oh, I get it, so she's your girlfriend. I can tell by the way that she hits you. Ino grew silent for a moment. Naruto turned his gaze elsewhere. Before long he put his familiar goofy grin on. No, Ino-chan and I are just friends. He spoke honestly. Oh cool. So then I can try my luck with her. No way. Naruto said. Ino only goes for the cool, awesome guys like me, right Ino-chan? Wrong. She shook her head. Aw man. Naruto sighed. It was worth a try. Come on Naruto, Ino-chan, let's go to my house. Mom and Gramps will be very excited to see you. With that the three of them started for Inari's house. It didn't talk. Longed for the questions to start rolling. Inari wanted to know what Naruto had been up to. Had he done any other cool things since they last saw one another? If Ino wasn't really his girlfriend, then where was she? Was she locked up in a cage somewhere? Did he ever let her out for sunlight? Naruto hesitantly answered all of his questions, even all the really stupid ones. Wow Naruto ni-chan, I see in T believe that you don't have a girlfriend. You're so cool. Hey, I don't exactly see your fan club around here. At this the dark-haired boy laughed. Just because you don't see them, that doesn't mean that they aren't around. Inari said. That's a good one Inari. Ino laughed, mainly because of the questionable look on Naruto's face. He probably was just kidding about that fan club thing. Ari then turned his attention onto the pretty blonde girl. He couldn't understand why such a pretty girl would cover half of her face like that. What was the deal with the extra long bang? He had to know the answer to that question. Hey, Ino-chan. Yes, Ino answered. I don't get it, what's with the hairdo? Why are you hiding so much of your face? Is there something wrong with your eye? Do you have a glass eye or something? Oh, I know maybe you have two-color eyes and you don't want anyone to see it, is that it? Ino looked almost stunned. She didn't know whether to scream or to punch him in the face. How dare he ask so many stupid questions? Questions about her hair no less. Oh great, now you've done it. She'll kill us both. Naruto sighed. For the record, both of my eyes are blue. No, I don't have a glass eye. No, I'm not cross-eyed, nor do I have a lazy eye. They are perfectly normal, and they've been that way since I was born. I just like to wear my hair this way, is that okay with you? Inari started. Sure, good. Ino smiled. Now please, no more ridiculous questions. I didn't think it was so ridiculous. Inari whispered to Naruto. Naruto agreed with him. Oh that's right, Mom and Gramps. Let's get going. The party of three soon arrived at Inari's house. Tazuna was already seated outside. Inari, you've brought some friends, have you? Oh, hello there Naruto, it's been a while. Yeah, it sure has. Inari's mother soon came outside to see what was happening. She certainly hadn't expected to see Naruto standing there. What's happening out here? Oh, hello there Naruto-kun. It's been so long. My, you've grown into such a handsome young man. She paused as she noticed Ino standing there next to him. She was positive that she had never seen the platinum blonde before. Oh hello there. You must be a friend of Naruto-kun's. Yeah, Ino nodded. Hi, my name is Ino Yamanaka. Well, it's a pleasure to meet you Ino. And Naruto, it's about time that you stopped by to visit us. I was getting worried that you weren't ever going to come back. Yeah, he nodded knowingly. I'm sorry that I haven't been by sooner. It's alright Naruto ni-chan, at least you came now. And we will have a nice dinner to celebrate. Tazuna spoke in a cheerful tone. Naruto, I take it that you saw the name of the bridge. Yep, I sure did. Naruto nodded. Thanks a lot. No problem. We should be thanking you, you know that. Ino listened while Inari, his mother, and old man Tazuna caught up on old times. It was a nice sight to see. It was certainly true Naruto could make friends with anyone. I'd better go and get dinner started. Would you like some help? Ino asked Inari's mother. Sure, that would be great Ino-chan. I really appreciate it. Ino followed the older woman into the house. Naruto decided that he would stay outside with Tazuna and Inari for a while. So, you decided to bring your girlfriend on your visit, Tazuna nudged him in the shoulder. His cheeks flushed red. No Ino-chan is just a friend. What a shame, if I were your age I would have already made my move. The old man spoke proudly. And you would have got rejected in a heartbeat. Ino-chan goes for those weird, pretty boy types. What? Tazuna frowned. Huh, he's right Gramps. Inari laughed. Inside the house Ino was helping Inari's mother in the kitchen. So, if you don't mind my asking, how long have you and Naruto-kun been together? Ino stopped cutting vegetables and started coughing. It took a few moments for her to regain her composure. Oh, Naruto and I are only friends. I was just tagging along on this little trip of his. I see, that's okay, you don't have to give me the details, Ino-chan. She smiled and went back to the soup she was making. Ino sighed in relief. She was glad that she wouldn't ask any more questions. Although Ino could tell that she really didn't believe her. When she heard laughing, she looked outside to see the boys playing. Naruto now had Inari tied up to a tree, where he managed to get a rope from, she didn't know. Yet seeing Naruto so happy made her feel happy as well. He hasn't changed a bit, huh? Inari's mother spoke. Yeah, he may look more mature, but he's still the same old Naruto. I'm glad of that. He was always a very likable young man. We've never forgotten about him, and I'm glad that he never forgot us. Ino smiled for her. Don't worry, he'd never forget his friends. Dinner that evening was full of laughter and fun. Tazuna was making jokes about Naruto and his grandson. Naruto was firing back by calling him a sleazy old man. Even Inari had to get his jokes in here and there. So Naruto, do you think that you'll ask Ino-chan out sometime in the near future? You know, some time before you're my age. Tazuna laughed. The two blondes looked away, avoiding each other's gaze. Dad, that's not very nice. From what I hear, they are only friends. Yeah, that's right, Ino whispered. Yep. Naruto nodded. You both should stay here the night. The older woman suggested. It's late, you can head back to Konoha tomorrow. The blonde boy started. That'll be great. Ino smiled politely. You'll have to share the guest room. But it's big enough so that you both can have your own space. It should be okay, right? Both teens turned slightly red, due to the fact that they had to share the room. Sure. Naruto soon said. Yeah, it'll be okay as long as Naruto keeps his hands to himself. You can resist me, can't you, Naruto? Ino smiled playfully. The boy swallowed the lump in his throat. He then put a smile of his own on his face. Of course, you're the one who can't keep your hands to yourself. Ino-chan, try not to have your way with me when I'm sleeping, okay? Ino started. Now you two settle down, okay? This is not the time for a lover's quarrel. Old man. Naruto went wide-eyed. Tazuna let out another laugh. Ino and Naruto could see that there would be plenty more couple jokes to come. You two be good, okay? Inari teased. No funny business. Naruto could only sigh. This was definitely going to be a long night. Meanwhile, back in Konoha, Kai Yamanaka paced back and forth in the living room. It was getting rather late, and there was still no sign of his daughter. I wonder where Ino-chan is, it's getting kind of late. Just then Ino's mother remembered something. Oh yes, Ino-chan isn't here. She went to the land of waves with Naruto-kun. What? Inoichi asked. Yeah, she left earlier this afternoon. I'm assuming that it's a mission. The older male stopped pacing for a moment. He didn't have an overall problem with Naruto. In fact, he thought that he was a very nice young man. The fact of the matter was that he was a boy. His gender was the problem. Boys were not to be trusted. And he and Ino were alone together, anything could happen. You let our princess out on an overnight trip with a boy. Inoichi-kun, settle down. It's Naruto, remember, we like Naruto. We trust Naruto. She put her hands onto her husband's shoulders in an effort to calm him down. Inoichi took a deep breath, he knew that his wife had made a valid point. Okay, you're right, dear. We trust Naruto. Inoichi took another breath and closed his eyes. Uzumaki. He shouted. You'd better keep your hands to yourself or you're dead. Naruto froze, a sudden uneasy feeling running through his body. He could have sworn someone had just shouted very loudly. Naruto ni-chan, are you okay? Inari asked. Oh yeah, I'm fine. The two boys were now sitting outside watching the stars. It was really a beautiful night. It was cool of you to visit ni-chan. Yeah, I'm sorry that I didn't come sooner. I was just a little preoccupied. He admitted. Nk to them, a certain blonde female was watching them. Naruto leaned back against a nearby rock. Hey Ni-chan, what happened to your friends Sakura and Sasuke? Why didn't they come with you? Oh Sakura-chan is back in Konoha. And Sasuke? He paused. I don't know where he is. He spoke honestly. Inari noticed the look in Naruto's eyes. He saw that the topic of Sasuke was a sore subject. He decided to talk about something else. So, are you sure that Ino-chan isn't your girlfriend? You two seem pretty close to me. Naruto just laughed. He then put his hand to Inari's hair, messing up his scruffy black locks. No, Ino-chan goes for those really weird pretty boy types. She and I are just friends, she wouldn't go for me. He spoke honestly. Okay if you say so. Hey, I'm going to go to bed now. I told Ino-chan that she could have my room, since it would be weird for you two to share a room. Where will you sleep? Naruto wondered. It's fine, I'll take the couch, it's not a big deal. You guys are guests. I'll see you in the morning, bye. Bye, good night Inari. Naruto was now alone. He soon got into a more comfortable position. The young man was now lying with his hands behind his head. He took a breath before speaking. Hey, Ino-chan, you can come out now. The platinum blonde soon walked over to him. She had a seat besides her whisker-faced friend. Are you okay? She wondered. Yeah, I'm fine. He nodded. Sasuke is still a tough subject for you. Naruto had always felt badly for not being able to get Sasuke to come back to Konoha. It took a while, but he was soon able to accept that Sasuke had to make his own choices. If one day, the Uchiha decided to come back, then he would like that. But he wasn't going to go out there and drag him back. There was no point in chasing after him anymore. I think that I'll always feel bad about not bringing him back. And sometimes I do feel like I should have tried harder. Naruto, no one tries harder than you. You did everything you could to get him to come back. If Sasuke can't appreciate that, then it's his loss. Naruto raised an eyebrow to Ino. It sounded as if she was no longer a Sasuke fangirl. Sounds like you're not a big fangirl anymore. I've been over that one for years. It was just a stupid crush that got out of control. I know that he was your friend, so it's okay that you think about him. Naruto noticed the somewhat sad look in her eyes. He put his hand to her shoulder. You still think about Asuma-sensei a lot, huh? Yeah, she whispered. He was like a second father to me. So, I'll always think of him. But there's a difference in our situations, Naruto. Asuma-sensei is dead, Sasuke is probably still out there somewhere. He might come back one day, if so then you get your best friend back. But if not, at least you know that you did everything that you could. Naruto only nodded. He knew that Ino had a point. I guess what I'm saying is don't put your life on hold. And stop worrying about if you didn't try hard enough. We both know that you did. Don't have any more regrets, okay? Alright Ino-chan. Good. A yawn escaped her. She stood up and stretched. I'm going to go to bed now. What about you? She wondered. I'm going to stay out here for a little while longer. Good night Ino-chan. Good night Naruto, don't stay out here too long, okay? Sure thing. Ino left her blonde-haired friend alone. He used the time to reflect on everything the platinum blonde had said to him. He was aware that everything that went down with Sasuke wasn't his fault. And he did indeed try his hardest. This was just one of those things that was beyond his control. Ino-chan was right, I did everything that I could. Naruto decided that he would take the blue-eyed girl's advice. He shouldn't have any more regrets. It was best to just move on and live his life to the fullest. Besides, he smiled. I can't become Hokage if I'm slacking off. The blonde boy stood up from the ground. He decided that it was time for him to retire as well. The entire house was quiet, meaning that everyone had to be asleep. Naruto found his room and sat down on the bed. He put on his infamous black nightcap. He had a feeling that he would need it. A yawn escaped him. He didn't know why he suddenly felt so tired. He knew that he would get a good sleep tonight. He was definitely tired enough. Naruto laid flat on his back, gazing up into the ceiling. It was such a nice, peaceful night. He shouldn't have had a problem falling asleep. Although he felt the sleep, it simply wasn't coming for him. He tried sleeping in different positions. Only nothing seemed to work. He eventually stood up and walked around the room. He paced back and forth. Gotta get to sleep. After a few minutes he stopped pacing and got back into bed. It was then the door opened. Naruto looked up. he saw that it was Ino. Her long blonde hair had been released from its ponytail. Her hair was now cascading around her shoulders. He couldn't make out her facial expression, but he knew that it was her. Ino-chan, he mumbled. The blue-eyed girl stood there for a moment. She entered the room, and made her way over to him. Naruto watched as she got under the covers with him. Ino wrapped her arms around his waist. Ino, what are you? He noticed that the young woman's eyes were closed. She had been asleep the whole time. He had no idea that Ino was a sleepwalker. She was sleepwalking. Naruto tried to move her away from him, only she had a deathly tight grip on him. She clearly had no intention on letting him go. He could barely even move over. They were extremely close right now. A sigh escaped him. It didn't look like he was going anywhere tonight. A small smile came to his face. Well, Ino-chan, it looks like we're stuck for the night, huh? Back in Konoha, Inoichi's father's senses were tingling. He stood up from his chair and gazed out of the window. Something was happening, he was sure of it. Something is definitely happening out there. If my daughter has been deflowered or violated, Uzumaki is a dead man. Inoichi-kun, stop with the threats already and go to bed. Hi. He nodded in defeat. Yes ma'am. Naruto's eyes popped open. A sneeze escaped him. Shit, it looks like someone's talking about me. That can't be good. The blue-eyed male looked down towards the sleeping Ino. Good night, Ino-chan, he whispered. The morning came. Ino felt the bright sunlight peering through the window. She put her hand onto something firm. Whatever she was laying on was certainly warm. What is this? A pair of blue eyes slowly opened. She looked up to see that she was sleeping on Naruto. The young man was asleep with his mouth wide open, and there was a drool line running down his chin. Oh, it's just Naruto. She closed her eyes again. It took Ino a minute to realize what was going on. Ino immediately opened her eyes. Naruto, I was sleeping on Naruto. What the hell is he doing here? Naruto. She shook him. There was no response from him. He looked like he was a heavy sleeper anyway. The only thing that could be heard was the sound of snoring. Boy, he can sure snore. Naruto, wake up, she shouted in his ear. The second blonde opened his eyes, and focused them onto Ino. Did she really have to be so loud this early in the morning? He didn't know what time it was. But it had to be too. Oh, early in the morning for her to be shouting. Oh, Ino-chan, you're awake. Yeah, she nodded. Naruto, I just have one question. What is it? What the hell are you doing in bed with me? At this point Naruto sat up as well. He hadn't forgotten that she had found her way into his bedroom last night. How could he have forgotten that little detail? They had fallen asleep so close to one another. And on top of that she refused to let him go last night. Calm down, Ino-chan. No way, how did we end up like this? What happened? Didn't I tell you to try and resist me? Naruto frowned at this. Ino clearly had no idea what happened the previous night. He could see that he would have to explain to her what happened. Hey, you came onto me. Naruto told her. What? She exploded. Well, you did. Naruto nodded. You don't remember, you were sleepwalking, and you found your way in here. You got into bed with me, Ino. I thought I told you not to have your way with me while I was trying to sleep. Shut up. Ino snapped. She suddenly grew quiet as realization came over her. Oh, I was doing it again, huh? He blinked. She didn't strike him as the type of person that would sleepwalk. Ino let a yawn escape her. I'm sorry then. She apologized. Wait, you've done this before. So I'm not the first guy that you've jumped into bed with, I'm hurt. Naruto feigned sadness. Ino held her mouth open slightly. She resisted the urge to hit him upside the head. This is serious. I used to have really bad nightmares around the time Asuma-sensei died. I started to sleepwalk every time I had a nightmare. Ino. He started. Suddenly the door opened. Naruto ni-chan good. Inari stopped when he noticed the two blondes in bed together. They stared at him for a moment. A smile appeared onto the dark-haired boy's face. Whoa, it looks like I've interrupted something. I thought that I told you two no funny business. Ino turned red. That's not funny, shut up Inari. She spoken through a pillow at his head. For your information, we're in bed like this by accident. Inari dodged the pillow, he then let out a laugh. Yeah, alright, sorry. He apologized. Anyways, mom is making breakfast. Come down whenever you're ready. I'll go now. Inari then closed the door behind him. Ino was the first one to get out of the bed. Ino-chan, how often do you sleepwalk? Not all the time, usually after a nightmare. Funny thing though, I really can't remember what the dream was about. Well then maybe it's a good thing that you don't remember. Maybe. She agreed. Listen, I'm sorry about coming in here like that. I probably scared the hell out of you or something. Naruto just shook his head. He was a little surprised, but he wouldn't say that she had scared the hell out him. If anything, he was probably worried about her. No, I'm glad that you're okay now. Thanks. Oh wait. She remembered something. What was that crap last night about how I would never go for you? She asked him. Huh, oh, you shouldn't sell yourself short. You did manage to get me into bed with you, right? She laughed. Naruto frowned. That's not funny, Ino-chan. Yeah, but seriously, don't be so down on yourself. I'm going to go, I'll see you downstairs. Okay, Ino-chan. Naruto watched her leave. He really was glad that she was okay now. In the back of his mind he wondered why she had found her way into his room. It was probably nothing more than a coincidence. But she had found her way into his room. Out of all the places she could have ended up, why his room? He supposed that it was a good thing that she ended up there. At least she didn't get hurt. Naruto went downstairs. He took a seat next to Inari. Tazuna was already seated at the table. Inari smiled at Naruto before turning to his grandfather. Gramps, guess what? What is it? Guess where I found Naruto and Ino-chan? They were in bed together. Tazuna's eyes widened to the size of saucers, and he began to cough loudly. Naruto glared at Inari. He should have known that little boy would pull something like this. He should have realized as soon as he saw him smiling. I thought that you were only friends, Naruto-kun. We are. The blonde nodded. I hope that you were, careful. The old man spoke with his eyebrows raised. What? Naruto spoke. Inari laughed at the confused expression on his friend's face. Clearly Naruto didn't get what Tazuna was trying to say to him. He means that he hopes that you used protection. Inari laughed again. What? There was no reason to be careful. Inari is totally taking things out of line. Yeah, we slept in the same bed last night but nothing happened. Oh, really? Tazuna asked with his eyebrow raised again. He didn't believe Naruto. Yes. Naruto nodded. Yeah, Naruto Ni-chan is right. They were both fully clothed, thank God. Not that I would mind seeing Ino-chan naked, she is so hot. Tazuna and Naruto grew silent. Neither one of them having anything to say right now. Inari hadn't noticed because he was too busy drooling, and off somewhere in his own world. Inari. Naruto started. Inari, if I were you I'd run. Huh, what, why? There was now the sound of knuckles being cracked. Inari gulped. He turned around to meet the pissed-off face of Ino. She looked less than pleasant right now. You want to see what, Inari? You have 5 seconds to run. Ino told him. He didn't wait long. The dark-haired boy got up and ran off. Moments later Ino was running after him. Get back here, you little perv. Tazuna and Naruto could not contain their laughter. Inari ran out of the front door with Ino hot on his heels. She had no intention of giving up. Damn, she won't give up. Inari thought. Naruto, you better go make sure that everything is okay out there. Tazuna told him. Judging by the sounds of Inari's screams and pleas, Ino was showing little or no mercy at all. Okay. Naruto laughed. I'm going. Naruto walked outside to see Ino holding the younger boy in a headlock. Ino-chan, please let me go, he begged. No, not until you apologize for being a mindless pervert. Okay, I. Inari looked up to see Naruto standing there grinning. Ni-chan, help me. No way. You got into this mess, you get yourself out. Inari sighed. He saw that Naruto would not be of any help to him. He would be on his own on this one. Apologize. Ino spoke through clenched teeth. What? For saying you were beautiful. You know why, you idiot. Inari struggled to break free of Ino's strong grip. Inari, Naruto-kun, Ino-chan, come in, breakfast is ready. Ino slowly started to loosen up her grip on the young man. I will let you go if you say sorry. Inari, you better just apologize. Naruto warned him. Alright already, I'm sorry Ino-chan. What are you sorry for? She grabbed him again. I'm sorry for being a mindless pervert. That's a good boy. She smiled and then let him go. Inari picked himself up off the ground and ran back into the house. That was the first and last time that he would ever piss Ino off. She was truly merciless. And Inari didn't want to die at the hands of a girl, no matter how beautiful she was. You scared him pretty good, Ino-chan. Yeah, I know. She grinned. Oh well, serves him right. I'm starving, let's go get some breakfast. Ino started walking towards the house. She didn't notice the nearby rock and ended up tripping. She almost fell to the ground, but Naruto caught her by the waist. Are you okay? She looked up, aqua orbs staring into his curious cerulean pools. Hi, I'm fine. The two blondes stood staring at each other. Naruto had yet to let her go. He started. What's wrong? Are you going to kiss me for real this time or something? She teased. A slight blush rose to his cheeks. They didn't even notice Tazuna, Inari, or Inari's mother standing there watching them closely. Well, what are you waiting for, boy, go for it. Tazuna said. Yeah, if you're going to kiss Ino-chan, then do it already. Inari chimed in. And I thought that you two were only friends. Inari's mother smiled. They turned their attention to the family. Naruto laughed and slowly he let Ino go. We weren't about to kiss. Ino-chan tripped, I was just helping her up. Yeah, Ino nodded. He wasn't really going to kiss me. Okay. The older woman spoke. Come in so that we can have breakfast. Tazuna shook his head in disappointment. Naruto could only shrug his shoulders. No more words were spoken, as everyone went back into the house to have breakfast. Ino and Naruto sat across from each other. Neither one of them giving the other eye contact. Instead they were both focused on the food on their plates. This is very good. It reminds me of my mother's cooking. Ino spoke cheerfully. Thank you very much, Ino-chan. That's my mom. No one cooks like her. Inari spoke proudly. The rest of breakfast went by pretty quietly, with hardly any conversations going on. Naruto couldn't really take the silence. It was starting to bother him, only at the same time he actually couldn't think of anything to say. Naruto, you barely touched your food. Is everything alright? Inari's mother wondered. Oh, it's fine. I guess that I'm just not that hungry. After breakfast, Ino and Naruto sat outside talking about what their next move was going to be. Hey Ino-chan, do you want to go back to Konoha today, or what? I would like to stay a bit longer, but I never actually gave my mother all of the details. I just don't want my parents to be worried. Naruto nodded in understanding. He could certainly respect that. So, they would head back to Konoha today. I understand, we'll go back today. Not that I wouldn't mind staying, they're all really nice people. I'm going to miss them. Even Inari. Naruto laughed. Yes, even the perv. Ino and Naruto looked up when they heard footsteps. There was Tazuna and his family, they were all smiling. It's okay if you two have to go. But remember, you both are always welcome here. Thanks. Ino smiled. Yeah, don't be strangers, Ino-chan, Naruto-kun. Please come back anytime. We will. Naruto nodded. Once everyone said their final goodbyes, and Ari's mom handed them some lunch to take with them, Naruto and Ino left the house. Bye Ino-chan, Naruto-ni-chan. Inari shouted. Bye. The two teens spoke. The journey across the bridge was a pretty silent one. Ino let out a sigh and put her hands behind her head. I'm really going to miss them. It was a fun visit. We can always come back, Ino-chan. In fact, maybe next time we can go to Suna. I know the cage personally. Naruto smiled. Ino looked over to her friend. She had no idea that he knew Gaara-sama in a personal manner. You know the cage. How did you two become friends? We have a lot in common. If anyone understood the pain that he felt, it was Gaara. They had been hated because they were both Jinchurikis. Only Gaara had ultimately suffered more than Naruto had. Naruto was always grateful to have people like Iruka-sensei and the Sandaime. Although, now Gaara had no longer hosted Shukaku inside of him. He could definitely understand Naruto's pain. What do you have in common? She asked. We, both. Yeah, well, he and I both understand what it's like to be alone. Ino blinked in confusion. Naruto started to walk ahead of her. She ran to catch up to him. Naruto, what do you mean? Don't worry about it, Ino-chan. How can I not? She whispered. Once across the bridge, Naruto noticed something in the grass. His eyes lit up at all the Ryo lying on the ground. Look at all that, Ino-chan. Maybe someone dropped it. He quickly ran over to the spot under the tree. Ino looked around in a suspicious manner. Naruto, you probably shouldn't. He bent down to pick up the money. He turned to her and grinned. Ino-chan, it's okay. Suddenly a net came flying down and captured the surprised Uzumaki. Ino sighed. She tried to warn him that it might be some sort of trap. She pulled out a kunai and ran over to free him. You idiot, did you really think it was not a trap? Oh, look at what we have here. 2 little Konoha shinobi. A man spoke. No, and Naruto looked up to see a dark-haired man standing in the tree. Who the hell are you? Naruto asked. The man let out a laugh. He leaned on his sword for support. It looked like a heavy sword. Naruto was instantly reminded of Zabuza's sword and Kisami's sword Samahata. My name is not of importance, little boy. Ino released Naruto from the net. She helped him up from the ground. Aren't you the tough one? Ino spoke. That's a pretty lousy trick to pull. I don't think it's so lousy. Your foolish little friend over here fell for it right away. Naruto squinted his eyes. He glared at the tall stranger. Oh yeah, you freaky-looking bastard. Come over here and say it to my face. The stranger jumped down from his spot in the tree. He slung his sword over his shoulder with ease. Naruto didn't even wait another second before running towards the stranger. Naruto, wait. Ino called out to him. Don't you worry, Ino-chan, I'll take this bastard out, it's no problem. The man swung his sword at Naruto. The blonde dodged and jumped. He grabbed Naruto by his shirt collar and then threw into a nearby tree. Shit, Naruto cursed. You're quite the impatient one, aren't you? You just got lucky. Naruto stood up quickly. Ino wondered why he didn't seem to be in any pain after colliding with that tree. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. 5 clones appeared around him. The stranger just let out a laugh. Was this boy serious with a simple jutsu like that? He knew that he could take it easy around these Konoha shinobi. All of the Narutos ran at him. Well, I just have to slice each and every one of you down until I find the real one. Quote. He instantly sliced through all of the clones. He spotted the real Naruto. He ran forward grabbing him. You're a pathetic little boy. He spoke. Naruto, be careful. Ino tried to warn him. It was already too late. The young man was now trapped in a genjutsu. Naruto looked to see that he was alone. There was no Ino to be found. Ino-chan. He called out. He received no answer. Suddenly the sky started to turn a dark red. He looked up to see the stranger in black. He had that same twisted grin on his face. Hello there. Where is Ino-chan? The man let out a laugh. He could see that Naruto was starting to get agitated. Don't fucking laugh, you bastard. Where is she? Oh, you mean your pretty little friend. He reached around him to reveal that he had captured the platinum blonde. Ino. He tried to run to her. Only he couldn't because he was now being held back by 2 very large men. He wasn't going anywhere. Naruto. She called out to him. She tried to free herself from the stranger. But he had her legs and arms tied with ropes. She was now stuck in his clutches. Now you get to watch as I slice your pretty friend to pieces. No, he shouted. Let her go. He struggled to break free from his current state. Naruto, it's okay. I don't blame you for this, She was cut off when the man shoved a sword into her stomach. Naruto flinched when he heard an ear-piercing scream. Ino. Naruto. She breathed. It's okay. He took 2 more swords and continued to stab the platinum blonde. Naruto could do nothing except watch this scene play out before him. Fuck. I gotta get out of this genjutsu. Naruto knew that he needed to get out of this. He needed to make sure that Ino was okay. Meanwhile, Ino was leaning up against a tree. She needed to help Naruto get out of that genjutsu he was trapped in. The dark-haired man looked around for any sign of Ino. It looks like you were abandoned by your teammate. How unfortunate. Ino really wished that she had Shikamaru here. He would always watch over here whenever she left her body. Since there was no one that could watch over her, she dared not even attempt her jutsu. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, she whispered. Unfortunately, she was only able to make 2 clones. But it would be enough to cause a distraction. Distract that creep, while I go help Naruto. The 2 clones nodded and they ran off. Ino ran through the bushes making sure to keep hidden. Oh, what's this? He noticed the 2 Ino clones. Not this silly little trick again. I guess I better find the real one. Ino noticed Naruto on the ground in his unconscious state. She crawled over to him and put her hands over his chest. Release. Blue eyes instantly popped open. He sat up with the help of Ino. Are you okay? She asked. Yeah, I'm fine. I've never been good at genjutsu. He smiled. The man turned around to see that Ino had released Naruto from the genjutsu. I should have realized this. It was a foolish error on my part. Never mind that. It won't happen again. The dark-haired male came charging at the two teens. Ino put her arm around his shoulder and lifted him up. Together they jumped, dodging his blade. Naruto. If you watch my body, I can get into his mind. No way, Ino-chan. I don't want you to get hurt. Where are you both hiding now, you little punks? Ino then realized that he still had her arm wrapped around his shoulder. She quickly let him go. Naruto, I'll be alright. You distract him with your shadow clones, and I'll get into his mind. Naruto shook his head. No. I don't like your idea. I'm sorry, Ino-chan. He sent her a smile, before running back out to face the man. Naruto. Okay, you bastard, try this on for size. Ino watched as the young man started to perform his Rasengan. Rasengan. He cried out and went charging at the man. He used the blade to shield himself from a direct hit with the Rasengan. Pretty neat trick, kid. You put a dent in my sword. Naruto only smirked. Don't worry. Next time I'll get you. Who says there will be a next time? He tried to strike Naruto with his sword, but Naruto jumped back. Ino pulled out a kunai and ran forward. I can't let you do everything. Naruto. She smiled. She tried to slice him with the kunai, only he dodged. You missed, girl. Whatever. She smiled. Shinranshin no jutsu. It was over. She left her body and entered the strangers. Naruto leapt forward to catch her body from falling to the ground. Hey, this guy isn't so smart after all. Ino-chan. Yep. Naruto, take care of this punk. With you inside of his body. No way. I don't want to hurt you. I'll be okay. Suddenly the man hunched over, holding his head. He was trying to get Ino out of his head. Stupid girl, get out of my head. It didn't take him very long to get control of his body. In a matter of minutes he casted her out of his mind. Ino-chan, are you okay? Hi, I'm fine. That was a pretty neat trick, girl. Too bad it didn't work. Naruto lifted Ino off of the ground. The two of them jumped back from the stranger's blade again. Ino, you stay over here. I'll take care of this guy. But, trust me, it'll be alright. He smiled. Okay. Now let's get serious. He told the man. You mean you were just kidding before? Alright, let's get serious. Come on. He motioned for Naruto to come charging at him. Ino cursed herself for not being able to help him right now. She felt useless while watching Naruto do all of the fighting. I'm no good to him right now. I can't even help him. While fighting Naruto, the stranger in black got an idea. He would use Naruto's weakness against him. He could think of no other weakness than Ino. She was his comrade, naturally he would want to protect her. Who do you want to protect? Huh? Naruto asked. Who do you want to protect? I think that you want to protect your little girlfriend over there. The man stepped back and flung his sword in Ino's direction. Oh shit. Ino cursed. That blade was going to pierce right through her. She needed to move out of the way, and she needed to do so now. She closed her eyes anticipating the feel of the blade. Only it didn't come. She opened her eyes when she didn't feel anything. There was Naruto standing in front of her. The sword had went through him. She noticed his blood leaking on the ground. Naruto. I told you that I didn't want you to get hurt. He coughed. Hey Ino-chan, it looks like you got what you wanted. Something did happen to us on our trip. Naruto, you idiot. What were you thinking? Naruto turned back to look at the man. His eyes flashed red. You tried to hurt her. Naruto pulled the sword out of his stomach. Ino watched as more blood leaked onto the ground. Naruto went charging at the dark-haired male. No one got away with hurting, or attempting to hurt one of his friends. Ino felt helpless once more, while watching Naruto attack the stranger. He pushed him to the ground and proceeded to claw at him. Ino's eyes widened in surprise. Naruto was not showing any signs of slowing down. She wondered how he could keep going with all that blood pouring from his wound. Naruto. She ran forward, putting her hands to his shoulders. She needed to get him to calm down. Naruto, stop, it's okay. You can stop. After a few more moments of slicing up the man with his claws, he slowly started to calm down. Naruto. Ino pulled him back. Naruto, calm down. It's alright, come here so that I can heal your wound. I'm fine. I'll be fine. Ino blinked. How could he possibly be okay, after that sword wound through the stomach? You've got to be kidding. You're hurt. I'll be fine. He nodded. Is he? Ino checked for any signs of life. The man wasn't dead, but he was badly injured. No, he isn't dead. But you seriously need to let me heal your wound. Naruto slowly stood up, only he didn't stay up for long before falling back down. Ino moved to him. She put her hand over his wound and a green light emitted from her hand. There, that wasn't so bad, was it? Naruto, what the hell were you thinking? I had to protect you. She stared at him and he stared back at her. The two blondes not really knowing what to say at this moment. Ino opened her mouth to say something, but Naruto cut her off before she had the chance. Come on, let's go before this bastard opens his eyes. Nah. Naruto didn't wait another second before walking off. Ino saw that she had no other choice, except to go after him. She still had one major question on her mind though. How can he move around after what happened? She wondered. The two blondes walked back to Konoha in complete silence. Ino had a lot of questions on her mind. Questions that only Naruto could give the answers to. Only at this time, he found that now wasn't the right place to ask them. As they were approaching the gates of Konoha, it had begun to rain. The rain seemed to only come down harder. It didn't look like it was going to stop. The traveling companions entered the village. Naruto stood there for a moment. He then turned back to look at Ino. She was already staring at him with a curious expression on her face. She wanted to know what he was thinking. Only she knew that now was not the time or place to invade his mind. Naruto. She started. Ino-chan, it's raining really hard right now. Let's go back to my place, okay? I'm sure that you have some questions for me, right? Ino only nodded. She felt that this conversation would be a serious one. They walked side by side to his apartment. He unlocked the door and stepped aside so Ino could enter first. I'll get you a towel so that you can dry off, and I'll make us some tea. The platinum blonde sat down across from his bed. She waited for him to come back with that towel and tea. Ino freed her hair from its ponytail. It was now cascading around her shoulders. When Naruto came back, he stood there for a moment, just staring at her. She looked so beautiful to him right now. Wow, he whispered. Wow, what? What's wrong? Nothing. Here, Ino-chan. He handed her the towel. Their hands touched for a minute. Naruto quickly let go, but he could still feel the warm touch of her fingers. He walked over to the window, and began to stare out of it. The rain didn't appear to show any sign of letting up. Thank you, Naruto, for the towel and the tea. Sure, no problem. A sigh escaped the young male. Deep down he knew that he should tell her about the Kyuubi. Now was a perfect time than any. There was no real reason why he should hide it from her. What's wrong, Naruto? She wondered. Ino-chan, may I ask you a question? Sure, go ahead. Is the tea okay? Ino frowned slightly. She had a feeling that wasn't the question that he wanted to ask her. Why was he purposely stalling? What was he so afraid to say? It's fine, but that wasn't what you really wanted to ask me, was it? No, you got me. He grinned. What I wanted to know was how you felt about earlier. Ino-chan, did I scare you today? She blinked, her eyes never once left him. You mean when you wouldn't stop attacking that guy? Yeah, he nodded. You really worried me, Naruto. I was kind of afraid that you might have killed him. All of your behavior concerned me. But Naruto turned around to face Ino. The two blondes were now staring at each other from across the room. He was, really surprised by her response to his question. He nodded. I'm sorry that I scared you. No, she shook her head. If anything, I was just really worried about you. I never seen you act like that before. And then when you protected me from getting hurt, you were losing so much blood. You could have bled to death. I still don't understand how you were able to keep fighting. I guess it's that strong will of yours, huh? She managed to smile. Truthfully, she didn't know what to believe. Ino-chan, he whispered. Naruto, what's really going on? And don't tell me that I'm imagining things. There's something on your mind, right? She asked him. His silence was all the answer that she needed. There was something on his mind that he was thinking about. He was scared to tell her, she could feel it. Well, he started. There is something. Okay, well, tell me. Or do I have to invade your mind? She threatened in a somewhat cheerful manner. No, that's not necessary, Ino-chan. Do you remember when I said that Gaara and I had things in common? Yeah, you said that you both knew what it was like to be alone. What did you mean by that, and please answer me this time. Alright, first let me show you something. He quickly pulled off his shirt. Ino felt her cheeks flush red. It faded soon enough when she noticed that he had a seal mark on his stomach. Naruto. Yeah, you're probably wondering why I have this seal mark on my stomach. Do you know anything about Kyuubi, and the attack that happened here 17 years ago? She blinked again. She didn't really know much about it. The only thing she knew was that the Yondaime sacrificed himself and killed it. Well, my parents might have talked about it before. You're talking about the fox demon that the Yondaime killed, right? Naruto gripped his fist in an attempt to gather up his courage. He only hoped that things wouldn't turn out the way that they did in his dream. No matter what, he didn't want that to happen. Kyuubi was never killed. The only way to get rid of it was to seal it away, inside of someone. Ino's eyes widened. She had a pretty good feeling where he was going with this. Naruto, you. Yeah, he nodded. He sealed Kyuubi inside of a newborn baby, 17 years ago. I'm not really surprised that you don't know much about it. None of the kids our age were told about it. Gaara is the only person who understand what it's like to be a Jinchuriki. A holder of one of the tailed beasts. The platinum blonde felt the tears threatening to come down. Naruto was sharing something very personal with her. He had thought of her as someone that he could confide in. This was a big deal to her. The Yondaime sealed the Kyuubi inside of me. When I was little I used to wonder why everyone hated me. Why no one wanted to be around me. I used to wonder what I did wrong. What did I do to make everyone despise me? It's the reason why I fought so hard to be noticed. I wanted people to stop looking at me like I was some sort of monster. It's one of the reasons why I want to be Hokage so badly. I just want to prove to everyone that I am somebody. That I'm not the Kyuubi. Ino imagined how difficult it must have been for him. With people shunning him all the time. All she could think about was a small Naruto crying his eyes out at the pain. She had no idea that he had lived such a difficult life. She had never even bothered to find out. Ino felt badly for that. She should have took the time to really get to know the blonde-haired boy. Not that she would have really had any way of knowing. Naruto had never once complained. And he always wore a smile no matter what. She began to realize that the smile was a facade. He used that smile to pretend that everything was okay. He's always using that smile to pretend that he's alright. Gaara understands what it's like to feel what I've felt. He knows what it's like to have everyone hate you. To have people look at you like you're some kind of freak. Because of something that's not even your fault. I'm so proud of him for becoming Cage, for proving to his entire village that he wasn't really a monster. It's why I fight so hard to catch up to him so that I can become Hokage one day. Well, he managed to smile. Whenever Tsunade-ba-chan decides to give me the title. He laughed a little. Naruto, that day when that man called you a monster. He was talking about Kyuubi. By now Ino could not stop the tears from flowing down her eyes. It was all too much to take. She wished that she would have known about this a lot sooner. She would have been a hell of a lot nicer to him. Maybe, just maybe they could have been friends a lot sooner. Ino knew that she couldn't change the past. But she could make up for it right now. Ino stood up. She wiped her tears away from her eyes. Naruto. She cried out and ran into his arms. She placed her arms securely around his shoulders. He looked surprised by her behavior. He soon wrapped his arms around her waist. You are not a monster. I don't care what that drunk bastard said. I don't care what anyone says. It won't make me change my opinion of you. You are Uzumaki Naruto, not the Kyuubi. Please Ino-chan, don't cry for me. I'm sorry. She apologized. I'm sorry for everything. You should have never had to be alone, not for a single second. I'm sorry for not becoming your friend a lot sooner. He felt the young woman's heartbeat. It gave him a warm, comforting sort of feeling. I'm not alone. I had people like Iruka-sensei and Old Man Hokage. You'll never be alone again, I'll see to it. You won't be alone because you have Tsunade-sama, Iruka-sensei, Forehead, all of your friends, and me. She added lastly. She slowly pulled away from him. The blue-eyed girl put her hand to the seal. I can't pretend to know how you and Gara-sama feel. But I can understand. It must have been very painful for the both of you. It must have been so difficult. Yeah, Naruto nodded. For Gara more than me. He was always alone. I was lucky to have Iruka-sensei and everyone. I sometimes think that he's free now, at least he doesn't have to be a Jinchuriki any longer. Ino blinked curiously. Gara-sama is no longer a Jinchuriki. No, it's a long story, but he died. When the spirit of the beast is taken from the holder will die. This old lady named Chio brought him back to life. Ino froze at Naruto's words. She didn't want to even think of something like that happening to him. He had become someone very important to her. Naruto, I don't want anything to happen to you. You have to promise that you'll be alright. She spoke teary-eyed. Naruto then reached over and wiped the fresh tears out of her eyes. No problem there, Ino-chan. I'll be fine, I still have to become Hokage, don't I? He smiled. Yes, you sure do. She managed to smile back. Ino turned her attention outside, a sigh escaped her. It doesn't look like the rain is going to stop anytime soon. Yeah, he agreed. Do you mind if I stay here the night? She didn't even wait for him to answer. Instead she had a seat on his bed. Ino, are you sure? Yeah, she let out a yawn. I'm pretty red and there's nowhere else that I want to be right now. Ino admitted to him. Naruto sat down in the chair across from the bed. Alright Ino-chan, you can stay if you want. Come over here, lay with me. Huh, he blushed. Well, it's not like we haven't shared a bed before, remember? Yeah, but that was different. You were like, unconscious or something. It's okay, I don't mind. Besides, it's your place. Who am I to kick you out of your own bed? Naruto reluctantly placed himself beside the platinum blonde. There was silence while the two blondes laid there staring into the ceiling. There was a good amount of space between them, so there were no problems. Naruto, it was probably hard for you to tell me your secret, huh? Yeah, it kind of was. He nodded. I'm glad that you did. She yawned. You can trust me. Before Ino completely realized it, she was fast asleep. Naruto turned to look at the sleeping girl. Based on impulse he put his arm around her, and that was how the two of them fell asleep. Right in each other's arms. With nothing but the sound of the rain hitting the window pane. Ino woke up the next morning to find that she was alone. Naruto was not laying beside her. She had no idea where he had disappeared to. His side of the bed was cold, so he had obviously been gone for a while. She assumed that maybe he had something to do. I guess that he didn't want to wake me up. The platinum blonde sat up in the bed. The sun was shining brightly. It looked like today was going to be a beautiful day. It was definitely a much better sight to see than yesterday's rain. When she heard the front door open, she looked up to see Naruto. Good morning, sleeping beauty. He grinned. Did you get enough rest? Yes, I did, thank you. The blonde male sat down in the chair. He had his back turned to her. Ino began to wonder if maybe she had done something wrong. Had she offended him in some sort of way? Naruto. Hi, Ino-chan. Is everything alright? You're acting really weird. I don't think so. He replied. Maybe it's all in your mind. No. She shook her head. What's going on? Did something happen? I'm not going to end our friendship because of what you told me. There was silence for a while. Ino waited patiently for Naruto to respond. She wondered why he seemed so distant. He had never acted this way around her before. What do you understand about it? You have no idea what it's like to be me, Ino. You're right. She agreed. I never said that I knew what you felt. I only said that I can imagine how hard life was for you. Naruto, I don't want your apologies, save them. Ino frowned at his behavior. Why was he suddenly acting like such a jerk? Naruto may have been a lot of things, but he was definitely not a jerk. Naruto, what's your problem? Geez, someone looks like they woke up on the wrong side of the bed. She then noticed Naruto's shoulders slumped over. He was starting to shake in an uncontrollable manner. This behavior concerned her. Naruto. Ino got up with a worried expression on her face. She tried to touch him, but he only pushed her away from him. Stay away, he growled. The blonde girl looked into his eyes. H was now a shade of red instead of his beautiful cerulean blue color. She also noticed the red glow that emitted from his body. Naruto, what's going on? She managed to ask. Just stay away from me. He told her. Ino shook her head no. She wasn't going to leave him like this. He was her friend, and friends helped each other. The blue-eyed girl proceeded to walk towards him. He didn't even bother to budge. He stared at her with emotionless eyes. The smaller blonde tried to touch him. He only pushed her hand away from him. Don't. Naruto, I just want to help you. You can't help me. This is ONL. Why a little peek of Kyuubi's influence on me. You haven't even begun to really experience the rest of Kyuubi's powers. Do you still want to be my friend after this? He asked. Ino nodded. You know that I'm still your friend. This doesn't change anything. Naruto sighed. I'll just have to teach you a lesson that you will never forget. The boy leapt forward and attempted to maul her down. No. Ino screamed. She was awoken from her dream, by Naruto putting his hand onto her shoulder. There was sweat pouring from her forehead. He noticed that she looked like a complete wreck. Come on, pull yourself together, Ino. You know that Naruto would never do that. He got in the way of a sword for you, remember? Ino-chan, he asked worriedly. She turned to see the concerned face of her whisker-faced friend. Ino didn't want to tell him the details of her nightmare, so she gave him a warm smile. Hey Naruto. Are you alright? You woke up screaming. It was only a bad dream, I'm okay now. Good. He smiled. I don't want you to be afraid, Ino-chan. Slowly the smile from his face faded. It was replaced with a more serious expression. Ino studied his features, he looked like he had something important to say. Ino. Yes. Aren't you tired? She stared at her friend, wondering where that question was coming from. How could she possibly be tired? She was wide awake right now. Tired? She questioned. Yeah. He then moved closer to the platinum blonde. He put his hand to her cheek. Aren't you tired of denying that you have feelings for me? She blinked. Huh. Don't be afraid anymore, Ino-chan, it's okay. He then leaned forward, pressing his lips to hers. She looked surprised by his actions. Yet she soon relaxed into the taller blonde's kiss. It was a while before they broke away. See, didn't that feel better? He asked. Naruto. The young woman woke up once more. Ino felt her heart racing from that second dream. She took a breath in an effort to calm herself down. Ino too. RNED to her left to see that Naruto was still asleep, with his mouth wide open and all. She smiled warmly. This was the lovable goofball that she was used to seeing. When Ino started to move to get up, Naruto opened his eyes at the movement. Hey, Ino-chan, did you sleep okay? Yeah, I did. Come on, get up. Alright, I'm starving. Sure. He nodded. The two blonde entered the kitchen together. She and his refrigerator, and her eyes widened in horror. There was nothing there except for a carton of milk, which looked like it was on the verge of going bad. Ino was sure she had never seen a refrigerator so bare. Damn, Uzumaki. When was the last time that you brought groceries? He put his hand to his chin. It's been a while. Clearly. She spoke. Alright, get washed up, change your clothes, and let's go. Go where? He wondered. We're going back to my house, so that we can have a decent breakfast. And I'm sorry, but ramen does not qualify. We're going to eat something that does qualify as a good breakfast. Aw man. He pouted. Ino just chuckled at his more than predictable response. Go on, I'll be waiting for you. Naruto could only nod. He found no point in arguing with the platinum blonde. Besides, who was he to pass up a free meal? The only downside was that it wasn't going to be ramen. He washed up and changed his clothes, deciding to wear a black t-shirt and his trademark orange pants. Ino was waiting for him outside of his apartment. Once he joined her, he locked the door and the two teens departed for Ino's house. Alright, breakfast awaits. She cheered loudly. Naruto felt his stomach grumbling at the mere mention of food. Ino turned to look at him, she smiled. It looks like someone is pretty hungry too. You bet. He grinned. I'm starving. She noticed Kiba and Hinata holding hands. They were walking in their direction. Ino suddenly put his arm around her and leaned her head on his shoulder. Hi you guys. Ino smiled. Hello Ino-chan, Naruto-kun. Hinata smiled back. Kiba nodded, giving the blonde duo the thumbs up. Hey you too. Naruto spoke. You're out kind of early. Yeah, well so are you. The brown-haired teen pointed out. I'm making my man breakfast at my house. Is that okay with you, Kiba? Okay. He laughed. Geez, why are you so touchy this morning? Oh, I get it, is it that time of the month or something? Kiba whispered. Ino's eyes turned white, Hinata turned red. And Naruto looked worried. He knew that Ino was about to explode. It was only a matter of time. 5, 4, 3. He started to count. What? Ino shouted. I'll kill you, Inuzuka. She then punched him upside the head. Ow! Naruto, control your girl. She's out of her mind. Hey! Naruto laughed. Ino-chan is her own person. I can't control her. I'll show you out of control, Kiba. Hina-chan, excuse me while I kill your boyfriend. Ino-chan. Hinata went wide-eyed. Kiba hid behind Hinata while Ino proceeded to yell at him. Naruto was growing weary of this constant bickering. He suddenly picked the platinum blonde, throwing her over his shoulder. Naruto. Put me down. Come on, Ino-chan, you can kill Kiba later, remember breakfast awaits. Naruto spoke hopefully. Alright, just put me down. Quote, I will if you promise not to kill him. I'm not afraid. Kiba laughed. Come on, Yamanaka, bring it. He was testing Ino by trying to see how far he could push her. Ino decided that she would not fall into his trap. She would be the bigger person this time. Okay, come on, Naruto, let's go. Bye, Hinata, bye, Kiba, this isn't over. She promised. Whatever. He laughed again. I'll be waiting. Shut the hell up. Naruto, put me down already. Naruto nodded and finally placed the blue-eyed girl down on the ground. The two blondes continued on to Ino's house. Both of them doing their best not to bring up her earlier confrontation with the feral boy. Once at her house, Ino opened the door and walked in first. All of the lights were off, showing no signs of her parents being home. Mom, Daddy. She cut the lights on. Naruto stood there looking around, when he noticed a note on the table. Hey Ino-chan, it looks like they left you a note. He handed her the pie of paper with her mother's neat handwriting. She quickly read through the note. It basically said that her parents had went to visit some family. Oh, she sighed in relief. They went to visit my aunt. Well, at least I don't have to worry about them. Naruto, have a seat, okay? I'm going to go change out of these clothes, and then I'll see what I can cook for us. Naruto looked completely surprised. He could only hold his mouth open. He was unable to form any words at that moment. Ino had her eyebrow raised in question. What did I say? You can cook. Yeah, she nodded. Of course I can. I didn't know that. You were always talking about dieting. I thought that you disliked food or something. The blue-eyed girl could only sigh, leave it to Naruto to say something to that effect. Just because she used to be a diet fiend, that didn't mean she disliked food. Never mind, I won't even respond to that. You just relax, okay? I'll be right back. She then turned to go upstairs. The blonde male sat down on the couch. In true Naruto fashion, it didn't take long for him to get restless. He got up from the couch and started to look at all the items around the house. Things were kept in such a neat manner. He almost felt bad for not being able to keep his apartment half this neat. He knew for a fact that he would never be this tidy. They're all a bunch of neat freaks, he thought. He then noticed all of the pictures. There was a picture of a 5-year-old Ino standing next to her father. He smiled at how cute she looked in the photo. He had almost forgotten that she used to have short hair. To him, she looked pretty either way. He also saw other various family photos. But when he noticed a picture of a small blonde-haired boy, he paused. Who was he? Naruto was sure that he had never seen him before. The boy looked a lot like Ino. He was obviously a family member. Do you see something interesting? He soon heard Ino's voice. He turned around to see the platinum blonde coming down the stairs. Yeah, he nodded. Ino-chan, who is this? He pointed to the boy with the long blonde locks. Ino walked over to him, so that she could see what he was talking about. Oh, she whispered. That's my brother. We don't really talk about him too much. Why? He wondered. He died when he was younger. I never actually met him. She admitted. I'm sorry. Naruto apologized. Ino nodded. She wiped the single tear from her eyes. She wished that she did have the opportunity to meet her older brother. Unfortunately, she had never been given the chance to know him. She did, however, always notice how much they looked alike. They could have been twins, for God's sake. It's not your fault. He was really sick. She then placed a warm smile on her face. I'm going to see about breakfast. Why don't you sit? Do you need some help? No. She shook her head. I'll be okay, you're my guest after all. I can't have you doing things, what would my mother think? She laughed. Ino said no more and disappeared into the kitchen. The blonde boy looked at the picture once more before sitting back down. He never knew that Ino even had a brother. She hadn't ever mentioned him, not one single time. He had always assumed that she was an only child. He realized that there was probably a lot more to Ino than he first knew. I just thought that she was a pretty, loud girl who really liked flowers. I guess that there's more to Ino than meets the eye. Ow. He soon heard. Ino-chan, are you okay? Yeah, everything is under control. He didn't believe her, something in her tone of voice told him otherwise. She sounded like she was in pain. He entered the kitchen to see Ino holding her bleeding finger. You're hurt. He quickly noticed. It's nothing, really. She smiled. Where do you keep your band-aids? In that cabinet right there. She pointed. Naruto reached for the band-aids, then took her by the hand. He led her to the sink and ran the water over the cut. Once the bleeding had stopped, he put the band-aid on. There, it's all good now. Thank you. She nodded. Ino soon noticed that he had yet to let go of her hand. Naruto, I'm okay, you can let go now. She reminded him. Oh okay, I'm sorry. Now get back out there so that I can finally get breakfast started, at last. Ino added. Fine, alright, yes ma'am. He smiled. He only hoped that she wouldn't hurt herself again. Sure, it was only a small cut. But for some reason seeing her bleed didn't sit well with him. He felt the urge to make sure that she was okay. He assumed that it was simply because they were friends. He sat back down on her couch. He soon heard the front door open and he was greeted by Mr. and Mrs. Yamanaka. Oh, Mrs. Yamanaka spoke in a surprised manner. Inoichi looked exhausted. It looked like he hadn't gotten a good night's sleep in days. To be perfectly honest, the man looked like hell. Naruto was sure he had never seen him look this way before. He usually looked more serious and intimidating. But right now the bags under his eyes were saying otherwise. I am very tired. Am I seeing things, or are you Naruto? Honey, is that Uzumaki Naruto sitting right there in our living room? I could be wrong. Yes dear, it is. Hello there Naruto. Oh hi Mrs. Yamanaka, Mrs. Yamanaka. You're probably wondering why I'm here, right? Yes. Inoichi nodded. If you are here, then where is my daughter? He immediately asked. She oh god, what happened? Is she hurt? Did she get lost somewhere? Did she meet some other boy? His voice was now in a dangerous tone. Ino-chan is. Naruto started again. Ino ended up coming out of the kitchen when she heard voices. She smiled upon seeing her parents. Hi mom, daddy. I invited Naruto over for breakfast, is that okay? Sure, it's definitely not a problem. Her mother spoke. Inoichi walked over to his daughter. He sighed before wrapping his arms around her in tight hug. Ino coughed, while trying to breathe. Thank Kami you are alright. Daddy, calm down. I was only gone for a few nights. There's no need to worry. And nothing happened to you. You aren't hurt or worse. You didn't get lost or anything like that. You're back home in one piece. And you didn't meet any weird, strange boys on your trip. No, unless you're counting Naruto. She smiled. I was with him the whole time. He was great company, right Naruto? Sure. He nodded. Oichi tiredly sat down in the armchair across from the couch. Naruto waited for him to say something. He only hoped that Inoichi was too tired to threaten to kill him. Thank you Naruto for taking care of my daughter. No problem sir. Alright, now that's over, I'm going to finish making breakfast. Do you need any help dear? Her mother asked. Truthfully, she really wanted to do this on her own. She wanted to prove to her whisker-faced friend that could indeed cook. Mom, I sort of want to show Uzumaki that I can cook. Alright, she nodded. I'll just be your assistant. I'll let you do everything. Sure. Ino agreed to this, knowing that her mother would not back down. The two blonde females entered the kitchen, leaving Naruto and Inoichi alone. The older male opened his tired eyes. He then focused his attention onto the whisker-faced boy. Naruto, it's okay. You can tell me if anything happened on your trip. I won't get upset. Somehow Naruto seriously doubted that. What was he supposed to say? Oh, guess what? I slept in bed with your daughter, not once but twice. He already envisioned his death at the hands of Mr. Yamanaka. if he told him that the older male was sure to blow a fuse. We got into a fight with this weird guy. But we managed to pull it together in the end. We're both okay, Mr. Yamanaka. Good, that's good. I'm glad that you're both okay. So why the land of waves? Inoichi wondered. I went to visit a family over there. Ino-chan wanted to come with me, and you know how she is. Naruto laughed. She's her own person. Yes. Inoichi nodded. I see. Nah. Ruto, I appreciate the fact that you took care of her. She is my only daughter, so I often worry about her. I want to be honest with you, son. I can see why my wife liked you so much in the beginning. She said that you were good for Ino-chan. I agree, I don't think that I've ever seen her happier. I have one question to ask you though. Did you have the chance to tell her about the Kyuubi yet? Naruto nodded. He would never forget the events of last night. It had been such an emotional moment between the two of them. It was a moment that he felt was very important for them. He hadn't expected her to shed those tears for him. In fact, he had wished that she hadn't. He couldn't stand to see anyone crying. Yeah, Yamanaka-san, I told her. She was very understanding. He nodded. I knew that she would be. I am glad that you told her. This will make things a lot easier for the two of you. Yeah, I'm glad that I told her too. Meanwhile, inside of the kitchen, Mrs. Yamanaka decided that she would have a conversation with her daughter. She wanted to know what had happened on the trip to the land of waves. So how was your trip with Naruto-kun? It was interesting. I learned a lot when I was with him. He has really great friends, Mom. I met a really nice family when I went to the land of waves with him. That's nice, dear. But you said that you learned a lot. Did he perhaps tell you something important? Ino grew silent as she continued cooking breakfast for everyone. She knew that her parents had to already know about Naruto's secret. So they wouldn't be the least bit surprised to learn about it. Yeah, he told me that he was a Jinchuriki. He told me all about the Kyuubi. So I know everything now. Ino's mother nodded. She was glad that Naruto had finally gotten the chance to tell her the truth. It would be much better now that she knew. How do you feel about that, Ino-chan? I'm only sorry that I didn't become his friend a lot sooner. I could have been nicer to him. I should have been nicer to him. And I wish that things weren't so difficult for him when he was growing up. You know what, he never once complained. And Naruto tries harder than anyone I've ever seen. But despite the past, Naruto is still my friend. I won't change my opinion of him, just because of his secret. That's very good, Ino-chan. Naruto is a fine young man. I told you that he would be good for you. It seems that I was right. Ino nodded in agreement. She then gave her mother a warm, bright smile. He is, I agree with you. I wish that he didn't wait so long to tell me though. You can understand why he was so reluctant though, can't you, dear? A lot of people have treated him unfairly just because of his secret. He had to be nervous about telling you. He didn't want you to end up ejecting him like some of the other villagers. People can be unnecessarily cruel, you know. Yeah, I understand that. But he really didn't have to be. Everything was going to be okay. Naruto is still the same person to me. No matter what he had to tell me, I wouldn't change who he is to me. Mrs. Yamanaka listened carefully to her daughter's tone of voice. It was obvious to her that Ino cared about him very much. You really care about him, huh? Ino began to put the food on the plates. She had her back turned to her mother. Only Mrs. Yamanaka needed no words. She could almost sense her daughter's feelings. It's all right. You don't have to say anything, Ino-chan. Naruto soon looked up when he saw Ino and her mother coming in with breakfast for everyone. Okay, Naruto, we can finally eat. Sorry it took so long. No problem. Your father kind of went to sleep though. He pointed to the sleeping man in the chair. Ino's mother chuckled lightly. I'm going to help your father up the stairs. You two just enjoy breakfast, alright? Come on, Inoichi-kun, let's get up the stairs, okay? 5 more minutes. He mumbled. The two blonde teens simply smiled at the older man's behavior. They then sat at the table so that they could finally eat their breakfast. Naruto wasted no time in digging in. He was clearly starving. Ino waited to see what his reaction would be. When his eyes lit up, she assumed that he liked her cooking. Wow, Ino-chan, this is really good. I told you that I could cook. Yeah, I might have to get you to cook for me at my apartment sometimes. He laughed. It was then an idea came to the platinum blonde. She didn't have time to eat her breakfast right now. There was something that she just had to take care of now. Eating would simply have to wait a while longer. Naruto, hand me the keys to your place. Huh, what, why? I think I left something at your place. I want to go get it now. You stay here and eat, alright? I'll try to hurry back as fast as I can. Naruto reluctantly handed the blue-eyed girl his keys. He wasn't really sure what to make of the whole thing. The only thing he knew right now was that eating was extremely important. Besides, the food was too good to just get up and leave. Alright Ino-chan. Arigato, I'll be right back. She ran out the front door and didn't look back. Naruto simply shook his head, then continued to eat his breakfast. Ino did now go to his house right away. She did however run down to the grocery store. She hurried around the aisles picking up various items. She even managed to throw his favorite instant ramen in the mix. She wasn't sure if it really mattered what flavor she got, he was bound to eat it anyway. Knowing him, he'd eat anything that said ramen. The flavor really doesn't matter, not to Naruto anyway. He is however going to be completely blown away. She thought with a smile. She soon paid for all of her items and left the store. She was so busy carrying the groceries she didn't see who she had walked into. Oh, I'm sorry. She looked to see that she had bumped into Sakura of all people. Never mind, it's just your forehead. In that case I'm not really sorry. Ino Pig, I haven't seen you around for a few days. Is everything okay? Yeah, everything is fine. Now if you'll excuse me, I have to go. Why are you in such a rush? No reason, I just want to get away from you. Ino teased with a smile. Sakura ended up smiling back. She knew that Ino was just kidding with her. The smile on the pink-haired teen's face slowly faded. She then looked her friend directly in the eyes. Did you leave the village or something? She asked knowingly. As a matter of fact, I did. It's not really any of your business though. Right, okay. She nodded. I'll see you around, alright Pig. Oh, and tell Naruto I said hi, okay. I hardly ever get the chance to see him anymore. I will. Forehead. After all, he really does like spending all of his time with me. See ya. She waved. Sakura stood there watching her friend walk away. She wanted to be able to get some answers out of the platinum blonde. Only she decided that right now wasn't the time. She folded her arms across her chest. I'll wait before I ask them. But something is definitely up for sure. Ino made her way to Naruto's apartment. She placed all of the groceries into his refrigerator. She then scribbled a quick note and placed it on the front door. Ino smiled at her handiwork. She felt good doing this for him. He was in desperate need of groceries. Alright, that takes care of that. I'd better get back now. Naruto had long since finished breakfast. He was now helping Mrs. Yamanaka wash the dishes. Naruto-kun, you don't really have to help me. It's fine Mrs. Yamanaka, I don't mind. You are a very helpful young man. Why, it's no wonder why Ino-chan likes you so much. The spiky-headed blonde paused. She noticed that there was a slight blush on his face. It soon faded away as if it had been there. Why? Yeah, he stuttered. We're friends, so she has to like me, right? That's not really what I meant. Never mind, I'm sure that you two will figure it out sooner or later. Once the dishes were clean and put away, the two blondes went back into the living room. Oh, that's right. I better go open up the shop. Naruto-kun, do you? She paused as she noticed the way the picture of her son was now placed. It was in the place that it was usually kept in. I'm sorry Mrs. Yamanaka. I was looking at it earlier, I thought I put it back in the right spot. That's alright Naruto-kun. She then walked over to the picture and fixed it. My son. She started. He looks a lot like Ino-chan, huh? Yeah. Naruto nodded. They look like they could have been identical twins or something. Of course he is a few years older than her. So they couldn't possibly be twins for real. I just always found it funny how much they truly look alike. It was very hard on Inoichi-kun and I when we lost him. I'm sorry for your loss. That's okay. He was a very sick child. I suppose that it was inevitable. That doesn't mean that it hurt any less though. We've never really gotten over his death. He was our first child. Inoichi-kun's first and only son. And you know how fathers can sometimes be about their sons. Yeah, Naruto whispered. But we were very blessed to have Ino-chan years later. I suppose that's why Inoichi-kun is so protective of her. She's his princess, his pride and joy, the only child that he has left. Yes, we were very lucky to get the chance to have our little girl after he died. How old was he when he died? He was about 6. She answered. He was such a warm, respectful child. He always tried to smile no matter how sick he was. And he always wanted a little brother or sister. I'm glad that I had the chance to give him one. Even if he's never actually met Ino. He was my angel. We loved him very much. I wished that there was something that we could have done for him, anything to stop him from dying. She whispered that last part with tears in her eyes. Naruto appreciated the fact that Mrs. Yamanaka was sharing such a personal experience with him. In a way he felt very honored that she would even want to share this with him. It made him feel a little bit closer to the Yamanaka family than ever before. I know that your son would have loved his little sister. He would have probably spoiled her rotten. And be just as protective of her as Mr. Yamanaka. Naruto spoke. I know you wish that you could bring him back. And you'll probably wish that for the rest of your life. But Mrs. Yamanaka, it wasn't your fault. You can't blame yourself for what happened to him, okay? He tried to smile. It was no one's fault, try to remember that. Besides, I doubt that he would want you to blame yourself. The older blonde-haired woman managed to smile back. He had no idea how much she appreciated those words at this moment. Thank you very much, Naruto-kun. Those were very comforting words. When you have a family of your own one day, all I can say is cherish them. I will. He nodded. Good, now I better go open up the shop, take care. I will, bye Mrs. Yamanaka. Before long the front door opened. He looked to see that Ino was back. Oh hey Ino-kan. Did you find what you were looking for? Huh, what are you? She paused. Oh yeah, everything is good. Here are your keys. She then handed him back his keys. He was more than just a little curious. What did she leave at his apartment that was so important? He started. So, she interrupted. How did you enjoy your breakfast? It was great. He smiled. You're really awesome Ino-chan. Thank you. I certainly try. The two teens stared at each other for a moment. There was a sort of uneasy silence between the two of them. Ino couldn't help but wonder what she should say at this moment. Only before she had the chance to say anything, Naruto spoke first. Well, I think that I should go. Naruto started. Why? You don't have to, you know. You can stay for a while. Yeah, I know. But I'm going to go. Thanks again for breakfast, it was great. It was no problem. I'll see you Naruto, and don't be a stranger, okay? You don't ever need an invitation to come over to see us. He nodded, then gave her a warm smile. He really appreciated her words right now. Naruto was thankful that their friendship hadn't changed any. Because of what he told her. In short, he had worried for no reason at all. She didn't hate him and they were still friends. Thanks a lot Ino-chan, take care, okay? I will. She waved goodbye. I'll see you around. Bye Ino-chan. Naruto walked back to his apartment in a great mood. There was nothing that could possibly ruin his mood right now. When he got closer to his apartment he noticed Tenten and Lee. They were holding hands, and looked very happy as usual. Naruto simply smiled at the couple's happiness. He secretly wondered if he would have that for real one day. Not pretending with Ino wasn't an experience in itself. He just wondered what it would be like to one day have that kind of relationship for real. He opened the door to his place. He immediately went to the kitchen for something to drink. Man, I'm thirsty. I guess that it's milk for me then. He remembered that he needed to go grocery shopping as soon as possible. Note to self, buy some groceries. The blonde male opened the fridge to see that it was completely stacked. Whoa, he paused. What the? He was so focused on the inside of the refrigerator, that he hadn't noticed the note that fell onto the floor. Once he did, he bent down to pick it up. There was Ino's neat handwriting. Just doing a favor. Remember to always keep your fridge full, Uzumaki. He smiled at the girl's thoughtful behavior. She really didn't have to do any of this for him. He was certainly more than a little grateful. Wow, so that's why she wanted my keys. He folded the note up and put it into his pocket. He wouldn't forget this for a very long time. He had to repay her for her kindness one day. He smiled. Thanks a lot Ino-chan. Days later, the platinum blonde was in an extremely great mood. Her mother had let her take the day off from watching the shop, so she now had nothing but extra time on her hands. As far as she knew, she had no missions to be on. And there was only one person she wanted to spend this time with. I wonder where Naruto is. She checked Ichiraku's first, hoping that his stomach would lead him here. Hey Tyuki-san, good afternoon. Oh, hello there Ino-chan. Are you here for a bowl of ramen? No, not really. Have you seen Naruto? I was hoping to catch up with him. No, I haven't seen Naruto yet. But he should be by soon. It's nearly 3, he'll be needing his ramen pretty soon. Tyuki laughed. Ino laughed as well, agreeing completely with the old ramen chef. Ino really did hope that the spiky-headed blonde would come by here. Shishi wanted to treat him to a bowl of ramen. She was in a very generous mood right now. I'll just wait for him here. You don't mind, do you, Tyuki-san? Not at all. Why don't you have a bowl of ramen while you wait? It's on the house. All right Tyuki-san, if it's free. Quote. She couldn't say no to Tyuki-san, not now, not when he had offered it to her for free. So she happily ate the entire bowl. She was especially hungry since Shishi had skipped out on breakfast that morning. The blue-eyed girl decided that one bowl of ramen a week was something that she could do. But there was no way that she could eat as much as Naruto. She'll never pack it in the way that Naruto was able to. Ah, you were pretty hungry. Tyuki noticed. Yeah, I guess so. Ino nodded. As time went by, it didn't seem like Naruto was coming. The platinum blonde was beginning to get restless. She stood up from the stool. Tyuki-san, I'm going to go try to find him. If you happen to see him, could you tell him that I was looking for him? Sure thing Ino-chan, bye. Bye. She waved. For a while Ino wandered the streets alone, looking for any sign of her whisker-faced friend. His loud, all-too-recognizable voice, that wild unruly blonde hair, or even his trademark orange and black jumpsuit. Unfortunately, she hadn't seen or heard any of those things. Soon two voiced pulled her out of her thoughts. Hello Ino-chan, how are you on this very youthful day? Lee asked. Hey Ino. Tenten said. Hey you guys, you haven't seen Naruto around, have you? Oh. Tenten tried to remember. Yes, I saw him training. But that was much earlier. Thanks Lee. I think I know where he is. Maybe he's still there, bye. She then ran off. But wait, Lee called out. He wasn't alone. Tenten finished, only the blue-eyed girl hadn't heard them because she was already gone. Ino had a feeling that he had to be at the training grounds where the former Team 7 used to train. She was happy to see that she was right. She spotted that head of spiky blonde hair. Only, she was less than thrilled to see who he was with. Naruto was not alone. Her smile quickly faded when she saw who he was with. It was none other than Sakura. Ino quickly hid herself in the bushes, as to not be seen by either of them. Come on Sakura-chan, let's get serious already. He grinned. This is just practice Naruto. You don't want me to really get serious. She smiled back. Although it was something completely innocent like training, Ino felt like it was something much more than that. She observed the way that they were looking at each other, their smiles, the laughter. It left her with an unsettling feeling. Naruto, you have to teach me the Rasengan one day. It's not easy Sakura-chan. You've got to be determined. She nodded. You've got to be precise and have skill. He smiled. I've got that. Definitely. She spoke confidently. Also. He started. What? She wondered. You have to be ticklish. Huh. He ran over to the green-eyed girl and began to tickle her furiously. Sakura started busting out laughing. She fell to the ground, bringing Naruto down with her. The blonde in the bushes couldn't believe the display. The other two teens were now on the ground. And according to Ino, they were too close for comfort. Naruto had his arms wrapped around her waist, and Sakura was now leaning into his chest. Get the fuck away from him. Ino thought. Okay. Sakura laughed. Let me go right now or I'll punch you. She threatened. Naruto quickly let her go. He didn't want to suffer from the wrath of the pink-haired girl. You got it Sakura-chan. He stood up first. He then took her hand so that he could help her up as well. Come on, it's late. We've been out here all morning. I'll treat you to some ramen. Or do you have something else that you need to do? Naruto stood there thinking for a moment. He was positive that there was nowhere that he needed to be right now. Ino on the other hand was hoping that he would turn the other team down. It was still early. And she had nothing but free time. Come on Naruto, tell her no. Only she wasn't really expecting him to turn her down. She was Sakura after all, and this was an offer of free ramen. Oh him, this was probably a dream come true. What am I thinking? There's no way that he would turn her down. Naruto's stomach had answered Sakura's question. The pink-haired teen laughed. Come on, let's go get that ramen. Sure thing, Sakura-chan. It was then that Ino decided that she would follow them. She didn't want to admit it to anyone, but right now, at this moment, she was feeling extreme jealousy. She hated to feel that. She hated to see them together. Ino had to make sure that Sakura kept her hands to herself. Wait, why the hell do I even care? It's not like he's my boyfriend or anything. It's the principle of things, Ino. You have to protect what's yours. Inner Ino spoke. No, you know that I'm right. Are you going to let Forehead steal him right from under your nose? But, Ino whispered, you've got to fight for your man, Ino. Yeah, Ino agreed. She'd better keep her hands off of him. Okay. Inner Ino cheered. That a girl. The platinum blonde waited a while before following after them. By the time she got near Ichiraku's, they were already seated inside. She wanted to stay close enough to hear, but not too close because she didn't wish to be seen. The whole thing was pretty ridiculous. This was not the way she had planned to spend her free time. She could think of better things to do than follow these two around. Luckily, with the volume of Naruto's voice, she could hear everything clearly. He sounded happy to her. She wished that she was the one sitting beside him right now. She wanted to be the reason why he was happy. Well, of course he's happy. He's right where he wants to be. With her. Oi, Ino. Choji noticed her. What the? Choji. She ran over to him and placed her hand over his mouth. Choji, be quiet before they hear you. Huh? The brown-haired teen wondered. Ino. What are you up to now? Shikamaru asked. Ino pouted at his insult. Why did she always have to be up to something? Why was she the number one suspect? Couldn't a girl spy on someone in peace? Will you two just be quiet before they hear you? Shikamaru was about to ask her who she was talking about, only when he heard Naruto and Sakura's voices his questions were answered. Oh, he nodded. Whatever. Choji spoke. We're going to get some barbecue. Do you want to come? Not right now, no thank you. I'm kind of busy. All right if you say so. Shikamaru looked at his friend for a moment. Her behavior was actually concerning him. Don't you trust him? Huh? Ino wondered. Well, you're spying on Naruto eating lunch with Sakura. You seem like you don't trust him. He is your boyfriend, isn't he? Ino became silent and avoided Shikamaru's gaze. Of course I trust him. It's Forehead that I don't trust. She is totally jealous of our relationship. I'm just protecting what's mine. Shikamaru only shrugged his shoulders, then shoved his hands into his pockets. Whatever. He sighed. Come on Choji, good luck with spying on Naruto. Ino, see ya. Bye. She waved. She turned back around to see that Naruto and Sakura were leaving Ichiraku's. She hid behind a wall of a building, so she wouldn't be noticed. That was great, Sakura-chan, thanks a lot. No problem, Naruto. Hey, come with me, there's something that I want to buy. She then grabbed him by the arm. Sure, Sakura-chan. Ino didn't know what to do about this. Naruto was now going to go shopping with her. To Ino there was nothing like shopping that brought two people closer together. Naruto had never once gone shopping with her, and he was supposed to be her boyfriend. I don't believe this. Ino watched as Naruto and Sakura walked from store to store. They looked very happy as they talked and laughed together. She also noticed that Sakura had yet to let his arm go. Anyone who saw them now would swear that they were a couple. Does she have to touch him like that? So Naruto, how are you and Ino doing? Sakura soon asked. Oh, we're great. That's good. I'm glad that everything is working out for you too. Yeah, Naruto nodded. Thanks Sakura-chan. The two friends went into one last store together. Sakura had finally found the item that she had wanted and purchased it. Naruto noticed a necklace with a blue butterfly on it. It was identical to the hair clip that he had seen Ino wearing. The color blue had even reminded of him. Her eyes were almost the exact same shade of blue. Ino-chan, he thought. He stared at the necklace the entire time. It was like he could see nothing else but the piece of jewelry in front of him. Naruto, are you going to buy something? Sakura asked. Yeah. The cashier then turned his attention to what Naruto was staring at. He smiled widely. Today was his lucky day. He was about to make another sale. So do you see something that you like, young man? Yeah, can I have this? He pointed to the item. Yes, it is certainly a beauty, isn't it? I'm sure that your girlfriend over there will love it. As soon as he said this, Naruto and Sakura turned to face each other. She shook her head no. Oh, no, we're not together. He already has a girlfriend. Yeah, we're just friends. Naruto said. My apologies. I just assumed that. Oh. Well, never mind, let's just wrap this up in a gift bag for you. What color would you like? Naruto's eyes immediately landed onto the purple-colored bag. It was perfect for the platinum blonde. I'll take the purple one. Once the gift was placed in a box, and then put into the bag, the two teens left the shop together. They were now heading towards Naruto's apartment. Ino only hoped that Sakura wasn't going to go inside with him. Her mind starting to wander onto the things that could take place behind closed doors. Ino shook her head to get rid of those impure thoughts. The only thing Ino could really think about was confronting him. She was going to give the whisker-faced boy a piece of her mind. She wanted him to know how upset she was. Naruto stopped at his apartment. He then waved to his friend. I'll see you later, Sakura-chan. It was fun training with you this morning. Yeah, it was. I'll see you soon, Naruto. Be good. She smiled. Right. He nodded. Without waiting another moment, he entered his apartment. He placed the purple bag on the table. Ino was going to love this gift that he got for her. He saw it as a way of saying thank you for buying all those groceries for him the other day. Ino-chan will love this, he thought cheerfully. Meanwhile, outside, the platinum blonde waited until Sakura was no longer in sight, before walking up the stairs to Naruto's apartment. Shish. He had no idea what she was going to say to him. She took a moment to gather up her thoughts before knocking on his door. Just a minute. Naruto's voice was heard. Naruto came to the door wearing nothing except for his pants. Ino found herself turning bright red. She did, however, always wanted to see him without a shirt. And she had to admit it was a very impressive sight. Naruto was pulling a very dirty trick. How dare he answer the door shirtless like this? Was he purposely trying to confuse her? Get her brain so confused that she would forget why she was angry. Was all she could say. Oh, hey Ino-chan. I was just about to grab a shower. Come on in, okay. She nodded, then entered his apartment. Naruto assumed that Ino had come over for a reason, so he put his shirt back on. That shish. Or would just have to wait a little while longer. Ino-chan, thanks a lot for buying all those groceries. You didn't have to. That's alright, Naruto, I wanted to do it. Silence filled the entire room. Naruto wondered what he should say to break the silence. So what's up? Is everything alright? Ino stood there with her eyes focused on the floor. This behavior concerned the spiky-headed blonde. It made him believe that something was wrong. He put his hand to her shoulder. What's wrong? Everything is not okay, she whispered. Huh, it's not okay. She raised her voice. The platinum blonde looked up into his eyes. Naruto blinked in confusion. What was wrong with Ino? She didn't sound like herself right now. Ino, what happened? What happened? She repeated. Naruto, where were you this whole day? Do you want to explain to me why I haven't seen you at all? Oh, I was training, then I went for some ramen. And then, really? She cut him off. And did you do all of these things alone, or were you with someone? He blinked. I was with Sakura-chan. So you were with Forehead all day. Naruto, I was looking for you and you were with Forehead the whole time. She shouted. Ino, why were you looking for me? I didn't know that you needed me for something. She turned around with her back facing him. He waited for her to respond. Of course you wouldn't know if I had needed you. You were too busy spending your day with her. Ino didn't want to admit to Naruto the truth. The truth being that she was jealous. She hated seeing him with Sakura today, even if it had all been on a friendly level. She just didn't want to have to watch any of it. Ino-chan, I'm sorry. What did you need me for anyway? Maybe I can still help. It doesn't matter anymore. Tell me. He turned her around so that they were facing each other. He wanted to have her full, undivided attention. My mom gave me the day off today. I had some free time on my hands. I wanted to spend that time with you, Naruto. I wanted to hang out, maybe grab a bowl of ramen together. I just wanted to spend my day with you. She admitted. Naruto held his mouth open for a moment. He wished that he had the right words to say to her. But he felt that anything he said would only upset her more. He had never been in this situation before, so he really didn't know how to handle it. Ino. No. She shook her head. You spent your day with her. You did everything with her. You did all of the things that we could have done together, and you did them all with her. Naruto, you even went with her shopping. Naruto, did you have fun? Of course you did, you were with Forehead the whole time. I don't know, I just assumed that maybe you would want to spend your time with me first. She didn't know why she was getting so bent out of shape. It wasn't as if Naruto was at fault. All he did was spend a little time with a friend. Everything that the two of them did was all on a friendly level. There was no romance involved. Or anything even close to that level. Ino-chan, calm down. No, I will not calm down. Am I wrong for wanting to spend time with you? No, you're not. Did you know that there was no one else that I wanted to be around today? You were my first choice, my only choice. Naruto could see that the platinum blonde was hurting right now. He wasn't sure, but he felt like he had caused this. Didn't she know that he had been thinking of her too? She had indeed crossed his mind today. In fact, she was almost always on his mind these days. He wouldn't have minded spending his entire day with her either. One thing he knew for sure was that he had done nothing wrong. Ino-chan, I didn't do anything wrong. We can always spend time together, you know that. Never mind, you don't understand at all. She tried to leave. Only Naruto grabbed her by the arm. She couldn't just leave things like this. It felt wrong, it felt unresolved. Don't leave, make me understand. Go on, explain it to me, Ino-chan. Naruto, it just hurt alright. Seeing you with her, it really hurt. I hated watching how happy you were with her. I wished that I was the reason that there was a smile on your face. The platinum blonde continued on with what she had to say. Naruto could only stare at her. The words literally starting to go in one ear and out the other. He had lost her somewhere between how much she hated watching him with Sakura, and how much she really wanted to spend time with him. He had to do something, and he had to do it fast. Ino-chan. No. I'm not finished. Ino. Naruto, let me finish. He placed his hand onto her cheek. This caused her to look up at him. Naruto. Ino-chan. He leaned down, lowering his lips to hers. He smiled before whispering to her. Ino-chan, be quiet, okay? The spiky-headed blonde then pressed his lips to hers. The shorter blue-eyed girl opened her eyes in surprise. It took her a moment. But then it slowly started to sink in. This was real, this was not a dream or an illusion. This was really happening. Naruto was actually kissing her. It started off soft and slow. She did her best to resist the kiss. Only she eventually gave in and began to kiss him back. Holy shit, he's kissing me. I'm kissing him back. Neither one of the blondes had expected the kiss to feel this good. Naruto placed his arms around her waist, only pulling her closer to him. She put her arms around his shoulders, only deepening their kiss further. Their tongues met for a split second before it came to a sudden end. I can't believe that we're doing this. Ino thought. But it feels too good to stop. Yeah, I almost don't want it to end. This is incredible, wow. Naruto thought. Maybe I should have kissed her a lot sooner. The blonde male ended up pushing the shorter girl up against the wall. She moaned into his mouth, while running her fingers through his spiky locks. Their kiss only intensifying with each passing moment. Ino was sure that she had never ever been kissed like this before. Sure, she only had one kiss in her life, and that happened by accident. This was by far the most passionate kiss she had ever had. Not even what she read in the Roman CE novels could compare to what she was feeling right now. All of their emotions were rushing to the surface now. It was obvious that the two blondes had wanted this kiss for a very long time. After a few more minutes of their passionate lip lock, they both broke away at the same time. The two blonde shinobi stood there staring at each other. They were both slightly out of breath from their intense kiss. Ino closed her eyes. She could feel her heart literally pounding through her chest. She hadn't expected Naruto to kiss her like that. And she certainly didn't expect that she would kiss him back with equal the amount of emotion and passion. In words, it felt amazing, wonderful, it sent shivers down her spine. Ino. He whispered her name. Naruto, this is so fucked up, was the first thing that came to her mind. You're telling me. He agreed. Ino walked over to his bed. She took a seat. She placed her hands into her lap, and avoided his gaze. When the hell did it get like this? When did things get real? Naruto, this was not supposed to happen. The taller blonde sat down next to her. He sighed before reaching over for her hand. He took her hand and squeezed it within his. Ino, did you want to kiss me? Did you really feel what I felt? Naruto had been feeling so many different emotions at this time. He really enjoyed that kiss with the beautiful blonde Kunoichi. He wanted to do it again. He found himself with the urge to grab her right now, and kiss her the same way. Naruto found himself wanting to make their faux relationship real. He wanted to have what Lee and Tenten had. Ino turned her attention elsewhere. What could she say to him right now? Should she admit these growing feelings to him? Feelings that she had been trying to ignore this whole time. But she couldn't fight them off any longer, could she? Their kiss was proof of that. Could she actually breathe light into the current situation? Naruto, I did want that kiss. She admitted. It felt. I can't even begin to describe to you how it felt. I've never actually felt anything like that before. Yeah, he understood. He had never felt anything like that before either. The two of them had decided that in no way, shape or form would they get involved for real. This whole thing was supposed to be for public appearance only. Ino didn't know when she started to feel real feelings for Naruto. She couldn't pinpoint the exact moment. The only thing she knew was that she felt them. She felt them and they were not going away. In honest, it was starting to scare her. Ino, he called out to her. Yeah, what are we going to do now? The platinum blonde shook her head. She didn't even have any answers for herself. So how could she possibly begin to give him any? She didn't know what to say to him. She had to think of something though. Ino knew that he wanted an answer. She took a breath before turning her attention towards her whisker-faced friend. I don't know, Naruto. I honestly don't know. That's it for today, I will stop here. I hope you all enjoyed this video. If you please consider subscribe and make sure to hit that like button, share with your friends, and don't forget to check out author of this story. Details in description.